Chapter 61 Shocking the World. Daxiao's first self-developed US dollar. Has the anchor not given up yet? You are already very capable to have achieved this. There is no need to force it. After all, you are a hawk. I feel that the anchor can cooperate with Daxia to make US dollars together. Daxia? Good fellow, cooperating with the authorities, do you think international law is just a decoration? Is it difficult to honestly admit that our hawkish currency anti-counterfeiting technology is the best in the world? You Daxia people are so dishonest. Chen Fan ignored those people who were either playing opposite roles or were hawks and were deliberately trying to stir up trouble. After debugging the machine and confirming that there are no problems, put the counterfeit money into the money detector. The next moment, everyone, including himself, felt what silky smooth was. Passed in seconds. What the hell? What the hell? Am I reading this correctly? I passed? And I passed in seconds? Awesome. Daxiao's first self-developed US dollar. Punishment. The anchor is too cruel. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen official accounts entered the live broadcast room. Run away quickly, I'm really worried that the anchor will go to jail. The above-mentioned concerns are unnecessary. There is no transaction and it is harmful to society. Why would he go to jail? It is recommended that the country quickly send heavy troops to protect such cutting-edge technical talents. Who says painting has no future? We paint beautiful pictures for the country. The anchor is the pride of us art students. Hit. Come on, anchor, get the price down to US dollars. Try to buy it by the pound. Seeing the content of these barrages, Chen Fan was a little amused. To be honest, he himself was also surprised. He didn't expect that he could actually draw US dollars that could pass the money detector. Strictly speaking, this kind of US dollar can no longer be considered counterfeit currency. After all, it is exactly the same as the real US dollar and can successfully pass the inspection rules of the banknote detector. The old guys in the presidential palace who witnessed all these scenes stood up one after another. Where can I sit still? Sitting on pins and needles. How is it possible? He actually painted a US dollar with just a paintbrush? Don't worry. Calm down, calm down. I think there must be something wrong with that machine. What could be the problem? I just checked. That money detector was manufactured by our Eagle-style Bernardo group. It was strictly manufactured. Don't you still trust their technology? But I still think this kind of thing is too exaggerated and false. Even if you see it with your own eyes, it's still hard to believe. Comfort yourself crazily. Those who advised others not to be anxious and to stay calm were the ones who became the most excited. I just called the head of the Bernardo group to confirm that their terminal data networking system did not find any signs of hacker intrusion. Everything is normal. We also followed the machine code and contacted the shopping mall in Daxia that is responsible for distribution. The person in charge said that he did not know the anchor and there was no possibility of cooperation. Cyrus said. These words shocked everyone. Doesn't that mean that he really drew the US dollar by painting? Yes. Without a doubt. Cyrus nodded directly and gave an affirmative answer. So what should we do now? What if he continues to paint like this, or hands over the technology to Daxia? Oh. I can't imagine what will happen. Contact the head office quickly. Find a solution as soon as possible and update the anti-counterfeiting technology. At present, the news that Chen Fan used a paintbrush to draw US dollars and successfully pass through a money detector, and that it was a money detector exported by the hawkish side, has been widely circulated on domestic and foreign networks. The hot search list on the foreign internet is flooded with things about him. In order to avoid causing unwarranted panic, the official account of the Hawks chose to issue a statement. It would contact the Daxia officials to discuss the solution to this matter in detail, and had contacted the head office to hold a seminar to decide on the anti-counterfeiting technology for the new generation of currency. It would have been fine if he hadn't posted it, but once it was posted, it made countless netizens even more certain that Chen Fan had indeed drawn a truly beautiful knife. Officially certified. Return to the live broadcast room. Go check the hot search now. The anchor drew a picture of a US dollar. This has forced the Hawks to update the anti-counterfeiting technology in advance. Haha, I am dying of laughter, the host is awesome. He really shocked the world with his own strength. Xiao Rizi is also in a panic. The depreciation of the Sakura coin is already serious. I am worried that if this continues, there will be Sakura coins with a face value of 100,000. I just searched and found that the most valuable currency in the world is called Kuwaiti dinar. 1 dinar is worth 16.86 Kuwaiti dinars, which is more valuable than the US dollar. Are you interested? Kuwaiti dinar? Chen Fan noticed this comment. This is the first time I've heard of this kind of currency. Even the European dollar and the US dollar are far inferior to it. But after looking at the time in the lower right corner, Chen Fan said, "It's getting late. Let's end today's live broadcast. I have to go to bed." Everyone should also go to bed early and take care of your health. As usual, the broadcast ended within seconds. He is well aware that if he hesitates to make a decision, he will suffer the consequences. Fuck. My curiosity was just aroused, and you immediately stopped the broadcast? I admired the reputation, huh? Why did it go offline? Wow, almost 1 billion views? Not short of money? The anchor is really rich. You can doubt everything except this. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. Wow, he finally stopped broadcasting. I plan to start broadcasting now. Is anyone interested? Isn't the girl upstairs the top girl in the dance area? How come I haven't seen her for a few days? Hey, in front of this top star, I am just a scumbag, woo woo woo. After the live broadcast, Chen Fan walked out of the villa and came to the door of Zhou Tianxi's villa. Welcome, welcome. Zhou Tianxi opened the door in advance and welcomed them warmly. Brother Chen, you are amazing. To be honest, I was not sure whether you could succeed. I didn't expect. TSK. It's beyond imagination, really beyond imagination. Zhou Tianxi's admiration for Chen Fan was endless and he couldn't express it enough. By the way, regarding that US dollar, can you give it to me? Zhou Tianxi changed the subject. That's exactly what I came here for. Chen Fan took it out without hesitation and pushed it in front of Zhou Tianxi. He knew very well that it would be much safer to give this thing to Zhou Tianxi than to keep it on himself. Although we have the protection of Zhou Tianxi and the Tianlang group, it is always better to be cautious. And if he gives the US dollars to Zhou Tianxi, he can report to his superiors. You can rest assured those people. I'm just acting on a whim. I have no intention of mass production or disrupting international economic stability, said Chen Fan. Okay. I will definitely help convey it. Zhou Tianxi said that, but his attention was all on the drawn banknote. At one point, I wondered if Chen Fan had taken the wrong one, and the one he gave me was actually the real thing? Even though he was known as an eagle eye, he couldn't see any clues at all. Late at night. Northern desert. The wind is cold. Guan Shua put down the infrared telescope and asked curiously, "Why are they so quiet tonight?" The deputy general hesitated for a long time, but decided to say, "I think it may be related to what happened to the Hawks yesterday." Chapter 62 Guan Shua, there are a few more in the summer recently. Is it related to the Hawk faction? Deputy General Xiao Qingwan's words aroused Guan Shua's curiosity, and he continued to ask, "What happened to the Hawk faction yesterday?" I got this from a prisoner of war, but I'm not sure if it's true or not. I heard that there is a very good painter in China. The content of his live broadcast is to paint banknotes of various countries. Painter? Live broadcast? Painting banknotes? Guan Shua was not very good at connecting these key words with what was happening in front of him. He drew the Bailu, Sakura coin, and finally the US dollar during live broadcast, which caused quite a stir around the world. So, what does this have to do with the Nigerian army becoming more obedient? Guan Shua asked again. The problem is the dollar he drew. US dollars? Guan Shua looked puzzled. Can a drawn US dollar affect the war in the northern desert? Yes. The dollar bill he drew himself actually passed the money detector. After hearing what Xiao Qingwan said, Guan Shua fell silent. Finally, I understand the reason. It seems that the Hawks are in a state of disarray right now because of the US dollar that guy drew, and they have no interest in what's happening here at all, Guan Shua concluded. Yes. I think so too. Xiao Qingwan nodded in agreement. I didn't expect that there is such a talented person in Daxia. Can a beautiful knife be drawn? Guan Shua certainly knew that painting contained infinite possibilities. I never thought that someone could draw a real US dollar and pass it through a money detector. Is this still a human being? Are you sure it's not the modern-day Maliang? Yes, it is indeed too exaggerated. Being able to turn the entire Hawks faction upside down by one's own strength is a great achievement. However, I am very worried now. The Hawks may send agents to target him. After all, the Hawks have always had a unique way of thinking. If they can't solve the problem, they will solve the person who created the problem. After hearing what Chenlong said, Guan Shua smiled and said, "Don't worry, Kunlun will definitely not sit idly by and wait for such a talented person to die." That's good. Chenlong felt a lot more relieved. But then again, how come our great Xia has produced so many geniuses recently? Each one is more evil than the other. Guan Shua sighed. Maybe even God wants us to rise up as soon as possible and become the overlord so that the world can be more peaceful? Chenlong expressed his opinion. I hope so. Time came to the second day. The people from the program crew arrived much earlier than Chen Fan had expected. Chen Fan had just started to boil water and was preparing to make breakfast. Looking at Lu Xinrui, Lin Han, Zhao Tiancheng and others, Chen Fan joked, "You guys are really dedicated. You came so early, a whole hour early. Are you here to get breakfast? I feel like we're all already acquaintances, so there's no need to be too restrained." But as soon as I said this, I saw that the expressions on Lu Xinrui and the others' faces immediately became guilty. You guys are not really here to eat for free, are you? Chen Fan frowned and asked for confirmation. There's no other way. It's because your craftsmanship, Mr. Chen, is so great. We are just giving it a try to see if we can catch up. Lu Xinrui said shamefully. Going to the show guests' homes to eat for free was something even they themselves felt was too outrageous. But every time I think of Chen Fan's superb cooking skills, my saliva can't be stopped from watering and I can't swallow it all in time. If you want to eat, just tell me directly. It's just a meal. I can still afford it. Chen Fan was amused. I think this group of people is really interesting. At the same time, I was impressed by the power of the system. Then, let Lu Xinrui and the others sit down first, wait patiently, and think about what breakfast to make. After taking only 2 steps, Lu Xinrui's voice came from behind. She raised her hand and suggested, "I think that being able to cook will definitely attract a lot of fans. It's a good gimmick. Do you want to record it?" Indeed, being able to cook these days, and being a good cook, is a definite plus. Lin Han agreed. You decide, I have no objection. Zhao Tiancheng followed suit. Feeling everyone's eyes focused on him, Chen Fan shrugged, "I don't care." That's a happy decision. Lu Xinrui asked the cameraman to quickly adjust the equipment and start the live broadcast in advance. The cameraman did so immediately. Oh. The show starts so early today? It's worth it for me to get up early and wait for you. One day without live broadcast, do you know how I survived? I watched the first 2 episodes 10 times. 10 times. I look forward to what amazing private money the experts can find today, come on. The goddess is also very beautiful today, full of charm. It's just been aired and it's already gained tens of millions of fans. Lu Xinrui, a second-tier female star close to the first tier, also couldn't help but envy Chen Fan. Top stream. This is the real top stream. Even though there is only a thin line between them, there is still a huge gap between them. Ahem. He cleared his throat. Everyone, the reason why I am broadcasting live in advance today is mainly to let everyone see the virtuous and versatile side of the male owner of this family. I know about being versatile, but what does being virtuous mean? He is really versatile, even the US dollar has been made. Hasn't the warmth been sent to your door yet? I thought, this is not a punishment. Could it be that the madam is behind the scenes, silently suppressing everything? She's just a businessman, she has money but no power, you think too highly of her. Come on, let's point the camera at the host and see how he makes a hearty breakfast. Lu Xinrui stopped talking nonsense and raised her hand and waved gently. The photographer moved the lens very cooperatively. Focus on Chen Fan, then move down to his hands busy on the cutting board. Excuse me, what are you planning to prepare for breakfast? Lu Xinrui asked curiously. Well, the ones we've decided on right now include cheese and ham toast, yogurt pancakes, cumin potato and sausage patties, as well as meat wontons, dumpling soup, nutritious porridge, pan-fried buns, and toast with salad dressing. Chen Fan introduced, facing the camera. Oh. It's very rich. I'm really looking forward to it. Lu Xinrui's inner thoughts were all written on her face. He can also cook? How can a person be so outstanding? Please give us male compatriots a chance to survive. We are all men, why should men make things difficult for other men? Forget about doing it. I have never even heard of most of the things here. Host, please pay attention to your facial expression, your saliva is about to flow to the ground. If you want a divorce, please let me know. Looks handsome, can cook, perfect. Shouldn't the most important thing be whether he can draw a US dollar? The character creation is too deliberate. I hope the camera 1T be cut, and the delivery is pretending that it is done by myself. The comments were not all filled with praise. Chapter 63 Aircraft Carrier, Flash Sale Price 9.9. Are you kidding? What does it mean to create a character? If you draw a really beautiful knife, is it fake? Hee, are you trying to say that cooking is harder than drawing a dollar bill? Even if you don't talk about US dollars, can you write songs for the Queen or King of Pop? Sour dog. He doesn't need to create a persona, he is just so omnipotent. Which entertainment company has such powerful capabilities? You overestimate them. That's right. If entertainment companies were really that awesome, why would we watch those rubbish dramas every day? Chen Fan did not take seriously those voices that questioned his character creation. Because the reason for starting the show is indeed to build up the character. But if you think about it carefully, this is not right. How can we call it creating something that already exists? It should be a demonstration of personal ability. Well, let's make cheese and ham toast first. The ingredients are toast, eggs, ham, cheese slices, and crushed black pepper. The first step is to prepare 2 slices of toast, dig a square hole in the middle, add a proper amount of butter, not too much, crack an egg in the middle of the toast, add ham and cheese slices. If you don't have cheese slices, you can use shredded cheese instead. When the toast is browned, turn it over and sprinkle with crushed black pepper. Chen Fan was familiar with this series of operations. The coordination between mouth and hands is extremely tacit, without any delay. Although it looks simple, it does have something to it. It's exactly the same as what I sell in the store outside. It looks simple, but it is different from actually making it. The first time I made it, I failed because I didn't control the heat well and it turned into charcoal. Did I enter the wrong live broadcast room? Isn't this a show about making private money? Why is it teaching people how to cook? You're right, this is called foreplay. My husband is awesome. You two are moving one after the other, it looks weird. Come. Let Lu Xinrui and the others eat the toasts to fill their stomachs first, while Chen Fan went to prepare other things. Lu Xinrui picked up the toast, took a bite, and immediately held her face with a happy expression. It smells so good. How can it be so delicious? I really envy madam, you can eat such delicious meals every day. Chen Fan smiled faintly and said nothing. Fuck. I'm hungry just by looking at you. It doesn't seem like an act. No, order takeout, order takeout. I feel like I have to die of greed in the live broadcast room today. Knock. Don't die in my phone. Asshole. Under Chen Fan's strict time control, the process was carried out in multiple threads, and the other 7 breakfasts were served on the table one after another. Enough to fill the stomachs of everyone present. Let them eat more so that they can have the energy to find more pocket money for themselves and get a 10,000-fold rebate. Who said to create a character just now? Even my father, who was a chef at a 2-star restaurant, praised this skill. Does this chaos of meat really exist? Nutritious porridge looks delicious. It is wrapped so beautifully, it doesn't look like food, but a work of art. Suddenly I want to eat pan-fried buns. At this moment, under the temptation of delicious food, no one cares about the thoughts and comments of the audience. Busy eating. All the compliments were vague. Seeing them eating so voraciously, Chen Fan was really afraid that they would choke, so he prepared some juice in advance. Warm and caring. He is really excellent. Love it, sisters. There is no harm without comparison. The one in my family is just lazy and good at eating. It's okay, you're not as pretty as your wife. Hey! I'm here to seek comfort, not to hurt you again. The goddess's eating style is much wilder than I imagined. Is it really that delicious? In contrast, the male god is really too gentlemanly, perfectly in line with my impression of a classic gentleman. If he wears a suit, he will definitely be a killer. Chen Fan, cooking. Quietly, such a hot search was pushed to the top of the hot search list again. Also on the hot search list was how do you view the hot search list and become an exclusive back garden? Drawing US dollars, no punishment? Hawk's plan to launch a new generation of anti-counterfeiting currency is blocked and full of difficulties. Dacia currency appreciation. The atmosphere was extremely cheerful. Chen Fan suddenly remembered that he had not yet seen the Daily Lucky Mall. Open the system panel with your mind and click on Daily Lucky Mall. Oh! 5 new products were released this time. Aircraft carrier, price, 9.9. The first item gave Chen Fan a solid warning. 9.9 yuan, instantly cheaper than an aircraft carrier? Are you sure you're not kidding? In response to Chen Fan's question, Chen Fan answered decisively, please rest assured, this is a real aircraft carrier, not a model toy. Continue to browse downwards. 80% of the shares of Hawk's cutting-edge drug research company, price, 10,000. A high-end office building in the center of Jiangqing City, price, 100. God-level fishing skill, price, 100. Feinan diamond mine, price, 10,000. All I can say is, it's as awesome as always. The price is ridiculously low, which is shocking. It's an office building in the center of Najiang City, and it's a high-end office building at that. According to preliminary estimates, it's worth at least hundreds of millions. But in the Daily Mall, it only costs $100. But on second thought, it doesn't seem that outrageous. After all, even something like an aircraft carrier is available at a flash sale price of just 9.9 yuan. Purchase successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining aircraft carrier +1. Purchase successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 80% of the shares of Hawk's Advanced Pharmaceutical Research Company. Purchase successful. Congratulations on getting. Looking at the things I bought and the total money I spent, it was less than 30,000 yuan. Apart from the word unbelievable, Chen Fan couldn't think of any other description. While he was clearing out everything in the Daily Mall, breakfast time came to an end. All discs. Lin Han and Zhao Tiancheng took the initiative to take on the task of cleaning up the dishes. They had to do something. Lu Xinrui faced the camera and shared her thoughts after eating with the audience in the live broadcast room. Sharing on the surface, but actually showing off. Stop talking. Stop talking, my mouth is already drooling, let us get down to business, find some pocket money. If you show off again, I will unfollow you. Please, be a human being. Take a glance. Seeing Lin Han, Zhao Tiancheng and others had completed their tasks. Lu Xinrui didn't waste any more time and announced, then, today's private money detective program has officially begun. Master Lin, Detective Zhao, please start looking for the private money. Okay. Lin Han and Zhao Tiancheng nodded in agreement in unison. They can't wait any longer. The audience is looking forward to it, and so is Chen Fan. I know it will be another fruitful day. Unlike Zhao Tiancheng, Lin Han directly chose to attack the second floor. The first floor was given to Zhao Tiancheng to take charge of. Zhao Tiancheng had no objection to this. The photographer and Lu Xinrui were waiting on the first floor. Lin Han would naturally inform them when he had any news. In any case, the bedroom is a private space and is not convenient for live broadcast. Come up quickly. I found something. I just didn't expect it to happen so soon. It just passed, less than 3 minutes, right? Chapter 64. How many years will it take to be sentenced for stealing 100 million? Rockery and Pond. Upon hearing this, the cameraman quickly raised the camera and pointed it at the second floor. A new discovery so soon? Wait. Isn't this right outside the door? I haven't even entered the door yet? Can you hide your private money in the corridor? Why can't I hide? There are plenty of places, such as the ceiling, under the floor, or by hollowing out the wall. It seems that the person upstairs is also an expert at hiding private money. Leave your address. We will go to your house in the next show? Hey guys, please let me go. I have work to do, so I'll log off. Haha, my brother is feeling guilty. Is my sister-in-law watching? I suggest a thorough investigation. Of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best strategy. The ancients were not deceiving us. It's not convenient to live broadcast in places like bedrooms, but it should be okay in the corridor, right? Lu Xinrui asked Chen Fan for his opinion in a low voice. If he doesn't want to, the program team naturally can't force him. It is impossible for an average family to do this. For someone like Chen Fan, it is even more impossible. Because I can't afford to offend. Given Chen Fan's current popularity and number of fans in Daxia, no, it should be said that he has a lot of fans all over the world. How could he go against him? Lu Xinrui really couldn't imagine which entertainment company had such power. Once public opinion stirs up and ferments, it will be a self-destructive act. Any place other than the bedroom is fine, Chen Fan said. Okay, I understand. Afterwards, the group walked to the second floor with the camera following them. When I arrived, I found that the corridor on the second floor was empty and there was nothing there. But if you look more closely, you can find that in the area blocked by Lin Han's body, there is a small mahogany table near the window at the end of the corridor. On the table, there is an ornamental vase. No need to look, it must be that table or that vase, definitely an antique. Is it possible? Both? In this house, if you say the glass window was made of diamonds, I will believe it. Maybe your words really came true. I suggest that the program team's experts carefully investigate the glass and not miss any details. By the way, the show has been on for so long, it should be popular enough, right? No thief has come to visit? If you take away a stone casually, you will be worth over 100 million yuan. Let me explain in advance. New viewers may think this is exaggerated, but in fact, it is not exaggerated at all. It only takes a thought to get rich overnight. Does anyone know how many years of imprisonment one would receive for stealing 100 million? What? You've already started planning? Weighing the risks in advance? Looking at the 39 public security official accounts in the front row, I allow you to reorganize your language. Lu Xinrui approached, played her role as the host, picked up the microphone and asked, "Excuse me, which of these two items is the private money that you found, Master Lin? Or maybe both?" "Oh, those two? They are both. One is a red sandalwood stand from the late Zhou dynasty, and the other is a large white vase with twined branches from the Song dynasty. The prices are not too high. A single bottle is about 10 million. A large white bottle can be around 23 million. The price is not too high." Listening to her nonchalant tone, I feel like I'm about to swell up. Things worth more than 30 million, you call this a low price? Don't get me wrong, it's just not high compared to the other private money in his family, it's not based on you and me. I am speechless. Why does it seem like Master Lin is a little absent-minded? His eyes aren't on those two antiques at all. Hearing what you said, it seems to be true. She has been looking at the window. Could it be that the brother just now really guessed that this window glass is actually a diamond? Diamond windows. Even the royal families abroad can't afford such luxury, right? Don't worry, in this family, even if a royal family member comes, they will be slapped twice and considered beggars. Diamonds, they use them to decorate crowns and scepters, this family uses them as ashtrays, which is better, it is hard to tell. With such a comparison, the gap is immediately apparent. At the same time, it aroused more doubts among people. Can a listed company or one of the Fortune 500 companies really produce such materials? The mystery of Guan Shua's identity has once again become a question mark and a hot topic. Realizing that everyone had misunderstood his meaning, Lin Han immediately spoke up and explained, "Don't get me wrong, what I really want you to see is not these two things, but those." Those? After Lin Han stepped aside, Lu Xinrui and the photographer walked forward together. What comes into view is the exquisite backyard of exaggerated size, the blue, clear, large swimming pool, as well as beach chairs, parasols, and the like. What a huge swimming pool! It can be used for a pool party. I went to a pool party once, it was quite large, slightly larger than this one. Ah, I dream of having a swimming pool at home. Do it yourself, have enough food and clothing, dig one, it doesn't cost much, just some effort. Brother, I live in the capital, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Can I afford it? The benefits of living in the countryside are immediately apparent. I will go find my brothers and plan to dig a swimming pool. Envious. Detective Zhao, did you notice anything? Lu Xinrui looked for a long time but couldn't figure it out, so she asked Zhao Tiancheng. No. Zhao Tiancheng shook his head. Seeing this, Lin Han stopped keeping the secret and announced directly, "What I want you to see is the rockery pool next to the swimming pool." Rockery and water pond? The workmanship is indeed good, but it shouldn't be considered priceless, right? Lu Xinrui had seen a similar type of pond in her friend's mansion. The rockery and pond are indeed not worth much money. What is truly valuable is the things inside them, Lin Han said further. What's inside? Lu Xinrui narrowed her eyes so that her vision could focus and see more carefully and clearly. Wait. Could it be those fish? She asked tentatively. That's right. Lin Han nodded heavily. It's expensive because of the fish. How much is fish worth? Here, it's only a few dollars per pound. Brother, there is a world of difference between fish for eating and fish for viewing. Isn't fish meant to be eaten? It seems that I am superficial. I bought a few ornamental fish. They were really expensive, several dozen yuan each. A few dozen dollars? How can a fish that is worth more than 30 million yuan in total be so cheap? Zhao Tianchang did not express much opinion on this. Mainly, this is not his area of expertise. He was also surprised. He didn't expect that Lin Han even knew about ornamental fish. Afterwards, led by Qin Fan, the group returned to the living room from the second floor, and then went through the side door of the living room to the backyard. In front of the rockery and pond. Only when I got closer did I realize that the colors were brighter than when I saw them from a distance. What a beautiful fish! Even though she didn't understand it, it was not difficult for Lu Xinrui to see its value. Master Lin, please introduce these fish to the audience in the live broadcast room for me. Is it really worth more than tens of millions of antiques? Chapter 65 Audience, a fish is more valuable than me? Forgive my poor eyesight, I just can't figure out how these fish can be more valuable than 1,000-year-old antiques. But it looks so beautiful. The fish scales can actually emit 7 colors of light. I have never seen such beautiful fish in the aquarium. Aquarium, mainly because I can't afford it. One fish here can buy the whole aquarium. Haha, does the person above have to be so exaggerated? Depending on the size and color, the cheap ones can cost a few thousand, while the expensive ones can cost hundreds of thousands. Holy crap! Hundreds of thousands for one fish? In response to Lu Xinrui's question, Lin Han introduced, take this red and white koi for example, its skin is as smooth as porcelain, and its red spots are as bright as gemstones. Not only is the color layout perfect, but its body length is also amazing. Similar to this one, but slightly inferior to it, is a red and white koi named Lulan. It was once auctioned in the Sakura country for 20 million great xia coins per carp, and won the championship of several koi tasting competitions. It's a pity that the koi died due to the violent egg extraction. It's still a pity until now. How much? 20 million? 1. Are you sure you didn't say an extra 10,000 words? Now I finally understand why Master Lin didn't see those two antiques just now. Yes, this one fish is almost worth the total, not to mention that there are so many. I like koi very much and am a heavy fan of ornamental fish. I am willing to pay 29 million to buy one. No kidding. 29 million? Is everyone on the internet a trillionaire? Before you criticize him, can you take a look at his long list of achievements? Fuck. The king of the live broadcast room with 120 anchors? 100,000 per month, 120. 12 million per month. Such a rich man suddenly appeared and said that he was willing to buy a koi for 29 million. This completely convinced the audience in the live broadcast room of the value of those fish. This boss really has good vision. Based on my personal experience, this red and white koi can really be sold for around 30 million. Lin Han did not pay much attention to the barrage of comments, as he was mainly attracted by the Emperor's special effects border, which was too exaggerated and dazzling. It's impossible not to notice it. But the most valuable thing here is not the red and white koi. Lin Han deliberately kept it a secret. What the hell? Isn't 30 million the most valuable thing? A fish is worth more than me, woo woo woo. This world is so unfair. In the next life, I don't want to be reborn as a cat. I want to be a fish. Salted fish? Come, photographer, that one. Lin Han pointed to a fish with a red theme. The red scales were colorful and very bright. The most important thing is that it is facing upwards, which fully reflects the posture of a domineering king. This fish is called blood red dragon, a type of dragon fish, native to the northern part of India's Sentaram Lake. At the Singapore International Fish Show, a man from Sakura bought a 2-kilogram blood red dragon fish for $600,000. And this blood red dragon in front of me, I estimate, weighs 4 kilograms, twice as much. 600,000 US dollars, that's more than 40 million. Awesome. Really awesome. Look carefully, the blood red dragon weighing over 40 million kilograms only weighs 2 kilograms, while this one weighs twice as much, 4 kilograms. Wouldn't the price have to double? Not only that. A blood dragon fish of this size is a mutation and is rarely seen. If you meet someone you really like, it's not impossible for him or her to be worth over 100 million. Lin Han's words made the answer clear to everyone. Various exclamation marks and question marks then appeared on the screen. I never dreamed that there would be fish in the world worth over 100 million. Rather than the most expensive one, I now want to know how much the cheapest fish here costs? This question expressed the thoughts of many people in the live broadcast room. Lin Han thought it was a good question and answered, "The cheapest one, I'll look for it." It is really difficult for you to pick out a worthless thing from a pile of valuable things. Am I dazzled? Why do those fishes turn into gold bricks in my eyes? Gold bricks, are they valuable? Fish, I feel like you are insulting me. The fish stealing team is forming a team 100. Add me. Stealing fish tonight, good luck, brothers. I'm just curious about the taste. The taste of ornamental fish is generally not very good, so don't expect it. Found it. Lin Han's eyes lit up, and he pointed, platinum marijuana, this luster, purity, and slight transparency, top quality. Worth 2 million. The cheapest price equals 2 million? The word cheap suddenly becomes not cheap. Maybe I can afford it if I sell all my internal organs? In other words, the fish in this pond are worth 10 billion, no problem? Definitely no problem. The equipment that keeps them alive alone is worth a lot of money. Chen Fan, who was standing aside, had to say, he was very surprised. I didn't expect that the fish I just casually fed every day and spent my leisure time watching were worth at least 2 million and at most over 100 million. I once accidentally fed too much fish food and it died. Since I don't know the price, I don't feel bad about it. After Guan Shua found out, she had no intention of blaming Chen Fan at all. He said it lightly, it was just a fish, and told Chen Fan not to take it too seriously. You call this, just a fish? I deeply understand my wife, how rich and willful she is. Congratulations to the host for successfully discovering the private money. Red and white top quality koi, red dragonfish, platinum dragonfish. 10,000 times rebate has been triggered. There are so many fish, it's useless even if Chen Fan comes. Moreover, this kind of thing is valuable because it is rare. If there are too many, the price will fall, so just choose money. Trillions are easily obtained. Inwardly? As calm as still water, not taking it to heart. Can you please focus the camera and get closer? I want to take a screenshot and use it as a wallpaper. The program team would naturally not refuse such a small request. After satisfying the audience in the live broadcast room, he decided to continue looking for private money. Chen Fan picked up a handful of fish food from a box nearby, sprinkled it in the pool, and fed these little ones? No, it should be the big ones. It tastes so delicious. He once tried it out of curiosity, but it didn't taste very good. Mr. Chen? Seeing that Chen Fan didn't catch up, Lu Xinrui turned around and called out. Coming. Chen Fan put the fish food into the storage box and turned away. Don't plan to waste too much time on these fish. A single seat, a vase, and the $1 trillion rebate he just received were not enough to satisfy his appetite. In his opinion, there must be more secret money of his wife hidden in this house that no one knows about. Detective Zhou? When passing by Zhao Tianchang, Chen Fan noticed that he was standing motionless, staring in one direction. What are you looking at? Chapter 66. Are you sure you didn't save the galaxy in your previous life? Chen Fan walked closer to Zhao Tianchang and looked in the direction he was looking. My eyes finally landed on a bicycle. When Chen Fan is free, he will go out for some exercise. Guan Shua was mainly worried that Chen Fan would suffer damage and burden from sitting for long periods of time doing live broadcasts. So I bought him a bicycle so that he can exercise more in his free time. Anyway, the roads in Foshanju were sparsely populated, wide, and the scenery is nice. Etc. Chen Fan took a breath of cold air. He might not have felt this way before. But now, for the things Guan Shua bought for himself. Chen Fan really couldn't help but associate it with the 3 words private money. Thinking back carefully, every time I rode this bike out, it would attract a lot of attention and discussion. Even those who drive million-dollar sports cars will take out their mobile phones to take pictures. It's so strange. Ah. Yes. Zhao Tiancheng came back to his senses and expressed his thoughts. I always feel like I've seen this bicycle somewhere. Bicycle styles are similar, but very different. No, this bike looks really beautiful, especially the butterfly patterns, they are so real. White body, colorful patterns, pink wheels, and black tires, don't you think it's very feminine? What's so cheesy about this? It's clearly full of artistry. Just imagining the image of a man riding on it, coupled with the beautiful scenery along the way, can't help but give me goosebumps. Haha, Jime, I have the same feeling. This kind of design is definitely not cheap. The more fancy it is, the more expensive it is. At least tens of thousands. Hearing what Zhao Tiancheng said, Lin Han walked towards the bicycle. Sometimes he stood up, sometimes he squatted down, observing very carefully. About 3 or 4 minutes passed. Lin Han took out his phone again and searched it. He was almost certain it's Trekmadone, for sure. Trek Butterfly? What the hell? Never heard of it. As expected of Master Lin, he can even identify bicycles. The Trek Butterfly is designed by the famous artist Damien. The body is made entirely of carbon fiber, and all the patterns are genuine butterfly wing specimens with a transparent coating. It was auctioned at Sotheby's to raise funds for cancer patients. It was sold for $32 million, making it the most expensive bicycle in the world. Based on the actual experience he had found, Lin Han faced the camera and gave a detailed introduction to the bicycle. 3,002, that's not bad, but is this price enough to be put up for auction? Did you do it on purpose? Or was it an accident? Look carefully, you missed a word. A bicycle, 32 million? A fish can be sold at a sky-high price of 40 million, so I suddenly feel that 32 million for a bicycle is not unacceptable. You and I can't afford it anyway, right? Ha ha ha, this is indeed true. 32 million. After listening to Lin Han's introduction, Chen Fan finally understood why the owners of those million-dollar luxury cars showed such strange expressions after seeing him riding this bicycle. It turns out that they were envious. Yes, how can a $1 million luxury car compare with a bicycle worth 32 million? Even if they have the same value, people will tend to think that someone who drives a 32 million yuan bicycle is richer. Because bicycles are not a necessity in life. The more you spend on things you don't need or use seldom, the more it reflects your wealth. As the saying goes, poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. Congratulations to the host for successfully discovering the secret money. Trek Butterfly Bicycle, 10,000 times rebate has been triggered. 320 billion, pocketed. A bicycle, one is enough. It's the same with fish. Once there are too many of them, the original value will be lowered. A bicycle worth more than 30 million yuan, would the anchor be willing to ride it? Chen Fan's answer to this question is, no matter how expensive it is, it's just a means of transportation. My wife gave it to me in the hope that I can exercise more and maintain a good body. The best wife in Daxia, I say this, everyone has no objection, right? No objection, absolutely no objection. I have an opinion. Are you sure it is Daxia, not the whole world? I just want to ask, whose wife can give him a bicycle worth more than 30 million yuan? Is this man sure he saved the Milky Way in his previous life? Envy. I just looked in the mirror and my eyes are no different from a rabbit's. A bicycle worth 32 million has added a bit of freshness to the hot search list. Trek Butterfly. Have you ever seen a bicycle worth more than 30 million? National wife. Watch carefully, this man saved the Milky Way in his previous life. The most enviable husband. These hot searches further confirmed the saying that the hot search list is the Chen family's backyard. The little story about the bicycle was quickly turned over. Several people returned to the house. Zhao Tiancheng continued to be responsible for searching for private money on the first floor. Chen Fan and Lin Han went to the second floor together. Mr. Chen, what is this room used for? Lin Han asked. The study room and the room I usually use for live broadcasts. Chen Fan explained. Can I go in and take a look? Lin Han asked. Of course. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. There was nothing shameful inside. After getting Chen Fan's consent, Lin Han pressed the door handle, pushed the door open and walked in. The wall-like bookshelves filled with books instantly caught her attention. curiously asked, "Did you buy all these books, Mr. Chen?" "Part of it is, most of it was there before I moved into this house. My wife likes to make a cup of black tea and read leisurely on the balcony when the weather is good." Chen Fan pointed to the open-air balcony. "It's a good hobby," Lin Han said, and walked towards one of the bookshelves. "Most of these books look very old." Lin Han stroked them lightly with his fingers, and the texture of the cover changed a lot. Suddenly realizing something, I immediately went back, and finally stopped at a book called Mr. William Shakespeare's Comedies, Histories, Tragedies. The First Folio. I didn't expect to see this book in Daxia. Lin Han's tone gave people a feeling of honor. "Is this book very precious?" Chen Fan asked. "It's more than precious, it." Lin Han stopped talking halfway. He changed his words and said, "I think, should we let them come up first?" "Good." Chen Fan agreed. After all, the show is the most important thing. No matter how happily the two of them chatted in private, it was useless. Afterwards, at Lin Han's call, Lu Xinrui, Zhao Tiancheng, and the photographer all came to the study on the second floor. "Master Lin, have you made a new discovery so quickly?" Lu Xinrui was really surprised by the speed. Chapter 67, $3 billion to buy a book? Even in a royal tomb, the speed of discovering historical artifacts cannot be so fast, right? How many priceless and shocking treasures are hidden in this house? Yes, it is this book called First Folio. Lin Han put on white gloves and carefully took it out from the bookshelf. First Folio? Holy shit! Is this true? Is this book great? Cow. The cow is fried, okay. It is the first collection of Shakespeare's plays. Of the 36 plays in the book, 18 have never been published before. A total of 750 copies of this book were printed that year, and only 250 copies have been preserved to this day. There are less than 40 copies of the complete version of the First Folio, which Christie's calls the most important book of gentleman's literature. 20 years ago, it was sold to an anonymous buyer for $6.8 million. Fuck. This book is worth nearly 50 million? 50 million? Is the book made of gold, or are the words written in gold? Vulgar. How can literary quality be measured by money? It seems that there are many knowledgeable people in the live broadcast room. Yes, this is indeed the first collection of Shakespeare's plays, and it is a complete version. The preservation quality is perfect, with only minor damage. It's in much better condition than the one sold at Christie's before. It should be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. There is a golden house in the book, so this is what it means? My goodness. I don't even dare to flip through a book that costs tens of millions of dollars. If it gets a little torn, I lose everything? Don't worry, you and I will never be qualified to meet her, let alone touch her. What truth are you talking about? Shakespeare. Mr. Chen, can I take a photo with that book? Lu Xinrui likes Shakespeare's plays very much and admires this person very much. No matter how busy I am in a year, I will go to see 7 or 8 shows. The words "the first collection of Shakespeare's plays" mean a lot to a fan like her. Sure. Chen Fan felt that if it was just a group photo, there wouldn't be a big problem. This book is a bit expensive, but it's not that delicate. When Chen Fan was bored, he took it down and looked at it more than once. Then, Lu Xinrui borrowed white gloves from Lin Han and put them on. With the help of Zhao Tiancheng, he took photos for her using her mobile phone. The smile is so brilliant. If you don't know, you might think you won millions or tens of millions. When you are done, put it back carefully. I am afraid of getting hurt and becoming a sinner who destroys the continuation of literature. The main thing is, I can't afford the compensation. Wait. Cameraman, don't move the camera, rewind a little, I think I see the Magna Carta. No way. There's even the Leicester manuscript. Oh my god. That's the Book of Mormon? The Book of Mormon? The most expensive book in the world? Wow, I didn't know until I checked. I was shocked to find out that the 3 books you just mentioned are recognized as the 3 most expensive books in the world. The value of the Book of Mormon is as high as $35 million. The Book of Mormon? If Lin Han remembered correctly, it was one of the 4 standard scriptures of the Church of Latter-day Saints. It was regarded as a sacred literary work by Mormons. In their eyes, it was a more authoritative work of revelation than the Bible. After taking it carefully and confirming it carefully, Lin Han was 100% sure that it was the original one. After hearing the news, the rhythm in the live broadcast room exploded. It seems that this can most likely prove that the behind-the-scenes boss of Tiandu Auction City is only one of the wife's identities, not all of them. Yes, it is impossible for a boss of Tiandu Auction City to own so many literary masterpieces. So, don't just talk. What is the real identity of the lady? Even her husband, with whom she had sex every day, didn't he know, so how could I know? I hope that after my wife comes back, the program team can produce a special interview program and let my wife confess everything. Confess? Do you think she is a criminal? The production team should pray that they will not be retaliated against for exposing the wife's identity privately. If you think about it carefully, this is indeed possible. Seeing similar remarks, Lu Xinrui and Zhao Tiancheng stared at each other, feeling uneasy and swallowing. Can I really bear the revenge of my wife? I'm just an employee, I shouldn't be held accountable, right? On the other hand, Lin Han was confirming each book in detail. Various unique pieces. Original. The only one in the world. Then I came to a conclusion: the world's library is not as valuable as this small study. Here are collected the masterpieces that all literature lovers around the world dream of. Any one of them is enough to shock the world. Especially the book she was holding in her hands now. This book looks very old. Wait. If I read it correctly, the meaning on the cover is the Bible, right? The Bible? The rumored best-selling book? Since it is so popular, it is normal to have it. By the way, Madame S' interests are quite extensive. Will you really not be in a state of confusion and mental breakdown after reading this? Although I cannot be completely sure based on my current experience, I am willing to believe that this is the long-lost original Bible. Of course, the specific details can only be confirmed by experts who study this field. Lin Han said conservatively. She judged that the book was original based on the fact that the paper was old enough and the material matched, being papyrus. Even if it is a copied work, its value is still considerable considering its age. The world's best-selling book, the long-lost original, all this information combined, what is it to describe it in one word? Expensive. Expensive? Priceless. Especially for foreigners. It feels like if a price of 10 billion is offered, they will buy it without hesitation. Even if they don't have money, they will raise funds to buy it. Believers, it's scary. This is not a study room, it is clearly a golden house. Money, all I see is money. As a literature lover, even if it costs me 100,000 yuan, I am willing to use it as a ticket to go in and have a look. Yes. I really want to see it with my own eyes. The news that Daxia discovered the original version of the Bible was quickly spread to believers through the internet. Some believers have even started to raise funds and decided to raise a price that Chen Fan absolutely cannot refuse in order to buy the Bible from him. The Bible belongs to believers all over the world, not to any one person. The website statistics show that the amount reached tens of millions of US dollars in just over 10 minutes and continued to soar. Some wealthy believers even publicly stated that they were willing to spend 3 billion US dollars to buy the original Bible from Chen Fan. When this news came out, it was like a nuclear weapon exploding on domestic and international networks. It caused a huge uproar. The figure of 3 billion US dollars strongly stimulates everyone's senses. Chapter 68, I was amazed by the beautiful knife drawn by my husband. 3 billion US dollars. A full 20 billion Daxia coins. This string of numbers has been the most searched topic on both the Daxia forum and the hawkish global mainstream forum websites. The heat has reached an unprecedented high. This forced the website to quickly add servers, fearing that the existing servers would collapse because they could not handle so many people. They don't want to miss such a rare opportunity to attract traffic. At the same time, the fact that the Bible had originally appeared, and that it had appeared on the land of Daxia, was sent to the presidential palace by countless people via email. The mailbox is full, reaching an astonishing 999999 plus. All of them were requests, or urgings, to order the hawkish presidential office to, no matter what, put this precious treasure into the hawkish National History Museum for safekeeping. Protection. The presidential office is also in a dilemma about this. 3 billion US dollars to buy a book, this is not something that can be decided by one or two people. What's more, it's still unknown whether the other party will sell it at this price. It exploded completely. There are even tycoons on the internet who are willing to spend 3 billion to buy this book. 3 billion? Too little, considering the value of two words in the Bible. US dollars. WTF. More than 20 billion Great Xia coins? What you said is old news. I just saw on the Saudi website that a member of the royal family is planning to buy the original Bible for 5 billion US dollars. Wow, even the Saudi royal family is involved? I heard they are very rich. Even their sports cars are made of gold? Forget about the fish. Even books are so valuable now. I just want to know, what is so worthless in this house? Ha ha ha, same. Regarding the remarks about buying books, Chen Fan maintained his attitude the same as before. Everything will be decided after my wife Guan Shua comes back. After all, these books were collected by Guan Shua himself. Chen Fan didn't want to destroy his happy family and create a rift for just a few billion US dollars. Not worth it. Not to mention, this room full of books has already brought Chen Fan over 100 trillion in returns. Compared with trillions and billions, what is that? Just a drop in the bucket. To put it bluntly, right now, money is the least valuable thing to Chen Fan. The system only gives and he only receives. As for whether there will be inflation, the system explains that there is no need to worry. The system will make corresponding improvements to the settings, add sufficient trading items, speed up development, and ensure that the currency will not depreciate significantly and affect the host experience. What's more, Chen Fan doesn't need to take out such a large sum of money at one time. Just the last two digits were enough for him to squander. The key is that you can't spend it all. The main systems have been given away for free like crazy, and there is no need to use that money at all. Lu Xinrui carefully put the Bible back on the bookshelf. Continue searching the study. I always feel that the private money hidden here is definitely not just as simple as these books. At the same time, the villa opposite, on the balcony. Zhou Tianxi kept his eyes fixed on his mobile phone, watching the live broadcast. Where did that woman get so many literary masterpieces? Even the Bible. Zhou Tianxi couldn't understand. I thought I had worked with Guan Shua for so many years and I knew her quite well. Now it seems that everything we knew before was just the tip of the iceberg. By the way, I really want to see what expressions these two couples will have after their identities are revealed. He looked up at the sky and murmured, I don't know if the things have been delivered. The thing he was referring to was exactly the US dollar that Chen Fan had drawn earlier. I thought, if that US dollar could deceive the eyes of Guan Shua, the hawkish queen of the financial street, then it could be 100% confirmed that it was a real coin. Northern Desert. Guan Shua took the box from the soldier who came from Kunlun and frowned, wondering, why would Zhou Tianxi send something to me? Did he say anything? Guan Shua asked. The little soldier shook his head. The Wolf King only asked me to deliver the things to you, Guan Zhanshan, and didn't say anything else. After hearing this, Guan Shua stopped talking and chose to open the box, and then saw $1 US. On the side, Deputy General Xiao Qingluan frowned even more tightly. I can't see through Zhou Tianxi's intention. Could it be that he wanted to secretly express that the invasion of the Nepalese army was related to the Hawks? Isn't this well known? There's no need to beat around the bush. I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. Guan Shua said nothing and picked up the US dollar. While observing, gently rub the paper surface with your thumb and index finger. Then he smiled faintly, seeing through everything, so that's it. God of War, do you know what the wolf fawn God of War wants to convey to us? Xiao Qingluan felt like her head was about to break when she thought of this, and could only ask Guan Shua for help to answer it for her. Take it and take a closer look. Guan Shua deliberately kept the secret and handed the US dollar to Xiao Qingluan. Okay. Xiao Qingluan did as he was told and began to study it. I quickly concluded, it's a common dollar, nothing special about it. Are you sure? Hearing Guan Shua's question, Xiao Qingluan seemed less confident. Let me take another look. He withdrew his hand and continued observing. Half a minute later, he compromised and said, God of War, just tell me directly, what is the problem with this US dollar? I really can't see it. This US dollar is fake. Of course, you can also say it is real because it is basically impossible for people to tell the difference, and the same is true for machines. The reason why Guan Shua was able to see it was partly due to her experience, but most importantly, she knew in advance that there was such a magical counterfeit coin. Coupled with Zhou Tianxi's strange behavior, it is hard not to associate it with that aspect. If you get a counterfeit bill like that under normal circumstances, even Guan Shua would not be able to tell the real thing from the fake. Is this the beautiful picture that made a sensation around the world? Chenlong said in great surprise. Oh my god! This painting looks exactly like the real thing. It's exactly the same. She checked it several times carefully, and even though she knew it was fake, she just couldn't tell. Sighing, Daxia is indeed a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers are hidden. Yes, it's a pity that these people are hiding too deeply. If they are willing to stand up, the improvement in progress of Daxia will definitely be a leap forward. Guan Shua made up his mind that after this mission was over, he would ask those people to come out. It would be a pity not to use such a talented person. Chenlong, I'm going back to the office first. If anything happens, please notify me immediately. Guan Shua instructed before leaving. Yes. Chenlong agreed. Knowing that Guan Shua was planning to go back and continue studying the design drawings of the lithography machine. At present, this technology is still restricted by multiple foreign forces. Guan Shua was very anxious. It happened at this time. Rich mountain residence. Zhou Tianxi found a folded piece of white paper between one book and another. Chapter 69, Lithography Machine Blueprints? Private money? From the organization and arrangement of the bookshelves, it is not difficult to see that both the male and female owners of this family are very tidy people. Therefore, the appearance of this piece of white paper seemed very abrupt to Zhou Tianxi. Noticing Zhou Tianxi reaching out, he carefully and slowly pulled out the piece of white paper. The photographer quickly turned the camera around, thinking that he might be able to capture some very useful footage. Is there something going on? Could it be a treasure map? Why does your treasure map look so new? The paper used for the treasure map must have turned yellow by now. Maybe this is a treasure map that my wife drew for me, so that I won't forget where I hid my private money. It is indeed possible. With this treasure map, doesn't it mean that we don't even need experts? We can find the treasure by following this map. Just kidding, without an expert, even if you find them, can you recognize what they are? Do you know their value? Noticing the content of these barrages, Lu Xinrui took the initiative to move closer, stood behind Zhao Tianchang, and observed secretly. At the same time, pay attention to the expression on Chen Fan's face. From his equally curious expression, it is not difficult to see that he probably doesn't know the contents of this white paper either. It is likely to become a new hit of the show. Although this episode was already very explosive. Lu Xinrui had already thought of the title of the evening TV version of the program in advance, using the original Bible and the $5 billion from the Saudi royal family as gimmicks to promote the program in advance. Maybe it can break the ratings record that was just broken not long ago. Under everyone's gaze, Zhao Tianchang opened the piece of white paper. The first impression is that the texture is very new and it is definitely a product of modern technology. Open it once, and then open it again, and the contents of the paper will be fully revealed. It looks like a design drawing. This is not Zhao Tianchang and Lin Han's strong point. Design drawings? Anyone familiar with this? I don't know, but it looks pretty sophisticated. If I had this technology, I could definitely join the Professor SRD team. Is there anyone who knows about this? Please come out and introduce it to us. Looks like some kind of machine. Nonsense. At this time, Chen Fan's voice reached everyone's ears. Photolithography machine design drawing? Photolithography machine design drawing? Mr. Chen, are you sure? Lu Xinrui immediately spoke up and asked for confirmation. In recent years, lithography machines have begun to frequently enter the public eye due to technological suppression by hawkish countries and other countries. Many people know that photolithography machine is one of the scientific research projects that Daxia is currently focusing on. Yes, I'm sure. Chen Fan nodded. How come the photolithography machine design drawings appeared in his study? Photolithography machine? Private money? Ha! From the look of the male owner, he seems to be unaware of this blueprint. Could it be related to his wife? Is your wife a scientist? Why is it different from what I saw online? Isn't she the owner of the auction city? That's just one of the lady's many identities. The CEO of a Fortune 500 company, a scientist, wow, the identities of their wives are really more exaggerated than the last. Photolithography machine, if you really want to make this thing, madam will at least be awarded first-class merit. Great pen. Wait a minute. Aren't you curious about why the male host, who is obviously a broadcaster, can see the photolithography machine blueprint at a glance? Mr. Chen, don't you know that your wife has been conducting research in this area? Lu Xinrui took over the topic and continued to dig deeper. An attitude of getting to the bottom of things. I don't know. Chen Fan shook his head. Then how did you know that this was a blueprint of a lithography machine? Lu Xinrui asked. I did some research when I had nothing to do. Although the title of Weapons R&D expert mainly refers to weapons R&D, it also maximizes Chen Fan's scientific research capabilities. If you want to understand the lithography machine drawings, it's easy. Moreover, in his opinion, this blueprint is still a long way from the actual development of a lithography machine. Of course, the development direction is correct and not off track. I couldn't help but feel curious. My wife, does she have this technology? Could it be that she was also bound to the system? Before me? It's just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Have you studied it? Where did you study it? Isn't this thing top secret? Take a look at this comment. Chen Fan smiled indifferently and didn't mind adding some show effects. I asked Zhao Tiancheng for the blueprint, put it on the table and spread it out. Then pick up a pencil and start writing and drawing on it. This scared everyone. Although it's your wife's stuff, the lithography machine is the hope for Daxia's future. How could you do this? Stop. You are breaking the law, you know that. You don't have to get so excited. The pencil he used is not something that cannot be removed. There are many ways to express yourself, but you chose this one. How stupid. The little haters finally found a place to criticize, and now they can no longer sit still? Haha, Heizi? We are considering the future of Daxia. He is destroying the future of Daxia, he is a national sinner. Both sides insisted on their own opinions and the fight was fierce. Lin Han, Zhao Tiancheng, and Lu Xinrui looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what to do. Stop Chen Fan? For what reason? This is someone else's home. Isn't it his freedom to do what he wants? Without saying a word, the photographer lowered the camera and aimed it to focus on Chen Fan's hands. Looks like it's in good shape. Indeed, it would be a pity not to become an actor. Don't insult the word actor, at most he is just a fresh meat. What's wrong with the little fresh meat? The little fresh meat is also the world's top. Besides, your little fresh meat has so many talents. At least they won't be so bold as to tamper with the lithography machine design drawings. You are right, I strongly condemn it. Don't be an accomplice of the criminals who have brought harm to the country. There was a quarrel. Among these people, there is a man nicknamed Blue Sky Dream. At this moment, he was in the laboratory, watching the live broadcast. Originally, it was because I encountered technical difficulties and bottlenecks in R&D, so I wanted to find something to do to entertain myself and relieve my depression. As a result, I saw that a friend shared a link with me. Caption: photolithography machine drawing. The man really couldn't figure out what the inevitable connection was between the lithography machine drawings and the word live broadcast. Could it be that the live streaming e-commerce industry has grown so strong that it has started selling lithography machines? If it were that simple, he wouldn't have to work so hard to become bald. His hair would be shiny and thin, with flesh color visible. That's right, the project the man was in charge of was the research and development of lithography machines, which had invested nearly 1 trillion yuan. However, there has been little progress. So, when the man saw this link, he didn't take it seriously at all, and even felt that the other party was deliberately making fun of him. However, since he had nothing to do, the man clicked on the link and decided to go in and take a look. What kind of trouble can this group of anchors come up with? Chapter 70 draws the design of the lithography machine, and the whole network is boiling. You don't know until you see it. The more you see, the more shocked and stunned the man is. It's like a violent storm on the sea, difficult to calm down. First of all, the man was very sure that the lithography machine drawn on the drawing belonged to a 7-nanometer lithography machine. The limit of the lithography machines currently being researched is 10 nanometers. Don't underestimate this 3-nanometer gap. We don't know how many years and how much manpower will be required to erase it. There was no way. Daxia started late. While others were busy with research, Daxia was solving the problem of food and clothing for everyone. Now that we finally have the opportunity to conduct research, we are still hindered by those people from abroad, which greatly slows down the research progress. That is why men are so surprised to see someone design a 7nm lithography machine in Dacia and on a live show. Moreover, judging by men's experience, this technique and idea is completely feasible. Even though I feel it's outrageous from the bottom of my heart, the facts are right in front of me, how can I refute it? Thinking of this, the man shook his head violently. I picked up the phone and rushed to find the person in charge of this project. Professor Wu, 7 nanometers, we in Dacia will soon have our own 7nm lithography machine. The man took out his mobile phone and found Wu Tianan, a man with black hair that had turned all white in just half a year. 7 nanometers? Hearing the man's words, Wu Tianan smiled faintly. Don't joke. The technical challenges of 10 nanometers may not be solved within a few years, let alone 7 nanometers. Spend a lot of money to order it from abroad? What kind of possession is that? Professor Wu, what I said is true. If you don't believe me, just look. He is broadcasting live now. The man handed over his cell phone. 7nm lithography machine and live broadcast? Wu Tianan and the man behaved exactly the same at the beginning, and he couldn't understand why there was any connection between the two. They should have nothing in common. Even the expression he showed after seeing the lithography machine design drawings that Chen Fan was perfecting was exactly the same. This? As if he had been electrocuted, he stood up from his chair. He said excitedly, unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's really incredible. No. Contact the live broadcast platform quickly and protect this live broadcast room. We must not let anyone else steal this drawing. Wu Tianan gave the order immediately. Yes. I'll contact him right away. The man ran away quickly. Wu Tianan was left alone, holding his cell phone, talking incessantly, praising and expressing his surprise. 7 or 8 minutes later. When I saw the man coming back in front of me, I looked at the picture displayed on the phone in my hand, and the heat in the upper right corner only increased. Wu Tianan quickly asked, "What's going on? Why are you still broadcasting live?" Professor Wu, I contacted General Sun, but after trying, he told me that he did not have the authority. The man answered truthfully. No such power? How is that possible? With his status, if he wants to deal with a live broadcast room, isn't it just a matter of a word? Wu Tianan seriously suspected that the other party was deliberately joking with him. General Sun said that Kunlun is solely responsible for supervising this live broadcast room. The man continued. Kunlun? Hearing these two words, Wu Tianan instantly understood why General Sun could not intervene. But he couldn't understand why Kunlun would let such a thing be exposed. They actually secretly kept the technology to manufacture 7nm lithography machines. Thinking of this, Wu Tianan became even more restless. Exit the live broadcast room and open the contact list. Looking at the list of unfamiliar contacts, I realized that the phone in my hand was not my own. Replace it immediately, find an old friend in Kunlun and call him. The person who answered the phone was Mr. Tian, one of the 5 elders. Hey! Old Tian, what's going on with Kunlun? You clearly have 7nm technology, why didn't you inform us? And you even had people broadcasted live. Hearing Wu Tianan's questioning tone, Mr. Tian was confused. Huh? Fuxing Institute official account enters the live broadcast room. Kaitian Research Institute enters the live broadcast room. Xixing Military Industry enters the live broadcast room. Blue Sky Research Institute enters the live broadcast room. One after another, scrolling prompts of special official certified accounts began to appear on the barrage wall. The density of barrage has been improved unprecedentedly. What's going on? Why are there so many official accounts of scientific research institutes here? Not only that, they all clicked on the follow button. Could it be that what the anchor drew was really a 7nm lithography machine? Fuck. Drawing US dollars is already too much, you can even draw a photolithography machine? Awesome. Lithography machine and copying US dollars are two different concepts. Who are this couple? If you say he traveled from a future civilization, I would believe it. This statement is quite exaggerated when applied to other people, but I think it is quite reasonable when applied to the couple. Kaitian Research Institute, please see the private chat, thank you. Blue Sky Research Institute, we have something we want to ask the host, can we check the private chat? Xixing Military Industry, boss, we really need your help, please see private chat. Especially afterwards, the statements made by these official accounts shocked everyone even more. A group of big guys call another person a big guy. How powerful is this person? The boss among bosses, how awesome is that? A little cow takes a plane, it's so amazing that it flies into the sky. Does this count as peeping into secrets? It's not illegal, right? Fuck, the popularity dropped by millions in an instant, are you so scared? I read it but don't understand it, so what can I do after reading it? The words are rough, but the logic is sound. Well. Chen Fan suddenly stopped writing, don't shoot the following scenes anymore. I'm worried that if you continue shooting, this program will be forced to shut down again. After all, it's not the first time, and I'm already familiar with it. Chen Fan knew that Zhou Tianxi was watching, and the people from Kunlun must be watching as well. Okay. The photographer quickly moved the camera away. Afterwards, he left the study with Lu Xinrui and others. Avoid the program being shut down due to leaking state secrets. I always feel that it's too stimulating. They would never have expected to find the design drawings of the lithography machine in the study. What was even more unexpected was that Chen Fan drew the other 72% of the design with only a design drawing that was less than 4% complete. It alarmed countless domestic scientific researchers. Tonight's TV ratings will absolutely, 100% be broken, leaving behind a record that is unmatched by future generations. Lu Xinrui, Lin Han and others are full of confidence in this regard. About 10 minutes passed. Chen Fan walked out of the study room holding a roll of paper and said, "The painting is finished." These words were spoken to Zhou Tianxi, the person behind the screen. Chapter 71 What is a Peerless Genius? This is it. To be honest, there is not much use for Chen Fan to keep this thing. It would be better to give it to Zhou Tianxi and take it back to Kunlun to make the lithography machine, turn it into reality, increase the speed, produce chips, and improve the overall economic level of Daxia. This way, you will always have a chance to get rebates from yourself or win them in the daily Lucky Mall. Curve benefits. Moreover, developing the lithography machine itself will also generate a considerable buyout fee. Chen Fan knew very well that Kunlun would not do that, and would not dare to treat him unfairly either. There are quite a few people outside who are eyeing him covetously. This is indeed the case. After learning that Chen Fan had drawn the design drawings of the 7-nanometer lithography machine during a live broadcast, the forces led by the hawkish faction, after a heated discussion, concluded a theory. If you want to slow down the technological development of Daxia, you must not ignore Chen Fan. Undercurrents are surging. Boom. 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 However, before that, the door of the villa was knocked first. Chen Fan took the design drawings downstairs and opened the door. The camera can capture a man in military uniform. It was the trusted subordinate sent by Zhou Tianxi. After a salute and some conversation, the soldier turned and left. The photographer didn't dare to get too close, and even only took one frame before hurriedly moving the lens away. Afraid of leaking secrets. Continue filming, it won't affect the show. Chen Fan turned around, looked up, looked at Lu Xinrui, Lin Han and others on the second floor, and gave them a shot of adrenaline. In the live broadcast room, there was a complete counterattack. Koroko speaks. Even the official people are here. Where are the people who just criticized him for pretending to know something? It looks like it won't be long before Daxia will have its first self-developed 7-nanometer lithography machine. Self-developed? Didn't he do it all by himself? TSK, what is 7 nanometers? The most advanced lithography machines abroad have already broken through 3 nanometers. Judging from his relaxed attitude just now, 3 nanometers is no big deal? In fact, the 3-nanometer lithography machine is not a big deal for Chen Fan. However, it will take some time. Even though they are all 1 nanometer, the smaller it is, the bigger the gap between the numbers becomes. This is a groundbreaking technological improvement. The private money show continues. The soldier confirmed that no one was following him, revealed his identity, and entered the villa through the back door. He came to Zhou Tianxi's room and handed him the paper. "Wolf King, I brought the things back." "Yes." Zhou Tianxi took the paper scroll and unfolded it. Looking at the densely packed, micro-carving level depictions, the complexity of the inner emotions cannot be expressed by the expression on the face. In such a short time, the design of the 7-nanometer lithography machine was hand-drawn. No wonder those old guys were so excited. If I remember correctly, Guan Shua seems to have been researching photolithography machines. The first part of this design is almost certain to have been drawn by her. Even Guan Shua couldn't handle it, but he managed it so easily. Zhou Tianxi really couldn't imagine that there was someone in this world who could crush Guan Shua. As expected, there are always people who are better than you. This saying applies to everyone. This woman Guan Shua really picked up a great treasure. There are more enviable things. Zhou Tianxi rolled up this piece of paper, which was of great significance to Daxia, and carefully handed it to his confidant. He instructed and arranged, keep it properly and send it back to Kunlun as soon as possible. Yes. Take photo and send it? Because the design of some places is too delicate, it is difficult to capture clear pictures with a mobile phone. It would be more convenient for them to conduct research if it were sent to Kunlun intact. Why do I feel that, at this pace, by the time that woman returns from Beima, her husband's achievements and contributions will probably surpass, or even surpass, hers? Zhou Tianxi thought as he looked at the villa opposite. I didn't expect that Mr. Chen also has such outstanding achievements in scientific research. While Zhao Tianchang and Lin Han were looking for some private money, Lu Xinrui expressed her inner feelings. I feel sorry for those who initially thought that Chen Fan was just an ordinary, 18th-tier anchor who was kept in the dark by his wife. It's because of my narrow vision. His wife was indeed very secretive, but wasn't he the same? Daxia had spent so much manpower, material resources, and financial resources but had never achieved a breakthrough, but Chen Fan had solved it so easily. No cheating? I have been very curious since I was young, so I like to learn a little bit about everything. Chen Fan said nonchalantly. When he lied, he was calm and composed, his face didn't blush, his heart didn't beat fast, just like nothing had happened. You call this learning a little? Can you draw a 7-nanometer lithography machine after learning a little? One person can defeat an entire country. Is this something you can do with just a few things? If you learn more, wouldn't that be against the will of heaven? I was the top scorer in the province last year. I consider myself a genius, but compared to him, I am nothing. Hey! Don't lose your confidence because of comparing yourself to him. He is not a genius. You don't need to compare yourself to him because he is at a higher level. It is recommended that the state arrest them, slice them up and conduct research. Never offend a highly intelligent person, because you don't know what he will do to you, especially someone like him. Catch him? Do you believe that people can directly create a zombie virus and enter the end of the world in advance? Seeing someone say that they wanted to study the zombie virus and destroy the world, Chen Fan couldn't help but admire the imagination of netizens this time. How outrageous! Don't worry, I won't destroy the world. I'm not interested in being a big devil. I just want to grow old with my wife, in peace and happiness. Chen Fan said with a wry smile facing the camera. With your talent, it's hard not to be targeted by the hawks. I suggest you develop a world-destroying weapon to deal with the hawks first. The saying that small hermits hide in the wild, great hermits hide in the city is really true. I envy the anchor's mentality. It's more than just envy. There are too many things about him that are worthy of envy. Not to mention ordinary people, most people can hardly achieve that. On the hot search list. Daxia officially launched, starting the 7-nanometer lithography machine research project. Hand-drawn 7-nanometer lithography machine drawing. What is worthy of being called a peerless genius? This is it. At 30, I still can't draw a US knife or a photolithography machine. Is that normal? Some are serious, some are not serious, or some are just random jokes. It's peaceful. Many people are immersed in the joy of the upcoming birth of the 7-nanometer lithography machine. It represents that Daxia can finally make a breakthrough, another major technology that has been restricted by foreign countries for a long time. And all this is thanks to one person. Curiosity about this person prompted them to download Daxia, open it, and enter the live broadcast room. The slowly rising popularity is now soaring again like a rocket. Boom boom boom. Lu Xinrui was just surprised when she heard footsteps. Camera moves. Lin Han was photographed coming down from the second floor. It's not hard to notice that she is holding something in her hand. Chapter 72 New Features, System Mall, and a collection of cutting-edge technologies. Is that a pen? It looks like a brush. I have an identical one at home. I heard it is a replica of the one used by Emperor Chenlong. It is not cheap, over 100 yuan each. If the imitations are this expensive, then the originals must be extremely expensive, right? No doubt, what she is holding is definitely the original product. Of course, you don't even have this much confidence in your wife? Look carefully, the pattern above looks like a golden dragon. As long as it has something to do with dragon, the price will definitely not be cheap. Of course, there is no need to explain what the status of dragons was in ancient times in our great Xia. It is not like now, where anyone can use them. Lin Han discovered that after the launch of the program The Private Money Detective focusing on the Chun family, more and more people began to take the initiative to learn about antiques and historical knowledge. What several of them said seemed reasonable, and although not completely correct, they did have some merits. This is undoubtedly a good thing for a treasure appraisal expert like Lin Han. She certainly hopes that more people can understand and spread the charm of antiques and Daxia's history. Lin Han chose to join this industry because he likes history. Become an appraiser, appreciate antiques and discover the stories behind them. Master Lin, a viewer in the live broadcast room, pointed out that this pen is very likely the one used by Emperor Chenlong. What do you think? Lu Xinrui handed over the microphone and asked. This brush is made of lacquer, with a thin body, consisting of a pen tube and a pen cap, all painted in black lacquer with golden cloud and bat patterns. With just a few strokes, he was able to depict a vast and majestic scene. This is truly a rare treasure. The words Imperial Design are written horizontally at the end of the pen, and on the pen holder, the words Imperial Design are engraved in gold regular script. It is undoubtedly a genuine product. Lin Han introduced. Is it really for Chenlong? What a great pen! The old emperor really likes to do these things. Is this not doing your job properly? Fortunately, this happened in modern times. If you had said this in ancient times, you would have been sentenced to death. If he could jump out of the coffin right now, I wouldn't mind being beheaded by him, even on live broadcast. Stop wasting time. What's the point of saying so much? Just tell me directly, how much is it worth? Are you angry? Why are you speaking so aggressively? There is a Chenlong Imperial brush with the same design but different inscriptions. It was sold at auction for 510,000 yuan 13 years ago. This is not Lin Han's first day participating in the live show. I've become accustomed to this kind of offensive barrage content. 10 years ago, this pen could be sold for 510,000 yuan. 10 years later, it will explode. If there is another explosion, it will only be a few 100,000 at most. It feels a bit far from the previous ones. After all, it is an item for the emperor. Why is the price so low? The dynasty was not too far away, and because of his personal reasons, there are more of them left? I guess. Chenlong, blame me? Chenlong, 6. Congratulations to the host for successfully discovering the private money. A Chenlong Imperial brush, 10,000 times rebate has been triggered. 10,000 brushes? Chen Fan would definitely not choose that. It doesn't make sense. As a second choice, choose a rebate of more than 30 billion. After all, there are only two choices. Chen Fan suddenly realized that the situation seemed a little different from what he had imagined. On the system panel, there was another option, in addition to the original item and the third option of money. 3 mall coins. Mall coins? Chen Fan knew every word, but he was very curious about what this thing was used for. In this regard, the system explained, reply to the host, in order to enhance the host's user experience, this system has specially upgraded the mall function. You can use the mall coins to freely purchase any product in it. Mall function? Chen Fan was very sure that the mall function known by the system should not be the daily Lucky Mall. After switching the panel, I found the mall page as expected. There are a wide variety of goods. For example, 10 times the speed of sound fighter, price, 1 mall coin. Aircraft carrier, 1 mall coin. Electromagnetic rifle technology, 1 mall coin. Mechanical exoskeleton, 1 mall coin. Agile combat mech, 1 mall coin. Giant battle mech, 1 mall coin. Global unlimited overdraft black card, 1 mall coin. Gene enhancement serum, 1 mall coin. Again, Chen Fan knew every word, but the effect of their combination shocked his heart even more than before. Forget about electromagnetic rifles and exoskeletons. Battle mecha? Genetically enhanced serum? Are these things definitely the technologies that can be developed in this era? What is even more exaggerated is that all of them only cost 1 mall coin. I feel like if it wasn't for enhancing my own experience, Chen Fan felt that the system would be given to him for free. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 mall coins. Still hesitating? 10,000 brushes and tens of billions are worthless to Chen Fan. How can you buy a lot of magical props and skills in the system mall? The mall coins are interesting. I feel that as long as there are enough mall coins, let alone technological advancement, we can surpass the Hawks in all aspects. It is not impossible to crush the Hawks for thousands of years. This feature is awesome. Mr. Chen? Mr. Chen? Realizing that something was not right with Chen Fan's condition, Lu Xinrui called out to him a few times, but it was no use. He raised his hand again and waved it in front of his eyes. Ah. Yes. Chen Fan quickly closed the system panel and agreed to avoid suspicion. Is he frightened? How is that possible? 3 million is nothing to him. That is, just write a few more songs and earn money easily. You don't understand. These 3 million are like the last straw that broke the camel's back. I guess the host is under a lot of pressure now because he has a wife with such a powerful background. It's okay, I'm willing to take it, I can handle it, I'm still young, I need pressure to hone myself. Are you trying to hone yourself? You are just greedy for someone's body, you are a lowly person. Seeing these comments, Chen Fan just wanted to laugh. The straw that broke the camel's back? Who? Me? Afterwards, in response to Lu Xinrui's question, Chen Fan briefly answered the origin of the pen. It's very simple. Guan Shua has a hobby of practicing calligraphy and has a brush at home. It's normal and not excessive, right? After recording the content about the pen, Lin Han returned to the study on the second floor and put the things back to their original places. The search for private money continues. Chen Fan used the excuse that his legs were a little sore and went to the living room and sat on the sofa. On the surface, he said he wanted to take a break, but in fact, he opened the system panel and switched to the system mall function. Electromagnetic railgun, 1 mall coin. Nuclear weapon, 1 mall coin. Be small strike drone, 1 mall coin. Controlled nuclear fusion, 1 mall coin. Artificial sun, 1 mall coin. It really is getting more and more outrageous the more you look at it. The items are outrageous, the prices are even more outrageous, and there is absolutely number 2. Chapter 73 Golden Gourd Tea, Free Mall Coins. Chen Fan slid down quickly, and there was really not a single 2. There are so many ones that Chen Fan can hardly recognize them. Holding 3 mall coins in his hand, he wondered what to buy. Controlled nuclear fusion? Artificial sun? He has no use for these. Taking it out now and handing it over to Daxia and Kunlun. I always feel that it is a bit too advanced. Afraid of scaring them. Rather than that, I want to satisfy my curiosity first. Purchase successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mechanical exoskeleton. Purchase successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the agile combat mech. Purchase successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the gene-enhanced serum. Buy it first and put it in the system backpack. After the program recording is finished, I will consider taking it out to play with it. These fantasy products that I could only see in science fiction movies and TV dramas in the past, I never expected that one day I would actually be able to own them. Can't hide the excitement. A discovery. Zhao Tiancheng's voice pulled Chen Fan back from his personal world. When I looked over, I saw that he was holding something shaped like a pumpkin in his arms, but it was smaller and could be held in both hands. What is this? I don't know, but judging by the packaging, it should be quite old. Like a product of the last century. On the white cover, I could vaguely make out the word tea. Tea? Boom boom boom. Hearing this, Lin Han, who was busy searching for private money the last second, hurried down from the second floor. Old Zhao, what did you find out? Lin Han asked curiously. Take a look for yourself. Zhao Tiancheng handed over the pumpkin-shaped object, thinking that Lin Han would be familiar with it. It is a professional match. Okay. Let me see. Lin Han took it with both hands, looked at it, and then moved closer to sniff it. Could this be golden pumpkin tribute tea? It just looked familiar, but when he really smelled the rich tea aroma emanating from it, Lin Han couldn't help but associate it with the 4 words Golden Gourd Tribute Tea. I have heard of Pour de Hongpo, Longjing, but I have never heard of Jinghua Gongcha. No matter whether you have heard of it or not, the word Gongcha alone is extraordinary. I searched online and found that some people call this thing the Pour Tea Emperor. Emperor retired? Tea has an emperor retired? LOL. Local opinion. Dear netizens, please don't underestimate this golden pumpkin tribute tea. It is both tea and an antique. Antique tea? That's right. As far as I know, golden gourd tribute tea is also called human head tribute tea. They are all picked by unmarried girls, and they are all first-class bud tea. The picked bud tea is first placed in the girl's arms. When a certain amount is accumulated, it is taken out and placed in a bamboo basket. This kind of bud tea will turn golden yellow after long-term storage, so Rentu Gongcha is also called golden gourd Gongcha or golden gourd Rentu Gongcha. At present, there are only 2 lumps of authentic golden gourd tribute tea, which are kept in a museum and a tea research institute respectively. According to experts, it has a history of more than 200 years, Lin Han explained. There are only 2 genuine pieces, how come they appeared in their house? Maybe it's inherited from my ancestors, it's definitely not a fake. Unmarried girl, it seems that the master is more playful than us. The identity of the mistress of this house is becoming more and more mysterious. There are 2 authentic items in total. Does she have a third one? Then the price of this tea is sky high. Nonsense, given its rarity, how could the price be low? A sky high price. No, priceless. Congratulations to the host for successfully discovering the private money. Golden gourd tribute tea, 10,000 times rebate has been triggered. Not to mention, faced with 3 options this time, Chen Fan suddenly felt that it was quite difficult to choose. Such a rare famous tea, and 350 mole coins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 350 mole coins. In the end, Chen Fan chose the latter. He thought about it carefully and realized that he didn't like drinking tea that much. Moreover, the value of 350 mole coins is really too large. Too big to refuse. Chen Fan made a simple conversion and it seemed that 10 billion rebates were equal to 1 mole coin. From this, he could be even more certain that the system was giving it away for free. There are just a few more rules and regulations, and it's just a process. In the live broadcast room, there are all kinds of official accounts gathered together, and museums are naturally indispensable. The official account of the Shanghai Museum, which has a collection of one of the golden pumpkin tribute teas, is now in the live broadcast room. Upon learning that a third batch of golden gourd tribute tea had appeared in Chen Fan's home, the staff rushed to the office and informed their supervisor of the news. Boss, the third batch of golden pumpkin tribute tea has appeared. He gasped and spoke intermittently. That live broadcast room? The supervisor asked for confirmation. Yes. The man nodded heavily. Just take a look and don't worry about it. The supervisor said calmly after hearing this. Supervisor, this is golden pumpkin tribute tea. If it is authentic, are you sure you don't want to contact him and keep it in our museum for preservation? The man asked puzzledly. That's not necessary. We've been told not to interfere in anything concerning their family. If you think it's inappropriate, you can report it directly to the higher-ups. Above? After hearing this, the man said goodbye immediately. It seems that his wife's identity is not as simple as the revelations. How could the Magic City Museum bow down to her identity as the owner of Tiandu Auction City? Curious, but more afraid. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, the show has come to its final stage. Ah? It's over already? Isn't it too fast? Can I give you a rocket to extend my time for 1 minute? 1 rocket per minute? Then I will give you 100 rockets. I'll go straight to thousands. If this setting is really implemented, I guess they won't have to leave work at all. Don't be so excited. After this show ends, there will be a live broadcast of the male host to watch in the evening. Which country are you going to surprise tonight? Although the audience in the live broadcast room felt unsatisfied, Lu Xinrui was not affected by them. When have they not done this? After saying the closing words, I waved goodbye. Cut off the live broadcast. Chen Fan saw Lin Han, Zhao Tiancheng, and others off with a smile. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Quickly opened the system backpack. Mechanical exoskeleton. It's a little different from what Chen Fan imagined. It looks like a robot that is standing but only has skeleton. It is open at the moment. Following the instructions on the system, Chen Fan walked over, then turned his back, stretched out his limbs, and tilted his head back slightly. Then, you can faintly hear the wonderful sound of machinery running. In addition, one can see that the mechanical exoskeleton is wrapping around his arms, thighs, calves, waist and abdomen, as well as both sides of his head. The mechanical exoskeleton has been put on. Do you want to download the instructions for use with one click? Yes. Downloading. Download completed. The next moment, a strange, huge memory flooded into Chen Fan's mind. Fully aware of how to use this mechanical exoskeleton after putting it on. So I went through the living room door and came to the backyard. There's enough room here to show off your skills. Chapter 74 God of War, the little cow takes the plane, the cow pen goes to the sky. Chen Fan searched the internet for existing concepts of mechanical exoskeletons. It is a power device equipped on a single soldier. Relying on the power provided by the exoskeleton, a single soldier can easily be equipped with weapons and equipment weighing hundreds of kilograms. Greatly enhance the load-bearing capacity, strength, and sustained combat capability of individual soldiers. As the mechanical exoskeleton continues to develop, it will even be possible to add firepower weapon systems, equip huge guns, and more ammunition resources, including communication systems. But in terms of current scientific research technology, even the world's most advanced mechanical exoskeleton is actually still in its infancy. Compared with the mechanical exoskeleton that Chen Fan purchased from the System Mall, it is no exaggeration to say that the performance is dozens or even hundreds of times different. With a punch, the human's own strength, plus the protection and auxiliary force given to the fist by the mechanical exoskeleton, can easily leave a fist mark on the steel plate. Most importantly, after wearing it, the smoothness remains unchanged. Just for this reason, it will take Blue Star decades to catch up, and the gap is huge. He bent his knees and jumped up, which was twice the height of Chen Fan's normal jumping limit. The 2-meter-high wall was easily climbed over. The same is true for tree climbing. The palms and soles of the shoes can release densely packed steel nails. After putting on this mechanical exoskeleton, you will be able to handle both urban and jungle warfare with ease. The full score is 100. After Chen Fan's personal experience, he can give it 101 points. One more point, no need to worry about the system being proud. Fuck. Brother Chen, what are you doing? Zhou Tianxi came to visit Chen Fan normally and wanted to see if he could have lunch with him. Just as I was about to knock on the door, I heard strange noises coming from the backyard. Zhou Tianxi realized something was wrong and quickly went around to the backyard. Then he saw Chen Fan, who was wearing a mechanical exoskeleton and was so domineering that he couldn't help but swear. Zhou Tianxi had only seen this set of equipment in science fiction movies about fighting monsters. It was the weapons and equipment of the human army. If I remember correctly, it's called a mechanical exoskeleton, or a power device. Kunlun has also conducted research on it, and Zhou Tianxi has even worn it himself, and it does improve the combat capabilities of individual soldiers. But for people like Zhou Tianxi, it not only has no effect, but it has a lot of adverse effects. After he wore it once, he lost interest. But at this moment, the power device on Chen Fan deeply shocked Zhou Tianxi. This design, this smooth feeling. Zhou Tianxi looked around, carefully checking whether there were any cameras filming. After I was sure there were no hidden cameras, I was certain that they were not filming a movie. Noticing Zhou Tianxi's arrival and the incredible expression on his face, Chen Fan explained, "Nothing, a mechanical exoskeleton that I developed for fun." Developing? For fun? Zhou Tianxi was speechless. Brother Chen, if I'm not mistaken, you should be testing the performance of this power device, right? Zhou Tianxi asked for confirmation. Yes. Chen Fan affirmed. Then do you want to fight with me? I think the effect will be more comprehensive if we test it in actual combat. Zhou Tianxi suggested. I think that instead of asking questions and wasting time, it would be better to get involved and fight with real fists. Is it okay? Chen Fan was quite interested in Zhou Tianxi's proposal. Without relying on other skills, if one can defeat Zhou Tianxi, the god of war, with the help of a mechanical exoskeleton, its value can be more intuitively demonstrated. Of course, come on. Zhou Tianxi immediately took up his stance, looking impatient. Then I'll respectfully obey your command. Chen Fan set off, taking 2 steps at a time and heading forward. The first punch was thrown. Zhou Tianxi took a defensive stance. He wrapped his palm around it, trying to take Chen Fan's punch. Bang! A powerful force suddenly spread from the palm of the hand and spread throughout the entire arm. The bones ached and the flesh seemed to burst as if it could not bear the pressure. Seeing this, Zhou Tianxi quickly raised his other hand and blocked it with both palms. The next second, the whole person was forced to retreat 7 or 8 steps. Both arms were paralyzed for a few seconds, uncontrollable, and shaking violently. Looking at these hands that seemed not to be his own, Zhou Tianxi's eyes widened and his pupils shrank slightly. I thought the mechanical exoskeleton would be very powerful, but I didn't expect it to be this powerful. It can actually allow an ordinary person to have the strength to compete with the god of war. If mass production can be achieved, then everyone can become a god of war, right? After systematic special warfare training, they are deployed to the battlefield. 1 million? No, if Zhou Tianxi was given 100,000 such soldiers, he would be fully confident that he could change the name of the entire Blue Star to Dixia. Brother Zhou, are you okay? Chen Fan didn't expect that he only used less than 1/10 of his performance and would cause such an effect. It's okay. Zhou Tianxi's arms had almost recovered, and he waved his hands, telling Chen Fan not to worry about it. Then he asked, "You should have used all your strength in that punch just now, right?" No. Chen Fan shook his head. It's only 1/10 of the performance of this set of armor. What? 1/10? Zhou Tianxi, who thought he had seen everything, almost dropped his jaw and dislocated it when he heard what he said. You tell me, is it only 1/10 of that power? If I were to unleash their full potential, wouldn't my hands explode into a bloody mist and my bones shatter? Brother Chen, are you kidding me? Zhou Tianxi didn't distrust Chen Fan, he just thought it was too exaggerated. Chen Fan closed his mouth again. He turned his gaze to the huge tree nearby, which was so big that it was difficult to hug with both hands, and walked closer. Take a deep breath, raise your right arm and clench your fist. Bang! Boom! Throw a punch. Fuck! Zhou Tianxi couldn't help himself again and swore. Because it was clearly seen that most of Chen Fan's arm was embedded in the tree trunk. Then I pulled my arm out, turned around, and told myself with terrifying calmness, this is about half the performance. Chen Fan didn't want to break the tree with one punch, causing it to fall and destroy the swimming pool or the villa. That way, I won't be able to explain when Guan Shua comes back. Numb, Zhou Tianxi was completely numb. His legs went limp and he sat on the ground, laughing bitterly at himself. In the eyes of outsiders, I have always been a monster, but compared to you, I am nothing. I really want to show those people what a real monster is. The monsters here didn't mean to belittle or look down on Chen Fan at all. On the contrary, at this moment, Zhou Tianxi's offer Chen Fan was maxed out. Zhou Tianxi was surprised that he could draw such a series of drawings that could be called black technology. What is even more unexpected is that he can not only design, but also turn these black technologies into reality. The little cow takes a plane and the cow pan flies to the sky. Chapter 75. You said you wanted to dominate the world, I believed it. Chen Fan smiled faintly and said nothing. He asked teasingly, do you want to continue? No. No. I give up. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Zhou Tianxi seemed to be under pressure. He quickly raised his hands, blocked them in front of him, kept backing away, and shook his head and waved his hands to refuse. In the past, even when facing the monster Guan Shua, Zhou Tianxi was not so decisive in admitting defeat. But facing Chen Fan, who was wearing such a cheating power device, Zhou Tianxi dared not hesitate. If he continues to fight, I will be destroyed by him. No kidding. Seeing Zhou Tianxi's genuine fear without any concealment, Chen Fan already had a full understanding of the performance of this mechanical exoskeleton. Awesome to the point of exploding. This kind of thing actually only costs 1 mall coin? Conscience, what a conscience. Afterwards, at Zhou Tianxi's request, Chen Fan introduced him to this mechanical exoskeleton in detail. It can be equipped with combat resources weighing nearly 1,000 kilograms. Can 2 machine guns be mounted on these shoulders to connect to the mechanical exoskeleton's nervous system for micro-manipulation? Even armor-piercing bullets can't break the defense. What material is it made of? Zhou Tianxi felt dizzy after hearing this. Black technology, definitely black technology. Brother Chen, don't just say you made it for fun. If you say you want to use this thing to dominate the world, I will believe it. To be honest, facing such an opponent, Zhou Tianxi didn't have much confidence that he could win. I just hope that even if Chen Fan really wants to dominate the world, he can show some leniency to this land because we are all from Dixia. Otherwise, he can only hope that his wife Guan Shua can calm down this big devil. Guan Shua, where on earth did you find yourself such a great husband? I sincerely feel that netizens should not just envy Chen Fan for marrying Guan Shua. Instead, you should be envious that Guan Shua can marry Chen Fan. With such a monster, what more could one ask for? By the way, regarding the buyout fees for the previous design drawings, I heard that they have been transferred to you. Please check and confirm. Zhou Tianxi hurriedly changed the subject and needed to slow down. My heart can't bear it anymore. Okay. Chen Fan took out his mobile phone, casually opened the system panel, and glanced at the balance. Hiss. Take a deep breath. Speaking of which, how much money did you have last time? Yes, the money has been deposited. Chen Fan was too lazy to investigate further, so he closed the system panel and put down his phone. I personally think that the price of 100 billion is relatively low. If you are not satisfied, just tell me and I can report it. Zhou Tianxi was afraid that Chen Fan would be dissatisfied. It's okay, just give it as a token of your appreciation. I'm not that short of money. Chen Fan knew what Zhou Tianxi was worried about. On the one hand, those drawings are not treasures to Chen Fan. As long as he is willing, he can turn them into a one-man assembly line to produce them. Even the mechanical skeleton he was wearing at the moment had already been completely cracked by him. On the other hand, Chen Fan just wanted to stabilize the great Xia family and spend a few more days in peace with his wife Guan Shua, and it would be best if they could live in peace until they grow old together. Okay. Zhou Tianxi admired Chen Fan even more. This was the first time he admired someone so much. Because with Chen Fan's talent, let alone hundreds of billions of daxia coins and trillions of US dollars, he can easily get them as long as he is willing. But they are willing to sacrifice their own interests for the sake of building up the community. Isn't this kind of ideological awareness worthy of admiration? Also, Brother Chen, can you let me try this power device? Zhou Tianxi asked pleadingly. It's fine to charge by the second. From the expression on his face, it was not difficult for Chen Fan to see how much Zhou Tianxi wanted this. No problem. He agreed happily, it's just a small matter, there's no need to talk about money. Stand in the right position, give commands with your mind, and the exoskeleton will open with a series of mechanical activity sounds. Chen Fan walked out from it. At the same time, Zhou Tianxi was taught how to wear it. It's much more convenient than I thought. Zhou Tianxi was as excited as a child. After getting dressed, he tried all kinds of moves, including jabs, whip kicks, and iron mountain leans. After the experience, I can only say one thing, the power device developed by those people in Kunlun is completely beaten by yours. Before Chen Fan could speak, he changed his words and said, no. It's not a beating, so we are not qualified to be compared at all. Full score is 100? It would be no problem for Zhou Tianxi to hit him 1,000 or 10,000 times. So strong. One person can defeat 1,000,000 soldiers. Squeak. He turned on the mechanical exoskeleton and came out reluctantly. After obtaining Chen Fan's consent, Zhou Tianxi took out his mobile phone, took a photo, and sent it to Kunlun. One of the 5 elders, Mr. Tian Changzheng, was eating in the cafeteria. Feeling the vibration on my thigh, I pulled out my phone. After confirming that the message was from Zhou Tianxi, he felt inexplicably uneasy. Why are you anxious? Because every time Zhou Tianxi sent a message, it always surprised him. In other words, every time Zhou Tianxi sent him news about Chen Fan, he would be amazed. However, this time, Tian Changzheng was more worried that Chen Fan might not be satisfied with the 100 billion buyout fee. Why do you look so unhappy? Who sent the message? Someone noticed that Tian Changzheng's expression was not right and asked worriedly. Nothing. Tian Changzheng smiled, telling the other party not to worry about it. Then open the letter. A photo? Confirm the download. 5%, 55%, 95%, 100%. Download successful when the image is loaded. Boom. The chair moved back, and Tian Changzheng suddenly stood up from his seat in shock. What is this? Old Tian, what happened? Yes, we have known each other for so many years. If there are any problems, just talk about them and we can solve them together. Tian Changzheng hesitated and put his phone on the table so that everyone could see it clearly. This? Power armor? Are you sure it's not a movie prop? It's impossible. This level of sophistication and perfection of craftsmanship is not something that ordinary people can produce. And look carefully at the sender's name. Zhou Tianxi will definitely not joke with us about this kind of thing. How do you think it compares to the power unit that Kunlun has developed? Old Wei, I find that you are getting more and more shameless. How can we compete with others? Isn't this just a complete beating? Mr. Wei. Old Tian, please ask Zhou Tianxi what's going on. He picked up the phone and handed it to Tian Changzheng. Okay. Tian Changzheng took back his phone, edited the message, and sent it to Zhou Tianxi. Power plant? Where did it come from? Buzz buzz buzz. In less than 10 seconds, I received a reply from Zhou Tianxi. Seeing Tian Changzheng stunned again, Wei Lao asked hurriedly, what did he say? He said it was Guan Shua's husband who made it for fun. Chapter 76. He wants to sell an aircraft carrier? Wait. An aircraft carrier? Is her husband just kidding? Are you kidding me? Or is he kidding me? I really want to say this. But on second thought, neither of them was the kind of person who would joke about such things. Moreover, this is not the first time that Chen Fan has demonstrated his extraordinary talent. Even if we put aside the weapons and equipment, just the ability to draw US dollars that even machines cannot detect, who in the world can match it? Therefore, no matter how much the sentence sounded like a joke, these people did not have the confidence to refute it. There is indeed such a capital maniac. What do you think, if this thing is equipped to special forces, how much will the overall strength be improved? Asked Old Wei curiously. Buzz buzz buzz. Tian Changzheng was just about to express his opinion when Zhou Tianxi, as if he could predict it, immediately sent a message. After reading it, Tian Changzheng's heart rate, which he had finally forced himself to calm down, soared again. Zhou Tianxi has already tested this problem for you and me. Experiment? How was it done? What were the results? As soon as Tian Changzheng finished speaking, he was immediately met with a series of questions. It's very simple. Zhou Tianxi asked Brother Chen to put on that power device and fight him. Tian Changzheng answered without beating around the bush. What kind of experiment is this? It's not a one-sided defeat. Even with the help of a power device, how can an ordinary person be a match for the god of war? On this point, Mr. Wei and his colleagues have the same attitude. No one believes that a single power device can narrow or even eliminate the gap between ordinary people and the god of war. Otherwise, wouldn't the undefeated myth of the god of war become a joke? This is a set of combat effectiveness evaluation criteria that Xia had worked hard to develop. The summation of countless experiences of failure, coupled with a series of devilish elimination standards and rigorous training, has cultivated people like Guan Shua and Zhou Tianxi. Just one set of equipment, and it exceeded the limit? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It was indeed a one-sided defeat. Tian Changzheng nodded. After hearing the first sentence, everyone acted as if it was exactly what I expected. It's just that Brother Chen unilaterally defeated Zhou Tianxi. However, when Tian Changzheng said the last sentence, they were stunned. Winning is fine, but isn't it too exaggerated to completely defeat Zhou Tianxi, the god of war? Someone asked. Exaggerated? Tian Changzheng laughed. After putting on that device, Brother Chen only used 1/10 of his strength to beat Zhou Tianxi back step by step, making him unable to resist. With half the strength, he could drive most of his arm into the tree. This force is far beyond what the human body can withstand. After listening to his introduction, everyone fell silent again. They stared at each other, with words on the tip of their tongue, not knowing what to say. Cognition is forcibly refreshed. Tianxi will definitely not lie to us. However, compared to the power device, I think what he developed should be called a light mecha. Its performance is incredibly outstanding. As Tian Changzheng spoke, he sent the data listed by Zhou Tianxi to several people. If we want to achieve these numbers, we have to work day and night. On the premise of ensuring everything goes smoothly, it will take at least 50 years to do it. Yeah, that's too exaggerated. I agree with what Lao Tian said. Instead of calling this thing a mechanical exoskeleton, it's better to change it to a light mecha. If we put on this thing, 100 people will be equivalent to a huge army. Who is Shan Yue's husband? Lao Meng, is there still no news about your Tianji pavilion? Old Meng looked embarrassed. I have been seeking information for a lifetime. But he fell into trouble because of Chen Fan. It's not like I didn't get any news. However, what he had inquired about was completely inconsistent with the strength displayed by Chen Fan. It's not even a drop in the ocean, it's hidden too deeply. Buzz buzz buzz. Oh. There's another news from Zhou Tianxi. Tian Changzheng turned his gaze back to the phone. After watching it, he sat back in the chair with his body limp, as if his bones were loose, and he was weak and unable to support himself. What happened again? Seeing Tian Changzheng's performance, someone half-jokingly asked, could there be something more exaggerated than this light mecha? Just when someone was about to refute that it was impossible, he recalled that he had just been slapped in the face. Just keep your mouth shut to avoid getting slapped in the face again. After Tian Changzheng calmed down, he slowly said, Zhou Tianxi said that Brother Chen has an aircraft carrier to sell, and asked if we are interested? Mr. Wei. Mr. Meng. Everyone. Aircraft carrier, are you going to take action? At one point they wondered if they were hard of hearing and had heard it wrong. After repeated confirmation, he asked, Old Tian, are you seeing things? Aircraft carrier? Where did the aircraft carrier come from? You have to know that we in Daxia only have 4 aircraft carriers, and the Hawks only have 12. He is just an ordinary. I originally thought that how could an ordinary person like him have an aircraft carrier to sell? But I had only said half of the words when I felt that I was not confident enough. Describing him as an ordinary person seems inappropriate. If this is called an ordinary person, then I would like to ask, are there any extraordinary people in this world? What kind of aircraft carrier? Mr. Wei asked tentatively. Nuclear power, displacement of 120,000 tons, it is expected to be able to carry helicopters and a total of 100 carrier-based aircraft. If it carries carrier-based aircraft with folding wings, the number will be even greater. Wait. 120,000 tons? Doesn't that mean that the aircraft carrier he owns is even more powerful than the Hawk's existing aircraft carrier, the Teflon? Tian Changzheng's words shocked everyone. I am very sure that I am not mistaken. In terms of performance, it is indeed stronger than the USS Hawker Tefyu. Tian Changzheng nodded in affirmation. Wait. I still find it hard to believe. How could he own an aircraft carrier? Old Wei stood up, raised his hand, and asked Tian Changzheng not to speak and give himself some time. Calm down, relax. This self-proclaimed strong mentality can hardly bear it anymore. Some people even took out their cell phones to confirm whether today was April Fool's Day. If so, then everything will have a very reasonable explanation. But alas, it is not. So, regarding that aircraft carrier, where is it now? How much is he going to sell it for? Tian Changzheng sorted out everyone's questions and sent them to Zhou Tianxi. Zhou Tianxi then conveyed these words to Chen Fan. A few minutes later. Buzz buzz buzz. Tian Changzheng got the reply and his eyes were fixed. Without keeping us in suspense, he read out the answer. It is currently anchored in the waters near northern Myanmar. If we need it, we can go directly to Daxia and discuss the price after inspecting the goods. Chapter 77. The aircraft carrier appears and the new king ascends the throne. What should I do? Do you want to see it? See? We must buy it. If we have an aircraft carrier of this level, I want to see in the future whether those hawkish warships dare to wander around in our waters. I'll contact the Coastal Defense Department. Lao Tian, please notify Tianxi. Okay. Tian Changzheng took out his mobile phone and started sending messages to Zhou Tianxi to confirm the meeting place, etc. Some people used chopsticks to scrape up the last bit of food and quickly contacted people to prepare the fastest helicopter to fly to Bianhai. I want to see with my own eyes whether the aircraft carrier is really as exaggerated as Zhou Tianxi described in the text message. Buzz buzz buzz. After reading the message sent by Tian Changzheng, Zhou Tianxi told Chen Fan the other party's idea and the meeting coordinates. Chen Fan wasted no time and immediately asked the system to quietly deploy the aircraft carrier that should have been in the system backpack to the waters off northern Myanmar. Then contact northern Myanmar, send professional personnel, and drive the aircraft carrier to the designated coordinates. If northern Myanmar doesn't have it, then it will spend money to hire one. The saying that money makes the world go round is not just talk. Daryl was stunned when he received the news. Aircraft carrier? At one point, I wondered if Chen Fan was joking with me. After hanging up the phone, I opened the calendar and checked that today was not April Fool's Day. Bang bang bang. He raised his hands and patted his cheeks. Now is not the time to be in a daze, it is better to quickly do what he said. He got up from his seat and walked out of the office. Godfather, are you going out? Go. Hurry and find me a few people who can drive a boat. Daryl put one hand on his waist and raised the other hand, and ordered his godson. Okay. Although the godson did not ask much, he couldn't help but be curious in his heart. Why do we need to find a few people who can drive a boat? Should we go fishing? Or should we destroy the body? He turned around, and before his foot had even landed on the ground, Daryl changed his tone and said, "Wait. I can't drive a boat, I can drive an aircraft carrier." "Okay, I know, what? Aircraft carrier?" The attitude shown by his godson at this moment was almost the same as the one Daryl had just shown when he learned the news from Chen Fan. "Yes. Aircraft carrier. Don't worry, the autonomous driving technology of that aircraft carrier is already very mature. We just need to find a few people who can drive a cruise ship." Daryl heard this from Chen Fan. "Yes, godfather." Having said this, the godson did not ask any more questions. He turned around and left, taking action quickly, afraid of neglecting it and making Daryl unhappy. Daryl's godson is famous for having many of them. The criteria for adopting a godson are also very mysterious. Either the person is pleasing to the eye, or he has the talent and ability. In northern Myanmar, being Daryl's godson is like having a golden rice bowl. But, if he doesn't behave well, he will still be stripped of his status as a godson. Therefore, even though they successfully became Daryl's godson, everyone did not dare to slack off. Everyone performed as hard as they could, wanting to climb up and improve their status in Daryl's mind. "I thought that when Daryl dies in the future, he will leave more inheritance for me." However, no one expected that a Changyao Jin would appear halfway and directly push Daryl, the helmsman, to the position of second in command. It is really impossible not to be curious about who that person is. In a blink of an eye, more than 10 minutes later, a fully armed convoy has arrived at the coastal road. Before reaching the target location, we can already see an incredibly huge aircraft carrier. Big. So big. Even though we are so far apart, I still can't help but feel that I am so insignificant. Oh my god. It really is an aircraft carrier. Godfather is not kidding us. How can there be an aircraft carrier in northern Myanmar? Could it be that your godfather bought it with his own money? You think too much. This kind of thing cannot be bought with money. It represents a faction and the right to speak on the sea. You know Dacia, right? Such a powerful country only has 4 or 5 aircraft carriers. If our Daryl family could own one of these, we wouldn't even have to be afraid of the Hawks. As if we were ever afraid of them. Everyone was talking about it. Everyone was extremely curious about the origin of this aircraft carrier. Soon, the convoy arrived at the dock where the aircraft carrier was docked. At this moment, at a glance, there were no less than several hundred people gathered here. It's hard not to be curious about such a behemoth. Daryl eventually ordered private armed forces to drive them away to avoid any bad consequences. Any sign of trouble must be nipped in the bud immediately. Godfather, this lump of iron, if I'm not mistaken, is it an aircraft carrier? Someone came to Daryl and asked for confirmation. Nonsense. If it's not an aircraft carrier, then what could it be? Daryl retorted. But how could we have an aircraft carrier in northern Myanmar? If the officials knew that an aircraft carrier appeared in our territory, they would be scared to death. Don't have any ideas. This aircraft carrier is the commodity that the boss is going to trade with Dacia. It's not something you and I can get our hands on. Daryl reminded and warned. The one above? Seeing Daryl showing such an expression, everyone couldn't help but think of their new king. Everyone's face immediately darkened, and an invisible huge pressure suddenly swept over their whole body. Now, they could finally understand Daryl and why such an ambitious man would be willing to submit to others. This person can not only do business with Dacia, but also sell them aircraft carriers. An aircraft carrier worth tens of billions of US dollars. If it can be sold, it means there is no shortage of it. Can you afford it? Can't afford to offend. From then on, they were convinced of Chen Fan, the new king, and dared not say anything more. Just do your job honestly for others and don't think about unnecessary things all day long. Soon, everyone boarded the ship one after another. Although I know that Dacia is a reliable partner and at least will not stab you in the back. But it's always a good idea to be careful. As the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. More than a dozen operators confirmed for half an hour before they finally dared to start the operation. They never thought they would have the chance to drive such a big thing in their lifetime. In the future, at the wine table, this will definitely be a glorious achievement that you can show off for the rest of your life. What a great honor! Soon, the aircraft carrier sailed out of the dock smoothly. A group of people came to the deck, looking at the vast scene in front of them, and the hundreds of carrier-based aircraft and helicopters in the distance. I was so amazed that I couldn't express it in words. I have lived for decades and have never seen such a big scene. Loyalty to Chen Fan, +1. +1. +1. +1. +1 for madness. I firmly believe that following Chen Fan is obviously more promising than following Daryl as my godfather. Chapter 78 is too shocking. The hot search list exploded. Chen Fan didn't know that his casual behavior actually indirectly earned him the admiration and awe of Daryl's godsons, each one crazier than the other. Once conquered, this group of people's loyalty is almost the same as that of the death squads trained by the ancient kings, nobles and big families for themselves. I am also not afraid of death. When I receive an order and face the enemy, it is either you die or I live. This is also why the hawks will suffer in this place. No one wants to fight a group of crazy killing machines. They don't know what it means to cherish their lives. Hawkish soldiers cannot do this. After becoming afraid of fighting, their morale plummets, and their weaknesses and gaps become increasingly obvious. If we continue fighting, our entire army will be destroyed. In order to avoid becoming a global laughingstock and causing more unnecessary losses, the Hawks will choose to withdraw. On the other hand, the northern Burmese officials learned that an aircraft carrier that far surpassed the hawkish top aircraft carrier appeared in the waters controlled by the Daryl family. The people are in a panic. Everyone is in turmoil. What should we do? Are they planning to use aircraft carriers to gain hegemony over the sea area first, and then go around to the rear and attack us? What are you afraid of? Don't we have 2 submarines, 11 frigates, and various large and small ships, more than 100 in total? Can't we stop them? It's really unstoppable. This is an image taken by a satellite. Take a look for yourself. Oh my God. How can there be so many armed helicopters and carrier-based aircraft? This big guy, I'm afraid that a missile will not even break his skin. How could they have such a thing? Where did it come from? Don't look at me, how would I know? Everyone was completely immersed in the fear of facing the unknown. Fortunately, it was finally confirmed that the aircraft carrier had no intention of coming towards them. The heart that was hanging high finally landed safely. At the same time, order people to keep their distance and pay close attention to the aircraft carrier's every move. In a blink of an eye, the sun sets. Tian Shangzheng and his group who were waiting at the coordinate point finally saw a ferocious beast approaching on the orange Red Sea under the setting sun. Getting closer. Getting bigger. It only took a few minutes from looking straight at it to looking up at this giant creature. The frigate that Tian Shangzheng and his crew were on was far inferior to the aircraft carrier in front of them. If the Hawk experts saw this, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood, right? Their so-called maritime hegemony will collapse on its own. At the price of 50 billion, do you think he will sell it? Don't worry about that for now, go up and take a look. After boarding the aircraft carrier, what they saw and heard once again deeply shocked them. All of them are 6th-generation fighters. They don't belong to Dacia, nor to the Eagle or Bear series. Could it be that there is a technological powerhouse hidden in this world that we don't know about? Compared to this, I would rather believe that Brother Chen is from another galaxy. It's too much. The number of 6th-generation fighters on this aircraft carrier alone is 3 times more than the 6th-generation fighters we currently have in service. The Hawk's wealth isn't that deep, is it? At first, Tian Shangzheng, Wei Lao and others always thought that Chen Fan wanted to sell only the aircraft carrier. I never expected that it would be a fully equipped aircraft carrier. Moreover, after carefully studying the configuration of this aircraft carrier, everyone came to an extremely terrifying conclusion. This one aircraft carrier is enough to defeat the hawkish aircraft carrier group. If this aircraft carrier could be captured, Dacia would become a true maritime hegemon. Buy it. No matter what, no matter how much it costs, we must buy this aircraft carrier. I agree. I agree too. In the end, everyone agreed to buy the aircraft carrier. Let Zhou Tianzi negotiate. Brother Chen, Mr. Tian and his team have already seen the aircraft carrier. Judging from their evaluation, they are quite satisfied. The initial bid for the entire aircraft carrier is 150 billion. What do you think? The price of a single aircraft carrier is around 90 billion. The rest of the money is for the 106th generation fighters and armed helicopters. Halfway through reading, Zhou Tianzi's pupils trembled and he realized that something was wrong. Beyond expectations. What the hell? He stood up in shock. Hundreds of 6th-generation fighters and helicopters? If Zhou Tianxi remembered correctly, there were only 31 sixth-generation fighter jets in service in Daxia. It's bad enough that Chen Fan sold the aircraft carrier, but he also maxed it out. No wonder Tian Changjiang and his people raised the price to 150 billion. Zhou Tianxi suddenly understood. Okay, then 150 billion. Chen Fan didn't really care. Seeing that he agreed so readily, Zhou Tianxi was stunned and stared at Chen Fan without saying a word. Is there anything dirty on my face? Chen Fan felt a little uneasy because of his unblinking eyes, so he asked. No. That's not happening. Zhou Tianxi quickly came to his senses and shook his head and waved his hands. Then he explained, it's just that I've heard many people say that money is dirt, but in my opinion, the only person in the world who can truly live up to these words is you, Brother Chen. In the truest sense, I regard money as dirt. Really? Chen Fan agreed with a smile and did not continue to insist on this topic. Let Zhou Tianxi convey his ideas to Tian Changjiang, and the transaction can be carried out. Take the money in one hand and deliver the goods in the other. After 150 billion is transferred to the black card account, contact Daryl at the same time, get off the aircraft carrier, go back to where you came from, and don't get in the way. Tian Changjiang and his companions happily drove the aircraft carrier towards the waters near Kunlun. For this external aircraft carrier, we want to conduct more technical research and confirm. It is believed that it can play a decisive role in the future manufacturing and upgrading of Daxia's aircraft carriers. If we have to compare, the most advanced aircraft carrier currently available in Daxia is version 1.0, while the one under your feet is at least version 3.5, infinitely close to 4.0. You can imagine how exaggerated it is. The appearance of this aircraft carrier in the waters within the territory of Daxia was quickly photographed by ordinary people who went out to sea and posted on the internet. Suddenly, one stone caused 1,000 waves. The popularity soared and it topped the trending search list. What's going on with this aircraft carrier? It shouldn't belong to our Daxia, right? Definitely not. I have seen all 4 of Daxia's aircraft carriers and even collected models. They are not that advanced. What's going on? The hawkish aircraft carriers have come to our Daxia? Is the war finally about to start? Kill. Kill them all without leaving a single one alive. It doesn't seem to be a hawkish aircraft carrier, because from the existing information in the photo, this aircraft carrier is much more powerful than the hawkish top-level USS Tefford. Could it be the Bear Country? Did they find another treasure left by their ancestors? A woolly bear? Even less likely. Neither a hawk nor a bear, then who else could it be? Chapter 79. The rabbit is hiding something. The mysterious cellar. The heat is growing. After all, it is really unsettling to see a strange aircraft carrier enter the waters of Daxia. I was worried that a war might break out and my life would be in danger. Coupled with the fabricated reports from mindless marketing accounts, the entire internet is filled with a feeling that a war is about to break out. The first culprit pointed out is the Hawks. A group of people went to the official forum on the internet and asked questions frantically. This forced official personnel to come out and clarify that the aircraft carrier has nothing to do with the Hawks. Please stop spreading rumors. If possible, they would like to own the aircraft carrier. In the hawkish Pentagon office, around a round table, a group of people looked at the photos in their hands, feeling extremely uneasy and puzzled. Where on earth did this aircraft carrier come from? Judging from the photos alone, it should be more powerful than our Tiefel, right? Could it be a hairy bear? Impossible. Didn't someone take a photo of it before? Their antique ship is all rusted. As for the gentleman country, that's even more impossible. They are busy solving internal problems right now. How can they have time to build an aircraft carrier? And I haven't heard any news about it. Think about it from another angle. Could this aircraft carrier be developed by Daxia itself? How could they allow another country's aircraft carrier to enter such a deep position? These damn rabbits really have something up their sleeve. On the Daxia side, seeing that the situation was getting more and more serious, the authorities had to issue a statement and permanently ban all the illegal accounts that spread rumors. In serious cases, water meters may be checked at home and people may be detained. Soon, the official statement was manually pinned to the top of the trending search list. But even if you don't do that, you can still easily make the list. Bought it? Where did you buy it from? Some data experts have already calculated that in terms of performance, that aircraft carrier is much stronger than the strongest hawkish aircraft carrier, the USS Tefford. So, it was bought from the Hawks? What a joke! If the Hawks had this thing, would they sell it to you? That is, given their attitude towards us, how could they possibly sell the strong ones to us and keep the weak ones for themselves? I am more inclined to believe that it was not hidden and was exposed. Too backward, can it be displayed? There is also news that the aircraft carrier seems to have come from northern Myanmar. Northern Myanmar? How could a place like that have the ability to build an aircraft carrier? It must be something the rabbits did secretly. Obviously, no one believes this statement. The main reason is that I really can't figure out who has the ability to sell this aircraft carrier. Brother Chen, the internet is full of news about that aircraft carrier right now. Although the official explanation is that it was purchased, don't worry, they will never reveal anything about you to the public and affect your personal life. Besides, I think, even though it's true, few people would believe it if I told them. If Zhou Tianxi had not seen it with his own eyes and acted as a middleman to facilitate this cooperation, he would not be willing to believe it. Selling an aircraft carrier as an individual, that's too much. It is hard to imagine how Chen Fan built an aircraft carrier in that place in northern Myanmar. It is also equipped with many cutting-edge technologies that even the existing major powers have not yet mastered. Zhou Tianxi was really glad that Chen Fan was a Daxia person and was Guan Shua's husband. They had a very loving relationship. Otherwise, if there really was such an enemy, even Zhou Tianxi, who was a god of war, would find it difficult to deal with. Zhou Tianxi did not ask any more details so as not to upset Chen Fan. Seeing that it was getting late, he said goodbye and left. As for that mechanical exoskeleton? To be honest, Zhou Tianxi certainly wanted to buy it, but after this crazy shopping spree, he felt that he should give the higher-ups some breathing time. If they really need it, they will naturally inform me, and then I can talk to Chen Fan in detail. Then I won't see you off. Chen Fan walked Zhou Tianxi to the door. Well, it's just door to door. What's there to give me? Just go back. Zhou Tianxi waved his hand, then turned and walked away. Seeing him walk out of the yard, Chen Fan closed the door and returned to the living room. Open the system virtual panel and switch the system backpack function. Put the mechanical exoskeleton in it. Looking at the agile combat mech again, a mechanical exoskeleton is already shocking enough, but this mech. I took a look at the data parameters given by the system, especially the height. Chen Fan gave up the idea of taking it out. Because I was worried about poking a hole in the ceiling. Attention turned to the genetically enhanced serum. System, this thing only needs to be injected to comprehensively improve all aspects of the attributes? Will the process be painful? Chen Fan asked. System, please rest assured, host. The whole process is painless. Just inject it and all attributes will be increased several times, breaking the shackles of the human body's limits. Growth potential is no longer restricted. Breaking the shackles of the human body's limits? Growth is not restricted. Chen Fan was shocked after hearing this. If we inject this into a group of people and then have them wear mechanical exoskeletons? I can't imagine it. Looking at the clock on the wall, there is still some time before the live broadcast starts. Chen Fan switched to the system mall again, wanting to see if there were any other interesting products. At this moment, Baima. Boom. 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 Listen to the sonic booms coming from above your head. Guan Shua, who had just finished fighting with the enemy and returned to the city, felt very strange and asked Xiao Qingluan, why did so many fighter planes suddenly come to Baima? I heard that they were sent by higher-ups to assist us, and they are all 6th-generation fighter jets. Xiao Qingluan said the news she had just heard from others. Assistance? All 6th-generation fighters? Where can so many 6th-generation fighters be deployed to our northern desert? Aren't you afraid of accidents in other places? Guan Shua knew that the higher-ups were in a hurry, but there was no need to be so anxious. Regarding this point, God of War Guan can rest assured. These 6th-generation fighter jets were just recently acquired by Daxia and will not affect the original war layout. The voice of a middle-aged man came from a distance. Guan Shua looked over when he heard the voice. He was not a stranger to this man. Like himself, he was also at the level of a god of war, the Sky Eagle god of war, named Fu Yunlong. Old Fu, why are you here? Guan Shua asked in surprise. Kunlun sent me to assist you. Those are my men. Fu Yunlong gestured to the sky. I see. Guan Shua didn't say any more polite words. They had worked together for so many years and already knew each other well. So, where do these sixth-generation fighters come from? There must be no one else except the Hawks who can provide such a large number, right? But it can't be them. Guan Shua was very confused. A mysterious seller. Mysterious seller? Guan Shua frowned. Yes. Fu Yunlong nodded in affirmation and continued to explain, he gave us an aircraft carrier. These sixth-generation fighters are only 1/10 of the carrier-based aircraft on it. Chapter 80 Photolithography Machine? Guan Shua, my job was taken away? Selling aircraft carriers? Sixth-generation fighters? 1/10 of carrier-based aircraft? After hearing this, Guan Shua just wanted to ask, what is going on? Lao Fu, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? The sixth-generation fighter jets are already exaggerated enough. Tell me, can that mysterious seller also trade an aircraft carrier? Guan Shua just found it unbelievable. If I didn't know Fu Yunlong's character, I would seriously suspect that he was deliberately joking and making fun of me. Today, is it April Fool's Day? I took out my cell phone to check, and it wasn't April 1st yet. Don't say you don't believe it. When I first heard the news, I didn't believe it either. It wasn't until I went to see the aircraft carrier with my own eyes that I believed it. Fu Yunlong smiled helplessly. Now my whole body is still numb. Otherwise, he should be in the sky right now, flying fighter jets to intimidate the Nepalese army. What kind of aircraft carrier? Guan Shua said as he invited Fu Yunlong into the office. You know the Tefyu, right? Fu Yunlong asked as they walked. I know. It's known as the Hawk and has the most powerful aircraft carrier in the world. Guan Shua nodded, not understanding why Fu Yunlong asked this. Could it be the Tefyu? Guan Shua's eyes widened in shock. A particularly outrageous explanation comes to mind. Could it be that some madman stole the hawkish ship Teflon and sold it to Daxia? No. Fu Yunlong shook his head and dispelled Guan Shua's idea. He further explained, it is an aircraft carrier that far exceeds, and even surpasses, the USS Turf in terms of performance and configuration. This one sentence made Guan Shua silent on the spot. The more I think about it, the more conflicted I feel. An aircraft carrier with higher technological value than the Hawk was sold to Daxia? Contradictions. Total contradictions. There are more than 100 sixth-generation fighters, including the Wuji. More than 100? Guan Shua was shocked again by Fu Yunlong's words. Even though the other party has said more than once that he is not joking. Guan Shua still opened her thin lips and asked again and again to confirm, Old Fu, are you really not kidding me? Really not. Fu Yunlong smiled bitterly, wait until they bring the fighter planes back, and you'll know when you go and take a look. That is a design and manufacturing process that is not known to any country. Among the sixth-generation fighters, its performance far surpasses all the current sixth-generation fighters. I flew one, and the feel of it, wow, I guarantee you will like it. Fu Yunlong said with great confidence. Come to the office. Fu Yunlong sat on the sofa. Guan Shua was making tea. Fu Yunlong noticed the blueprint on the glass coffee table and asked curiously, is this the design of the photolithography machine you decided to make? Yes, the 7-nanometer lithography machine is still in its initial stage, and there are a lot of problems waiting to be solved. Speaking of this, Guan Shua couldn't help but have a headache. Come, have some tea. He put the teacup aside, rolled up the design drawing, and prepared to put it somewhere else. Although it is still a long way from being a finished product, it is the result of her several months of hard work. How can she not treasure it? Actually, you don't need to go through so much trouble. Kunlun has already solved the problem of the 7-nanometer lithography machine. Upon hearing this, the smile on Guan Shua's face disappeared and he stopped moving. He turned stiffly and asked, what did you say? Kunlun has successfully solved the problem of the 7-nanometer lithography machine you are researching and has entered the production and assembly stage. I believe that in a few days, the first chip developed using the self-developed 7-nanometer process will be produced. Fu Yunlong answered straightforwardly. How is that possible? As far as I know, they haven't even figured out the 10-nanometer process yet? Guan Shua said in disbelief. Kunlun hasn't figured it out yet, but someone in China drew a blueprint and sold it to Kunlun. Domestic? Who? Could it be the person who designed the 7th generation fighter engine and the new gun family? Guan Shua quickly turned back and asked excitedly. I think so? I don't know the details. Currently, Zhou Tianxi is responsible for protecting and contacting that person, Fu Yunlong said truthfully. Guan Shua turned his back and fell silent. I really want to find out, who is that guy? After the gun family and the 7th generation fighter jets, it is the lithography machine. What is that guy's brain made of? How can it be so smart? He suppressed the urge to rush back to Jiangqing to meet this person. Afterwards, Guan Shua followed Fu Yunlong to the airport to see the 6th generation fighter jets made with unknown technology. How is it? From your perspective as the new generation king of the airspace, how is the design of this 6th generation fighter? After seeing Guan Shua circling the fighter plane several times and observing it carefully for more than 10 minutes, Fu Yunlong asked curiously. Perfect, absolutely perfect. Whether it's the craftsmanship, layout, or material selection, it's perfect. This kind of technology is even inferior to that of the Eagle faction. Is there such a research and development team on this planet? While Guan Shua gave a very high evaluation, he couldn't help but doubt it. Feeling her gaze, Fu Yunlong shrugged helplessly. He didn't know either. How much do you know about that mysterious seller? Guan Shua asked again. I'm not sure. This matter was arranged by Mr. Tian, Mr. Wei, and a few others. The confidentiality level is very high. Fu Yunlong shook his head and had no further information. TSK, I've only been away for a few days, how come so many things happened all of a sudden? Guan Shua's hatred for the NI army continued to grow. About how he stole the limelight from his wife Guan Shua and developed the 7-nanometer lithography machine ahead of schedule. Chen Fan was not aware of the fact that the sale of the aircraft carrier had shocked his wife Guan Shua. At this moment, he has come to the study on the 2nd floor and turned on the computer. It's almost time, so I prepare for the live broadcast. Here it comes. Here it comes. Today's broadcast is not as popular as yesterday's, but this popularity is also exaggerated. Everyone is following the hype about that aircraft carrier. I'll definitely come back after it dies down. You guys have seen it too. I was so scared. I thought there was going to be a war. If there really was a war, how could he be allowed to drive so deep into the place? By the way, do you believe that statement? Who would believe that? Who bought it? This isn't Chinese cabbage. Anyone can sell it. Who is qualified to sell it? Seeing similar remarks, Chen Fan pursed his lips, smiled wryly and said in his heart, I am that person. There's no need to actually say it out loud and bring yourself into trouble. Oh, don't talk about aircraft carriers anymore. What are you going to broadcast today? Drawing money, singing, I can do it. By the way, since the anchor can draw a photolithography machine, his or D technology must be very powerful, right? He should use some high-tech to broaden our horizons. Chapter 81 Invisibility. You call this a little invention? Live broadcast for research and development? Chen Fan said with a smile, it's not impossible, but my live broadcast time is not enough, not even enough to draw the blueprints. Also, it's not that easy to collect materials. It takes time. Isn't it just time? How much for 1 extra hour? Fill it up for me, I have money. Good fellow, do you think this is a massage and foot washing club? I'm here for extra time. Indeed, you think scientific research is too simple. How can you do it so easily? Thanks to the anchor, we have the first 7-nanometer lithography machine in Daxia. 7-nanometer lithography machine? What is going on? I just saw the news not long ago, saying that the technical difficulties of 10 nanometers have not been solved yet. Are you out of date? Check out the latest news. Daxia Research Institute has already processed various parts according to the anchor's design and is assembling them. Holy crap! I just searched it and I thought you guys were just kidding, but I didn't expect this guy to be a tech tycoon. One person against a whole country, do you think he is a big shot? In the barrage area, the audience was chatting animatedly, while Chen Fan opened the system mall, wondering if there was anything he could use to display. Today, he didn't feel like singing or spending money, a little, how to put it? Greasy. Physically and mentally, I feel a little tired. Suddenly I want to just sit around and do nothing. After browsing for a while, Chen Fan finally decided on a product called environmental simulation cloth. If he understood correctly, this thing could make a person invisible. Of course, the premise is that Chen Fan did not understand it wrongly. Purchase successful. Mall Coin 1. Everyone, although live broadcast research and development is quite difficult, I have some small gadgets and inventions that I made for fun in my spare time, and I can still show them to you. After closing the virtual system panel, Chen Fan spoke. I don't want to see small things, I want to see big things. You are a bit rebellious, it's good to show you. A gadget? Could it be a mini robot or something? What is the difference between that and toys? Besides, smart robot toys are developing very rapidly nowadays. Indeed, I have a palm-sized robot at home that costs more than 20,000 yuan. It can chat and execute many commands. Robot? Chen Fan shook his head and explained, what I want to show you is not that kind of thing, but this. A piece of cloth? Is there anything special about this piece of cloth? I didn't see it. The texture looks a bit like silk. What does this have to do with scientific research? It's just a skill at best. Faced with everyone's doubts, Chen Fan did not rush to explain. Get up and move the ergonomic chair out of the shot. Then he slowly stepped back, leaned his back against the bookcase, and stood up straight. Then, grab the two corners of the cloth, unfold it, and pull it up, and the whole person will be completely covered. What does it mean? Do you understand? The host wants to play hide and seek with us? Ha, it's possible, but isn't this too much of a joke? I feel like my son's hide and seek skills are better than the hostess. There are many people who express doubts about Chen Fan's actions. But, the moment Chen Fan started the simulation, everyone was dumbfounded. Chen Fan disappeared. No trace to be found. What's going on? Where's the anchor? I don't know, it's gone in a moment. Magic? This is a live broadcast, there shouldn't be any way to modify it with special effects, right? Could it be that the host is not only a scientific research genius, but also a magician? Stop. Even the magicians are here, how is it possible that magic exists in this world? Please explain how he disappeared. It's just some technical means. Maybe the anchor is remotely controlling and replacing the live broadcast screen. What we see now is actually pre-recorded content. It's unlikely. I was staring at the clock on the bookshelf the whole time. If I really want to replace the picture, even if the connection is perfect, there will definitely be a stuck frame. At this moment, Chen Fan felt that the time was right, so he lowered half of the simulation cloth and exposed his upper body. This creates a strange picture with the lower body disappearing and the upper body floating. Chen Fan was deeply surprised by the live broadcast footage fed back from the computer screen. This environmental simulation cloth was much more perfect than he had imagined. Whether it is real-time rendering, image correction, or the combination of lighting, no flaws can be seen. It achieves a true stealth effect, which is at least extremely difficult to detect with the naked eye, making it suitable for assassination missions. Fuck. Why is the anchor's lower body missing? Is he a ghost? It's late at night, and I'm getting goosebumps watching this. I am a staunch materialist, you can't scare me. Demons and ghosts, please leave. Devil and ghosts, please leave. Wow, are they doing an exorcism ceremony right in the live broadcast room? Chen Fan smiled bitterly. Then, the simulation function was turned off, and the curtain lost its color and became visible to the naked eye. Don't be nervous, I'm not a ghost, and I don't know magic. This is just an electronic soft screen that can simulate the surrounding scene in real time. The principle is similar to that of a chameleon, but more complicated. Chen Fan tried his best to explain in words that the audience in the live broadcast room could understand. Awesome. This isn't a special effect? Special effects? How can there be such amazing special effects? If I have this thing, then I can enter the opposite sex's toilet at will, right? Is this all you have? Invisibility cloak. The anchor actually made an invisibility cloak? Hurry up and put the yellow bike on the shelves. I will buy it. You call this a little invention? As expected, men's words are deceiving. Seeing that many people wanted to add the simulated cloth to their private shopping carts, Chen Fan refused, saying, given that everyone has different moral standards, in order to avoid abuse, I do not intend to trade this item. Pity. The old pervert's dream was shattered on the spot. I have even chosen the target, and you tell me not to sell? Is 1 million enough? If not, I'll add another 0? 2 zeros. If that's enough, then you'll just assume you didn't say anything, right? You kid. Chen Fan felt that his selection criteria were conservative enough, but he didn't expect it would still cause an uproar. It seems that the word invisibility has a very special charm for humans. Puff. Opposite the villa, on the balcony, Zhou Tianxi couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of red wine after watching Chen Fan's live broadcast of the test environment simulation cloth. This guy. I always feel that sooner or later, I will be scared to death by Chen Fan. The mental shock brought by the mechanical exoskeleton has not yet completely dissipated. Again? If this effect is really the same as shown in the picture, then its uses will be so wide. Assassination and infiltration, weapons and equipment are invisible. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Zhou Tianxi was very sure that at this moment, there must be many people from other countries lurking in Chen Fan's live broadcast room. I don't know if they are okay with their hearts now? Chapter 82, The Nepalese army is defeated and surrenders. Guan Shua returns. In fact, all countries have exploded. Exploding. My mentality is seriously broken. There are no less than 1,000 uses for this invisibility cloth that they can imagine. It is unimaginable that if Daxia can mass-produce this technology and apply it to various cutting-edge weapons, by then, I am afraid that a large number of weapons and special forces will be delivered to my doorstep without me even knowing it. Just thinking about it makes my back feel cold and beads of sweat roll down. I even thought about whether we should unite and impose technological sanctions on Daxia. But on second thought, their current technological power seems to have far surpassed and crushed ours. How can the weak punish the strong? Depressed. So depressing. I feel like I can't fight back when I'm beaten, I can't respond when I'm scolded, and I can only endure it. It's so frustrating. I haven't felt this way in many years. It's like going back to more than 1,000 years ago overnight, to the time of Daxia, when all nations came to pay tribute. This is Chen Fan. To refute the faces of those who say that they use special effects and technical means to fool people. Chen Fan switched the live broadcast equipment to his mobile phone and used environmental simulation cloth in various places in the villa, even including the backyard, rockery, and pond. Stunning. Can you simulate not only static states, but also complex environments such as swimming fish in water in real time? What an incredible technology! Is this really the technological product that can be possessed in this era? I am increasingly doubting whether the host is from our blue planet. Why don't we catch them and slice them for research? Who has the guts to do this? What if someone has a Star Destroyer cannon and destroys the blue planet in one rage? You are getting more and more outrageous. Compared with the content of these barrages, what Chen Fan cares more about right now is the effect presented by the environmental simulation cloth on the rockery and water pool. The images of koi fish swimming in and out fit perfectly. Can't tell whether it's true or false. Even though Chen Fan was holding a corner of the simulation cloth. After that, continue testing everywhere, such as increasing the complexity of the environment and increasing the difficulty in terms of movement speed. Including from the perspective of passers-by, using environmental simulation cloth, can perfect invisibility be achieved? Shock after shock, the audience in the live broadcast room refreshed their understanding of the limits of technological development. They once thought that technological development had reached a bottleneck and reached its ceiling. But based on the technologies demonstrated by Chen Fan, they have to admit that the road of science has no end. At this time, the northern desert was also undergoing earth-shaking changes. Under the threat of the 6th-generation fighter jets, the Nepalese army was defeated. Withdraw and retreat back to Nigeria's own sphere of influence. The Nepalese army has tried to fight back with fighter jets in an attempt to gain control of the air. But the result is not satisfactory. It was shot down shortly after taking off. In terms of performance, it is not even a little bit worse. The 3rd-generation fighter jets were like toys and had no resistance in front of the 6th-generation fighter jets, especially the 6th-generation fighter jets that Chen Fan bought from the system. Eventually, the Nepalese army had to sign a defeat agreement and pay compensation to Bactria. To make up for the loneliness of not being able to meet her husband Chen Fan because of them, Guan Shua made the decision on his own and forcibly took back a piece of land that was taken from Daxia by the NI army 100 years ago and added it to the compensation agreement. Don't agree? They dared not refuse. After all, the person behind them is currently busy with his own affairs. In addition, various cutting-edge weapons developed by Chen Fan have been distributed to Baima on a large scale. The Nigerian army is worried that if the fighting continues like this, the death toll will exceed 100,000. Adding another zero may not be impossible. The most serious consequence is that the entire Nigerian nation was shattered and disintegrated. Even if Dacia is no longer interested in the mountains and rivers of Nigwa by then, who can guarantee that the jackals, tigers and leopards around them will let them go? To lose a piece of land or the entire country, even a fool would know which choice to make. What's more, that piece of land originally belonged to someone else. That's great. Now that Dacia has regained control of this natural barrier, Baemon no longer has to worry about becoming a soft spot that will be targeted by many parties. Fu Yunlong stood at the entrance of the cliff valley, looking at the cliffs on both sides towering above the clouds, feeling very emotional. Rumor has it that hundreds of years ago, there was a great general who was here and could hold the pass against 10,000 men. It is precisely because of the natural dangers here that it is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Unfortunately, later generations were incompetent and it was taken away by others. Fortunately, 100 years later, it has returned to Dacia. By the way, why isn't your god of war Guan here? Fu Yunlong looked at Guan Shua's deputy general Xiao Qingluan. In response, Xiao Qingluan explained, the god of war seems to have some urgent matters and needs to rush back to Kunlun to deal with them. I'll leave this to you, god of war Fu, who will be in charge. Did you never think of asking for my opinion? Fu Yunlong smiled bitterly. Dare not be angry, dare not speak. Anyway, the war has been decided, and all I have to do is supervise the Nigerian side and implement the compensation as soon as possible. It can be considered a sinecure. Fu Yunlong doesn't care. Boom. On the other hand, Guan Shua was flying at an altitude of 10,000 meters in a 6th-generation fighter jet, heading towards Kunlun at high speed. On her pretty face, she couldn't hide her joy. Hubby, wait for me, I'll be back soon. Half an hour later. The fighter plane arrived at Kunlun and landed successfully at the airport. God of War Guan, thank you for your hard work in Bema. Seeing Guan Shua getting off the fighter plane, the young soldier in charge of welcoming him took the initiative to speak. It's my job, so it's not hard. By the way, where are Mr. Tian, Mr. Wei, and the others now? Guan Shua asked. It should be in laboratory number 6, right? They are working overtime there, assembling a 7-nanometer lithography machine. The little soldier said what he knew. Okay. I'll trouble you to take care of the rest. Chen Fan gestured at the 6th-generation fighter. Yes. The young soldier agreed and watched Guan Shua walk away quickly. Not long. Guan Shua came to laboratory number 6. Hear footsteps. Tian Changjing turned around and looked, a little surprised. Shua, why are you back? Shouldn't you be in Bema now? The Nigerian army could no longer bear the pressure, so they withdrew and signed a letter of surrender. I'll leave the follow-up matters to Lao Fu. Guan Shua did not hide anything. At the same time, he came to the 7-nanometer lithography machine that had just been assembled. Without waiting for Tian Changjing to speak, he immediately asked, is this the 7-nanometer lithography machine designed by the Zhengcheng guy? The one from Zhengcheng? Feeling Guan Shua's eager eyes, Tian Changjing nodded affirmatively, yes, that's right. How is it? Is it feasible? No problems were found in the tests of all parts. Shua, you came at the right time. We are just about to produce the first Dragon Heart chip developed by Dacia. This Lungsen chip will most likely be used in 7th-generation fighter jets, Tian Changjing introduced excitedly. Really? Then let's get started without further delay. Guan Shua was equally impatient. How much anticipation one has in mind is reflected on one's face. This means a lot to her. Chapter 83 Guan Shua, that genius is my husband? Regarding the technology of lithography machines, Dacia has always been suppressed and restricted by the Hawks, who have united the whole world to suppress and restrict it. As the guardian god of war of Dacia, he does have some research in this area. Guan Shua participated in the entire research and development of the 12-nanometer lithography technology. He was stuck in the laboratory for 2 whole months. There was no signal and he could not get in touch with Chen Fan, which almost drove him to death. In response to this, Guan Shua explained that when he was out for a communication trip, he encountered a storm at sea and drifted to an isolated island. The rescue was delayed, and the various treatments and recovery procedures were delayed. The reason why Guan Shua chose to start with the 7-nanometer lithography machine when China had not yet mastered the 10-nanometer lithography machine was because This is because she had studied an abandoned 7-nanometer lithography machine from abroad and felt deeply inspired, thinking that maybe it could work. However, after actually taking action, it turned out to be much more complicated than Guan Shua had imagined, and progress was always slow. I never expected that this difficult problem was solved by someone first. Moreover, the physical lithography machine is now right in front of him. If Guan Shua hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. I really want to meet this genius who only appears once in a century. In the eyes of others, Guan Shua is a rare talent in a century. But in her eyes, the person who can design a lithography machine in such an extreme environment relying solely on personal talent is a true genius. It's hard not to be curious about who the other party is. Immediately, the sound of the machine starting up pulled Guan Shua back from his own little world of thoughts. Ultra-high-power EUV light source, super-precision workpiece stage, and lens module start working. The chip production speed is much faster than Guan Shua expected. The output speed is at least 1/3 faster than the most advanced lithography machine on the market. Of course, the actual data is likely to be higher. What do you think? Tian Changjing took out the experimental chip, handed it to Guan Shua, and asked her what she thought as a professional. After seeing it, Guan Shua had only one comment: it is a work of art, worthy of being put in a science and technology museum and treasured forever. For Dacia, this is a milestone in breaking the Hawk's hegemony in the chip field. I think so too. Tian Changjing agreed with what Guan Shua said. By the way, are the drawings designed by that person here? I want to see them. Guan Shua asked. Yes, I'll get it for you. Tian Changjing turned and walked away. When he came back, he had a roll of design drawings in his hand. Here it is. Guan Shua took it carefully, as if it were a priceless treasure. When I unfolded it, I was amazed, surprised, and unbelievable. This drawing, the upper right corner, looks, why, so familiar? Isn't this the one that I was designing in my study, and when I encountered a bottleneck, I folded it in half and casually put it in the book so that I wouldn't have to look at it and be bothered by it? Why? Would it appear in Kunlun? And in its complete form? Guan Shua couldn't remember when the inspiration came and he completed this design. Etc. Jiangchun, blueprints. Connect all the known information in your mind. Really? Guan Shua came to a very horrifying conclusion. It was something she had never imagined. I suppressed the turbulent and difficult to calm emotions in my heart. Guan Shua raised his eyes and looked at Tian Changjing, and asked directly, Mr. Tian, who is the author of this design? This. Tian Changjing was a little confused about whether he should say it. Then let me ask it another way. Is this person's surname Chen? Is he related to me? Tian Changjing was speechless. How do you call this a different way of asking the question? Don't you already know this? It seems that I can't hide it from you. Tian Changjing nodded. Yes, the person who designed this blueprint, including the previous new gun family and various weapons, is your husband, Chen Fan. How do you know the relationship between him and me? And why would he? As one question was answered, more questions flooded into Guan Shua's mind. The story begins with a show. Afterwards, Tian Changjing told Guan Shua everything he had learned. Guan Shua was greatly surprised after hearing this. Because she had watched that show with Chen Fan. He even teased Chen Fan about whether the other party had hidden some private money behind their backs. I never thought that even though I had hidden so well for so many years, I would be found by this show. It happened when I was out fighting the enemy. Let them expose everything to themselves. What should I do? What should I do now? He won't think that I don't have enough trust because I lied to him and file for divorce? Guan Shua squatted on the ground with his head in his hands, his face full of black lines, and said anxiously. Tian Changjing watched Guan Shua grow up, and this was the first time he saw her so distressed about something. Comforting him, the reason you chose to conceal your identity was to take his feelings into consideration. I think he should understand. What's more, you are not the only one who is hiding your identity. Your husband is no less important than you. Hearing this, Guan Shua stood up and asked, Mr. Tian, what do you mean by this? Actually, he was the one who sold us that aircraft carrier, Tian Changjing replied. Guan Shua had a blank expression on his face, and his whole body felt numb as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Half a minute later, he came to his senses, forced a smile, and asked with a twitching mouth, Mr. Tian, are you kidding me? An aircraft carrier that is more powerful than the USS Hawks Patrol. Where did he come from? I don't know about that. Tian Shangjing shook his head, but I can tell you responsibly that he did sell us this aircraft carrier. Zhou Tianxi, who has been in charge of protecting him, is the manipulator. That guy also knows the relationship between him and me? Guan Shua asked again. Nowadays, I think there are probably few people in Kunlun who don't know that you are married and have such a talented husband. Guan Shua. Speaking of which, you two are really interesting. Each of you is more secretive than the other. Mr. Tian, please stop teasing me. I always thought he was just a small anchor, an ordinary person. Guan Shua smiled helplessly. He has always believed that you are just an ordinary archaeological assistant. Guan Shua was speechless. Besides, I always feel that he has hidden far more things than you have. At this moment, if I remember correctly, he should be broadcasting a very new stealth technology live. Tian Shangjing just took a look. How much more do you know? Guan Shua was eager to find out. My husband is so extraordinary. Chapter 84. Guan Shua is frightened by Chen Fan's identity. Do you know the Daryl family in North Burma? Now that things have come to this point, Guan Shua asked directly again. Tian Shangjing believed that there was no need to hide it any longer. Because even if I don't say it, with Guan Shua's ability, it is only a matter of time before he wants to know. It is no exaggeration to say that her intelligence-gathering ability alone is equivalent to half of the Tianji Pavilion. How can I hide it from her? It can't be hidden at all. Tian Shangjing does have this self-awareness. Yes. Although they have no connection with Daxia, they seem to be the real controllers of northern Myanmar, right? Even the Hawks and the Gentleman's Country have suffered at their hands. Guan Shua had heard a lot about the Daryl family in northern Myanmar. To sum it up simply, for words are enough, insidious. Brutal. It is a force that many people do not want to offend. However, the relationship between them and Daxia does not interfere with each other. Reporters who come to Daxia to report are always treated with courtesy. On the contrary, gentlemen, those hawkish reporters can't even get in the door, let alone report. There were dozens or even hundreds of machine guns mounted there. In other places, it might just be a scare, but they really dared to shoot. Guan Shua disagreed with this, because those people like to distort the facts. It is not difficult to understand why people are unwilling to be interviewed by them, or even want to let their feet stand, breathe, and insult the land beneath their feet. As a news reporter, shouldn't you be boycotted for not telling the facts? Guan Shua once bought such a newspaper that had been madly slandering Daxia, and fired all those people. Sue? Fight? The next day, Guan Shua directly filed for bankruptcy of the company, leaving men unable to find anyone to deliver the lawyer's letter to. To her, such a small company is insignificant, she just wants to vent and feel happy. Yes, it's them. Tian Shangjing nodded and affirmed. Before this, the outside world unanimously believed that Daryl was the real manager and ruler of the Daryl family. However, according to our recent investigation, Daryl is only the second in command of this family. The real person in power is actually. Tian Shangjing stopped talking halfway. Guan Shua's pupil shrank slightly, full of surprise. Mr. Tian, you are not trying to say that my husband is the real ruler of the Daryl family, right? Tian Shangjing did not deny it, and said firmly, at least the news I know is indeed correct. And the person who was responsible for transporting the aircraft carrier to trade with us that day was Daryl. A young soldier heard him call the person on the phone boss. Guan Shua fell silent. She was very confused now. I originally thought that he was a simple, kind, warm-hearted, handsome, and ordinary little anchor husband. Now he has suddenly transformed himself into the ruler of a huge force. The contrast is quite big indeed. Oh, by the way. Take a look at this. Tian Shangjing suddenly thought of something, took out his mobile phone, entered the password, and clicked on a photo. Then he handed the phone to Guan Shua. Is it a movie or TV prop? Guan Shua asked in confusion, looking at the Mecha-like exoskeleton in the photo. This was also developed by Brother Chen. It's called a mechanical exoskeleton. When worn, it can greatly enhance a person's combat ability. It's even so powerful that it can allow an ordinary person to have the power to compete with the god of war, improving all aspects. Hearing Tian Shangjing's words, Guan Shua frowned slightly and said, "Are you kidding me? Wearing this, an ordinary person can fight against the god of war? Let me correct you. My choice of words was biased. Guan Shua was about to breathe a sigh of relief when she heard Tian Changjung continue. It was not a contest, but a complete defeat. This is impossible. With current science and technology, it is impossible to develop such a thing. Guan Shua's cognition was forcibly refreshed, and he subconsciously denied it. This is not just a calculation or assumption. Zhou Tianxi had fought against Brother Chen, who was wearing this mechanical exoskeleton before, and the result was that he had no power to fight back. The actual effect is even more exaggerated than what I said. Tian Changjang felt that he had been very conservative in his words in order to make it easier for Guan Shua to accept and understand. Guan Shua was silent again. I don't know if it can be understood that the show has already exposed his true identity. As for Chen Fan, is he simply not going to act anymore? Apart from this, Guan Shua could not think of any other more reasonable explanation. Complain? Guan Shua didn't have that idea. What's more, I concealed it first. On the contrary, after learning that Chen Fan had so many amazing identities that he had never heard of or seen before, Guan Shua was actually more interested in him and loved him even more. Who would refuse a husband who is handsome, warm-hearted, capable, and has a good background? Compared to that, Guan Shua is more worried that Chen Fan will dislike her. She didn't know whether Chen Fan would mind that she had concealed her true identity from him. In fact, Guan Shua had always wanted to confess, but could never find a suitable opportunity. The result is that the longer you put it off, the harder it is to say it. However, despite all precautions, he never expected that he would be exposed by an entertainment program while heading to the northern desert. Guan Shua didn't know whether he should hold them accountable. I should still thank them for letting me know another side of Chen Fan. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that the company these people belonged to actually had more than 35% of their shares. What should I do? How should I explain it to him? Guan Shua squatted on the ground, hugged his knees, like a tumbler, with a gloomy face. Etc. Suddenly I remembered what Tian Changjang had said just now. Mr. Tian, you just said that Zhou Tianxi has always been by my husband's side. Could he have already told me that I am the great Xia god of war? How is that possible? Do you think he has the guts? He stayed in Jiangcheng mainly to protect Brother Chen's personal safety. He never mentioned anything about you. Hearing this, Guan Shua thought about it carefully and agreed. Based on her understanding of Zhou Tianxi, he didn't have the courage to reveal anything about himself. Now, you and your wife are big celebrities on the internet. People all over the country are extremely curious about your identities. Tian Changjang said with a smile. Mr. Tian, please stop teasing me. Guan Shua looked helpless. What should we do? Should we go back? Tian Changjang asked again. Let me calm down first and think carefully about how to face him. Guan Shua pursed her lips, still unable to make up her mind. Say goodbye to Tian Changjang temporarily and leave the laboratory. Corridor. Sitting on the bench, I took out my cell phone and found the word husband in the contact list. Chapter 85, 1 billion popularity. Is my husband a big star? Move your finger back and forth on the green dial button. I hesitated whether to make the call. Wandering around, pulling madly. Finally, I pressed the return key. He let out a heavy breath and muttered to himself, it would be better to talk about this kind of thing face to face, right? Guan Shua always felt that his sincerity was not enough over the phone. I thought, if Chen Fan didn't forgive me, there would be nothing I could do except clench my fists and get anxious. If I say it in person, at least I can act coquettishly and ease the awkward atmosphere. Guan Shua thought that after spending all these years with Chen Fan, she had perfected her ability to act like a spoiled child to perfection. And it is very useful to Chen Fan. Then, Guan Shua noticed an app software called Dosha Live. Yes, that is right, Guan Shua would usually watch Chen Fan's live broadcast to increase his popularity. Even when there are haters, they will try their best to help Chen Fan fight back. Do you think you can scold my husband? Click to enter the Dosha Live broadcast. Considering this time, he should still be broadcasting live. As the saying goes, only when you know yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Guan Shua personally thought that this trick could not only be used on the battlefield, but also in husband-wife relationships. As a person with multiple international certifications as a psychologist and micro-expression analyst, Guan Shua is very good at reading people's minds. I want to know what my husband's attitude is now. Open the personal panel and find the follow list, there is only one person in it. When I saw the words live broadcast now, I clicked on it without hesitation. I found that Chen Fan was looking down at the camera from a high angle. You can also see grass next to it? It appears that the phone is being fixed in the grass. After making sure it was correct, the man turned around and walked towards a big tree. What does he want to do? Guan Shua asked puzzledly. Then, we can see Chen Fan leaning against the tree trunk, taking out the roll of cloth tucked under his armpit, unfolding it, and wrapping himself completely. The next second, both he and Bu disappeared. This? Guan Shua subconsciously moved closer to the screen and carefully looked for Chen Fan. As a god of war, Guan Shua has excellent dynamic vision, surpassing that of ordinary people. She was very sure that Chen Fan did not use the cloth to cover himself, but moved quickly behind the tree and hid his body. But it really disappeared out of thin air. At this moment, if I remember correctly, he should be broadcasting a new stealth technology live. Then, Guan Shua recalled what Tian Changzheng had said before. Invisible? Could it be that they are using that piece of cloth to simulate the surrounding scene in real time? Guan Shua thought. Afterwards, people walking in the park passed by one, but none of them noticed Chen Fan's presence. When he lowered half of the simulated cloth with both hands, revealing his upper body, Guan Shua's idea was further confirmed. This kind of technology did exist in the past. However, the simulation effect cannot be so perfect that it looks fake at first glance. Guan Shua couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be if this stealth technology was used in actual combat. It's like having a ghost army that appears and disappears at random. Did he develop this? Guan Shua frowned. I just find it incredible. She never thought that her husband, in addition to his cooking skills and gaming talent, also had an even more terrifying talent in scientific research. No, this is more than just something that can be described by the word talent. Even Guan Shua had to admit that the technologies he mastered were futuristic technologies. It will take decades or even hundreds of years for humans to have a chance to achieve it. Who exactly is my husband? Guan Shua was extremely curious. Originally, she just wanted to repay him for saving her life, and as they got to know each other better, she felt that their personalities were very compatible, so she chose to marry Chen Fan. Married life was as happy as Guan Shua had imagined. Even worse than before. However, he never expected that not only did he conceal his true identity, but the other party was also hiding his true identity. By the way, the host hasn't been able to contact his wife for so many days. Is he really not worried at all? Could it be that the lady saw the live broadcast and knew that her identity was exposed, so she didn't dare to come back? It's safe to guess that maybe the anchor is just one of the gigolos kept by the lady? Two timing? Seeing these comments, Guan Shua's expression immediately turned cold. He returned to the office, found a laptop, called up the code page, and easily hacked into Dosha's terminal server. Give those people who talk too much a 10-year silence package each. Bah! You are the one who was playing both sides. I, Guan Shua, will only have one man in my life. I was so angry that my chest was shaking. Ups and downs. Oh my god, I don't know what is going on. My friend S account was inexplicably banned by the platform for 10 years, and the complaint was that the data was wrong. What did you say? The lady is two timing. Good fellow, is the lady watching the live broadcast? Is it possible that she is really watching the live broadcast, and the Dosha platform is also one of her many private sources of money? Seeing this, Guan Shua suddenly recalled that he had indeed invested in the Dosha platform. In the entire company, the share should rank second, about 1 percentage point lower than the first one. Guan Shua is not interested in the live streaming industry. The reason for investing is simply to make it easier to use power, arrange more recommendations for Chen Fan, and gain more popularity. Guan Shua doesn't want Chen Fan's mentality and mood to be affected by the low popularity of his live broadcast room. I thought about how I could have directly logged into the super administrator account and blocked the accounts of those who slandered me, but I had wasted half a day. Guan Shua laughed at himself and put his hand on his chest. It seems that I am really nervous. At this time, Guan Shua accidentally noticed the live broadcast popularity in the upper right corner. T billion? I was really shocked by this number. Under normal circumstances, if Guan Shua remembered correctly, the highest popularity of Chen Fan's live broadcast room was only 700,000 or 800,000. Isn't this more popular than many big stars? No, it should be crushing them. Guan Shua finally realized why the barrage of comments was refreshing so quickly. At this moment, there are at least tens of millions of people in the live broadcast room. It's impossible to keep up with what everyone says. Wait. More than 20 million fans? So, my husband has become a big star? Guan Shua was shocked. I've only been away for a few days, and the changes in this house are so huge. On the other hand, Chen Fan had already rolled up the simulation cloth, returned to the road, and picked up his phone again. The groundless remarks such as playing both sides and the account blocking were just a gust of wind and were quickly brushed away. Chen Fan didn't see anything. There is still a lot of time left. On the way home, I opened the system mall again. I want to see if there are any other interesting black technologies that can be used for live broadcast. Chapter 86, The 10 Most Touching People in Dacia, You're the One to Watch. Mind Prosthetic Set. Seeing these 4 words, Chen Fan stopped scrolling and thought that this might be a good choice. It's just that more technological attributes are added to existing products. It doesn't seem too far-fetched, but is within the acceptable range for everyone. Purchase successful. Mulcoin 1, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Mind Prosthetic suit. After confirming the successful purchase, Chen Fan temporarily closed the system virtual panel, took out the key and opened the door. Return to your villa. Fix the mobile phone on a vertical stand, find a tablet computer, enter the live broadcast room, and watch the barrage conveniently. Little yellow car. Hurry up and get the little yellow car. I want to buy a lot. The 600-word guarantee has been written. Please sell me an invisibility cloth. If he is willing to sell it, I will write not only 600 words, but 6,000 words or even 60,000 words. Anchor, please believe me, I dislike science and will never use it for bad habits. Big sparkling Isomotic in package. Other live streamers try every possible way to bring products to us and get us to buy them, but why are you asking us to beg you to put them on the shelves? Is this appropriate? This is not appropriate. A certain Mr. Liu once said, good things should be shared by everyone. Chen Fan saw these weird netizens but pretended not to see them. Lest they become even more arrogant. He would definitely not sell the simulated cloth, and he had no interest in testing human nature. If something goes wrong, you will have to take the blame and bear the social criticism. Why bother? I have nothing to do after eating. Everyone, don't worry about being invisible. Next, I have something good. Don't you want to take a look? Chen Fan reached out his hand outside the camera and took out the Mind Prosthetic set from the system backpack. 2 mechanical arms and 2 mechanical legs. Although they are mechanical, they are incredibly light. The appearance looks very cool. I believe this thing will be able to quickly divert the attention of the audience in the live broadcast room. Good stuff, is that what I understand as good stuff? Smirk emoticon. Now that we have invisibility, are you sure we don't want a pair of X-ray glasses? Is this all you guys have in your heads? Speechless expression. This is just the beginning. It's not even 1%, 1,000th of my imagination. Lust is something that our ancestors left in our genes. Is it wrong for me to cherish something that our ancestors left behind? Let them debate it themselves. Chen Fan took out a mechanical prosthesis for his right arm. When seeing this thing, the style of the live broadcast room gradually changed. Are prosthetic limbs considered high-tech? They are often seen. There are indeed quite a few prosthetic limbs nowadays, but they are far from being as delicate as normal human hands, and are of little help. They are mostly for aesthetics. I think a human hand prosthesis developed in China is pretty good and can hold a water bottle normally. I have also watched that video. It is the same old problem. The movements are too slow and not smooth enough. Not to mention work, it cannot meet the needs of many aspects of daily life. All I can say is that science is slowly progressing. Give scientists some time. So, what is the difference between the prosthetic limb developed by the Anchor and the prosthetic limbs on the market? It's hard to understand if I say it with my mouth, so let me show you how to do it in practice. Chen Fan first attached the sensor chip to his shoulders and the back of his neck. Then pick up the mechanical prosthesis. Make a fist. Open your hands. Hold your thumb, index finger, middle finger, ring finger, little finger. No matter what Chen Fan said, the mechanical prosthesis could always complete the action in the first time without any lag. Oh my god. How did you do that? Looks awesome. Are you sure you're not kidding about the smoothness? It's so flexible. Not only that, Chen Fan can also manipulate prosthetic limbs to perform many movements that are difficult for normal people to do. It's not even installed, so why can it move? I think it's more like a toy than a prosthesis. We can research and develop robotic arms to replace manual labor and do more delicate work. Chen Fan explained these questions by saying, this prosthesis does not rely on muscle activity to sense, predict, and judge, and then make movements, which would greatly reduce the fluency. These chips can be controlled by thoughts. In short, it's the mind. Idea? This is beyond the scope of the lesson. I don't understand. Unknown but impressive. I want to believe it is true, then my father can live like a normal person. Can this be used to hang a yellow bike? Don't even think about it. This kind of product is not affordable for ordinary people like us at this stage. While everyone was discussing, Chen Fanrun walked out of the camera. When he came back, he had an egg in his hand. Then take out a mechanical prosthesis and attach the sensor chip. Chen Fan held the prosthetic limbs in his hands, controlled them with his mind, picked up the egg and began to peel it. Wow! This is awesome. How can it be done to this extent? This is definitely high-tech. Wait. Look carefully, what he peeled seems to be a raw egg. What does it look like? It's a raw egg. Is the control of not only the fluency but also the strength so perfect? Hello, I am the founder of Daddy Technology. I would like to talk to you in detail about this prosthesis. Can I have a private chat with you? This barrage is a paid barrage and has been pinned to the top. Worth 100,000. You can see the sincerity. 100,000 words, are you willing to spend so much? Big boss. Awesome, I worship you. This amount of money is nothing to most people. Daddy Technology is a listed company with a market share of over 90% in the field of prosthetics. I just checked, not only in China, but also abroad, they have more than 50% market share. It seems that what the anchor did is really something. Nonsense, I can't even peel a raw egg with my hands. If we can cooperate with large companies, mass produce and bring down the price, it will definitely benefit society. It feels so cool. Everyone is flying in the sky? Soon, the whole raw egg was completely peeled. Only a thin membrane remains, wrapping the egg yolk and egg white. Chen Fan adjusted the camera angle and pointed the peeled egg towards the light. Visible light transmission. Then he took out a prosthetic leg and said, don't worry, I will try my best to ensure that anyone who needs it can use it and can afford it. As soon as he said this, in less than 10 minutes, Chen Fan received millions of rewards. Various reputations. With ability and love, I won look at the top 10 most touching people in Dacia this year if you are not on my list. Good job, Anchor. Keep it up. I've never given a tip before, but I'll make an exception for you this time. Support. I thank you on behalf of my father. Behind the screen, Guan Shua saw all of this. Chapter 87, having such a capable husband, the pressure is huge. This fluency, are you kidding me? Guan Shua had only this feeling in his heart after watching the story from beginning to end. She thought that if she could master the cutting-edge technology to make the robotic fingers and arms move so smoothly, we can even start developing real war robots earlier than other countries. The era of robot combat has begun. If this thing could really be developed, its deterrent power alone would be enough to bring peace to the entire world for a long period of time. In today's world, most weapons are not developed for the purpose of actually going to war with anyone. The focus is to warn the other party not to try to start a war easily, otherwise the price may be too much for you to afford. If we can mass-produce war robots with such high flexibility and create a large army of machines, we can then bring the cost down. Even the hawks, who have always maintained a strong attitude in the international arena, have to give in and avoid the limelight. However, what really surprised Guan Shua was that the person who developed and mastered this technology was her husband, with whom she had slept in the same bed for many years and was very close to her. The facts were in front of him, and Guan Shua had no choice but to believe it. She doesn't think that all this is caused by special effects. As the boss of several film special effects production companies, Guan Shua knows very well that it is impossible to produce such sophisticated and realistic special effects with current special effects technology. Not to mention, real-time special effects. Immediately afterwards, Guan Shua noticed the pinned comment worth 100,000 yuan. Daddy Technology? Isn't that my company? Guan Shua clicked on the man's personal homepage and became more certain after checking the certification information. This person is the acting chairman of Daddy Technology, who was established by himself as a hands-off boss. There is no other way. There are too many companies and enterprises under his name, and Guan Shua cannot manage each one of them personally. Fortunately, Guan Shua has a good eye for people and has never made a mistake. Under the management of the agents she selected, each company was well organized and flourishing. Was Chen Fan's mistake? Guan Shua thinks that's not the case. Chen Fan is so capable. Doesn't that just prove that she has a unique vision? No matter whether others believe it or not, Guan Shua believes it anyway. As for why she founded a company like Daryl Technology? The reason is simple. Not everyone will die on the battlefield. It is very common for wounded soldiers to be missing limbs after retreating. Guan Shua doesn't want them to lose their normal life or even be discriminated against because of their disabilities. He invested heavily to create a company and developed prosthetic technology from scratch. And in this field, we have become the world's #1. As the business grows bigger, the beneficiaries are not just the wounded soldiers, but the whole world. Of course, Guan Shua also received huge returns from this, but she invested all these returns into research and development funds without reservation. This is the main reason why Daryl Technology can develop so rapidly. In 4 words, it is willing to spend money. But after seeing the prosthetic version developed by Chen Fan, Guan Shua suddenly had a strong feeling that his efforts were in vain. It's definitely been crushed by technology. Too strong. Off the charts. Having such a capable husband is really stressful. Guan Shua raised her hand to support her forehead and smiled bitterly. But right now, there are more important things waiting for her to do. Daryl Technology Group. On the top floor, in the chairman's office. Acting Chairman Zhou Haoxiong is still anxiously waiting for Chen Fan's reply. I paced back and forth in the office, picking up my phone from time to time to take a look. Even though I have set up message reminders, I am still afraid of missing them. Zhou Haoxiong believes that this cooperation must be obtained. Daryl needs such cutting-edge technology. Based on his understanding of Daryl technology, it would take at least 50 years to develop a mechanical prosthesis with the same performance, and this is assuming that everything goes well and there are no obstacles. In reality, it is often much more than expected. Precisely because he is an expert in this field, Zhou Haoxiong can clearly understand what it would be like if those mechanical prostheses really had the performance that Chen Fan demonstrated in the live broadcast room. What a milestone significance it has for this era. However, what Zhou Haoxiong is most worried about right now is the problem of money. Daryl is not short of money, and the boss behind Daryl is even less short of money. But as acting chairman, Zhou Haoxiong believes that the funds he can mobilize may not meet Chen Fan's psychological expectations. Thinking about notifying your boss and applying for it? I took out my cell phone, opened the contact list, and found Mr. Guan. TSK. He was shocked and looked troubled. I often can't get through to Mr. Guan on the phone. This time, I must. Before he could finish his words, the phone rang. The remarked name is exactly Guan Zong. Why would Mr. Guan call me at this time? With doubt, Zhou Haoxiong pressed the answer button. Hello, Mr. Guan, are you looking for me? What? Did you watch that live broadcast too? What? You transferred 10 billion to the company account. Okay, I understand. Don't worry, I promise to get it. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Haoxiong was like a completely different person. With these 10 billion, he can tackle any tough problem. Full of confidence. After hanging up the phone, Guan Shua was still worried that this price would not be enough to convince Chen Fan. Do you want to add another 0 or something? If there is really no other option, Guan Shua can only consider acting coquettishly and cutely, saying husband, please, that kind of thing. In short, such technology must never be allowed abroad. After thinking about it carefully, Guan Shua suddenly realized what he was worried about. Mingming has lived with Chen Fan for so many years. Isn't it clear that he is definitely not the kind of person who would help the tyrant to commit atrocities? Let go of anxiety. Guan Shua chose to leave the matter entirely to Zhou Haoxiong to handle. On the other hand, Chen Fan saw that the time was almost up, so he said goodbye and ended the live broadcast at lightning speed. It has to be you. It always catches me off guard. I came here because of my fame. It's over? There was no rush to shut down the computer. Chen Fan did a simple search and learned about the company Daryl Technology. Rather than a company, Chen Fan prefers to call it a charity. After learning more about it, you will find that their existence does not seem to be just for making money. A special charity fund is set up to help those who cannot afford prosthetic limbs and to cover most of the costs. The state then bears part of the cost, and when it reaches the user, it is often at a very low price. Lower than cost price. Loss every year. After reading it, Chen Fan only had one thing to say: this boss is really something. To this end, I used the search function to find the person and opened a chat window with him. Daddy in Technology, hello, we are very interested in the technology you developed. Can we talk about it in detail? Here is my contact information. Phone number, personal account, email address, all were put online just to make it convenient for Chen Fan. You can see the sincerity. Chapter 88 Guan Shua, how can you be so outstanding? Chen Fan thought text messages, emails and the like were too troublesome, so he simply called Zhou Haoxiong directly. The call was connected in almost seconds. The other party took a step forward and spoke. Even through the screen, one could feel how respectful he was. Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen Fan? Yes, it's me. Chen Fan leaned back and responded. Is it really you? That's great. Zhou Haoxiong said with great excitement. Then, without beating around the bush, he expressed his sincerity in wanting to purchase the technology that Chen Fan possessed. We are willing to buy this technology for 12 billion. What do you think? The 10 billion was a temporary addition from Guan Shua. The additional 2 billion is an amount that Zhou Haoxiong can use in his capacity as acting chairman, and he can ensure that it will not affect the normal operation of the company. He had no intention of bargaining and just quoted the highest price. 12 billion? This string of numbers is no longer of any significance to Chen Fan now. After all, compared with the huge assets he holds, this is not even a drop in the bucket. Rather than money, I would rather use your Daddy in Technology shares to make the transaction. But please rest assured, I only want shares and will not participate in your overall operations or propose various outrageous reform ideas. Chen Fan expressed his thoughts truthfully. But, this should be a big loss for you. After all, our boss is a little special. Her original intention in establishing Daddy in Technology was not to make money, so the shares of our company do not have as much potential as we imagined. Zhou Haoxiong hopes that Chen Fan can understand this truth and avoid regrets. It doesn't matter. You can understand that I want these shares only to supervise you and prevent you from abusing my technology. Chen Fan certainly knew what kind of company Daddy in Technology was. That is why these shares are needed. So that they don't deviate from their original intentions because of huge interests. Okay, but I can't make the decision on this matter alone. I'll ask the boss first, and I'll get back to you as soon as I have any news. Good. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Haoxiong let out a breath. I never expected that 12 billion would be of no use at all. When Chen Fan heard the price of 12 billion, he was much calmer than he had imagined. It can even be said that there is no fluctuation at all. If it were anyone else, they would have probably jumped out of their chairs with excitement, right? Without thinking anymore, I found Mr. Guan in the contact list and called him. Is there a result so soon? Guan Shua said in surprise when she saw the call from Zhou Haoxiong. Or did the deal fail? Do you think the money is too little? Then he shook his head and denied the idea. How could someone who could sell an aircraft carrier be short of money? With just the assets in northern Myanmar, it is impossible for him to be short of money. After answering the phone, what did he say? What? Shares? How much does he want? Okay. Tell him that I am willing to sell him 49% of the shares I own. I will own 51% and he will own 49%. We will become the second largest shareholder of Daddy in Technology. Hang up the phone. Ha! Guan Shua couldn't help laughing. Before this, I never thought that Daddy in Technology would one day become a husband and wife business. Each holds half of the shares. However, compared to this, Guan Shua was more curious about what kind of technology Chen Fan used to make the machine achieve such exaggerated flexibility and smoothness. Half an hour later. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone vibrates. Guan Shua received a letter from Zhou Haoxiong. Mr. Guan, this is an electronic contract. Mr. Chen has already signed it. Please take a look. Guan Shua completed the process in no time and signed the electronic contract. Officially give up his 49% stake. After seeing the contract signed, Chen Fan was too lazy to study the details, knowing that the other party did not have the courage to cheat him. Then, he spent 7 or 8 minutes to decipher and draw the design drawings of the prosthetic limbs, as well as the various technical implementation methods. Organize, pack and send it to Zhou Haoxiong. Soon the news reached Guan Shua. Download completed quickly and view on computer. Is it possible? This program is so genius. The internal structure is so complex and delicate, no wonder it can move freely. I was amazed and full of emotion. It is no exaggeration to describe it as a masterpiece. After watching it, Guan Shua had only one thought throughout the whole process: this technology would crush Dadian technology by 100 years. Even though Dadian technology is ahead of other companies in the field of mechanical prosthetics, the country has been doing this for 10 years, but it is still far behind Chenfan. Hubby, you're exaggerating, aren't you? Lying on the chair, looking up at the ceiling, your wife, who claims to be a scientific research genius, has really had her self-confidence hit hard. Nothing is left. Rai smile. I even felt a little regretful after seeing the things designed and the technologies developed by Chenfan. Because it was too advanced, it not only failed to serve as an inspiration, but the huge gap made Guan Shua feel unprecedented powerlessness. This is a gap that cannot be made up with hard work and talent alone. How can one not despair? Guan Shua had every reason to believe that once this drawing was leaked, it would shock the entire scientific community, bringing about unprecedented technological reforms. But Guan Shua didn't intend to do that. Right now, she just wants more people to return to normal life. Message alert tone. Looking down at the lower right corner of the computer screen, I could see the 3 words Zhou Haoxiong. Why is it him again? Did something happen? Guan Shua sat up straight, held the mouse and opened the email. It turns out to be a video that needs to be downloaded. Click download. This background is so familiar, it is exactly the living room of my own villa. In the video, Chenfan is using a brush to apply paint in a bowl that is close to the color of human skin onto a mechanical prosthesis. It solidifies quickly into a thick layer. After solidification, it looks more like, no, it can be said that it is completely human skin. Chenfan then pinched it with his fingers and pulled it to show his toughness. It can only be cut with a knife. Zhou Haoxiong, Mr. Chen said that this was a free small gift he gave us to celebrate the cooperation. Guan Shua smiled faintly. It must be admitted that Chenfan pays attention to these details as always. With this special material and mechanical prostheses, at least in appearance, there is almost no difference between them and normal people. Ah! How can you be so outstanding? Guan Shua pursed her lips and twisted around in her chair. So excited. He had already made up his mind in his heart that he would not give up even if Chenfan asked for a divorce because he had cheated on him. I will chase him again. Fall in love again. Get married again. Guan Shua will never let go of this man. Chapter 89 Guan Shua, my husband is so awesome? In a blink of an eye, it was the next day. Kowloon, cafeteria. Seeing that Guan Shua looked absent-minded, Tian Changjing took the initiative to sit opposite her. Ask, why? Aren't you mentally ready to explain all this to him face to face? Guan Shua pursed her lips and shook her head. Last night, she suffered from insomnia for the first time in her life and tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. After finally coming to a state of trance, he decided to call Chenfan to let him know he was safe. By the way, I'll call him and find out what he thinks now. When I looked at the time in the upper left corner, it was 4 a.m. There is no choice but to give up. Guan Shua didn't want to disturb Chenfan's rest. Some things are not suitable to be delayed. The sooner you finish them, the sooner you can feel relieved. Tian Changjing said from the perspective of a person who has experienced it. I'll try my best. Guan Shua smiled bitterly. She knew all these principles, but she just couldn't help but feel like giving up. You know, she once faced an enemy force of 100,000 and never retreated even a single step. Now, facing Chenfan, he was afraid about whether to reveal his identity. Fortunately, he was facing Mr. Tian. If Zhou Tianxi was present, he would definitely ignore him and laugh out loud. And Guan Shua would punch him without hesitation. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as I was thinking this, speak of the devil, here he came. Guan Shua picked up the phone and found that Zhou Tianxi had sent her a message. Zhou Tianxi, now that the matter in Beima has been resolved, come back quickly and protect your husband yourself. Zhou Tianxi, but then again, your husband is so great, I still feel a little, reluctant to let him go. My husband is awesome? Although Guan Shua knew that Zhou Tianxi was praising Chen Fan, he found this word weird no matter how he looked at it. Her brows were slightly furrowed. Zhou Tianxi, apart from anything else, your husband's cooking skills are top-notch. I have been to so many countries and have eaten many dishes cooked by 5-star chefs, but compared to his, they are tasteless. 5-star chef? At home, Chen Fan is responsible for cooking and Guan Shua is responsible for washing dishes. Yes, she admitted that Chen Fan's cooking skills were indeed good, but only compared to ordinary people. Not to mention a 5-star chef, even the chef of an ordinary big hotel may not be able to compare with him, right? But I don't think that Zhou Tianxi would deliberately tell lies just to make himself happy. Could it be? Guan Shua suddenly realized something. In order to conceal his identity, he even deliberately lowered his cooking skills? Apart from this, Guan Shua really couldn't think of any other possibilities. When you think about it this way, everything makes a lot more sense. It seems that, in terms of Luan Zhang, I have to call him the Grandmaster. Guan Shua couldn't hold back his laughter and said self-deprecatingly. Tian Changzhen was used to it. The inherent perception of Guan Shua has long been shattered, completely. In his eyes, Guan Shua was no longer the cold, ruthless killing machine. Realizing that she is also a woman, Guan Shua did not notice Tian Changzhen's mental journey or changes in expression. Typing with both hands, replying to Zhou Tianxi, protect him well, even if one hair is missing, you are the only one to blame. Zhou Tianxi, shivering emotic and pack. Guan Shua had no intention of competing with Zhou Tianxi in painting. He then asked Zhou Haoxiong about the progress at Datian Technology. The reply we received was that everything was going smoothly and an integrated production line was already being established. All that was left was to go through some review procedures before the product could be launched on the market normally. Seeing this, Guan Shua's heart, which had been hanging high, finally settled down a little. Seeing her put down her phone, Tian Changzhen packed up the dishes and stood up to leave, not forgetting to say, by the way, it seems that the show will start again in a while, don't you want to watch it? Program? You mean the one about searching other people's homes for their private money? Guan Shua asked doubtfully. Yes. Tian Changzhen nodded affirmatively. But doesn't that show change the guests every episode? Guan Shua was puzzled. What I heard was that the show seemed to be so effective and he had so much private money that he became a permanent guest, Tian Changzhen recalled. Too much private money. Guan Shua's mouth twitched, and he forced a smile. Okay, Mr. Tian, I understand, thank you for telling me. You're welcome. Tian Changzhen turned and walked away. Guan Shua finished her meal quickly, responding to the clean plate campaign and not wasting any grain of food. Then people left the cafeteria and returned to their offices. Download Dosha Live on your computer so you can watch it more clearly. Log into your account and enter the words Private Money Detective in the search box. Has it started yet? Click in. It can be seen in the camera that a man and a woman are searching carefully in the living room. No way? Can a teapot be considered private money? It was given by a friend, what does it have to do with me? The curtain pattern is made of gold thread. Is that private money? Luckily. No way. They hid so deeply, but we still found them. These two people are not simple. Damn it, take more pictures of my husband. He's so photogenic, even more handsome? Watching the live broadcast, Guan Shua's expression changes so colorfully. Watching those valuable things that I had deliberately concealed being found one by one, I felt an indescribable tension. The fingers, along with the toes, gripped tightly. Madam's performance is as stable as usual. I didn't expect that after several visits, she still has so much private money. Seeing Lu Xinrui holding a microphone and interviewing her closely, Guan Shua complained, "You haven't seen my husband's private money." Not to mention anything else, Guan Shua was confident that the aircraft carrier alone could shock the entire blue planet. Even if the Hawks knew, they would have to find a way to find him and buy weapons. It was because of the things he developed that even the Hawks, who were far ahead in technological power, would not be able to catch up for a long time. Not to mention, during the period of time that they are catching up, Chen Fan's research and development technology will continue to improve. The Hawks can only follow behind and suffer the consequences silently. If I had stayed at home and he had left, I wouldn't have been able to find anything on this show, right? Guan Shua couldn't help but let her thoughts run wild. Fortunately, their power is not enough to find out my true identity, otherwise, I would not be able to live in peace in the future. Guan Shua doesn't want to live under the spotlight and camera all day long. I am considering whether to put pressure on the production team to suspend the program or to change a guest. Ah. We've been found again. A priceless tickler once used by the Queen Mother. We can't go to that place. Damn it. How could this detective even think of a place like that? Guan Shua puffed up her cheeks in anger. He was worried that if he continued like this and let those guys into the bedroom on the second floor, his identity as the god of war would sooner or later be exposed to everyone. How about you just confess directly? Chapter 90, Husband and Wife Meet, Confession. Finally, it's over. Guan Shua was lying on the chair, feeling exhausted. I just feel powerless. The feeling of being publicly executed like this made her feel like she was in ecstasy. Hard to describe. After Lu Xinrui said goodbye to the audience in the live broadcast room, the screen went black. Guan Shua stood up, his eyes full of determination. She had made up her mind to go back and confess everything to Chen Fan. She couldn't drag it on like this any longer. She took out her cell phone and sent a text message to Chen Fan. Honey, I'm getting on the plane and expect to be home in 2 hours. Buzz buzz buzz. Chen Fan replied quickly, okay, be careful on the road. Guan Shua felt warm inside. He is still so gentle as expected. Little did they know that Chen Fan, who had just seen off Lu Xinrui, Lin Han and others, was now sitting on the sofa looking at the content sent by Guan Shua on his mobile phone. The expression in my heart and on my face is not as relaxed as I imagined. Nervous, very nervous. Although I already know that my wife has a very powerful background and identity. But, I just can't help but worry. Worrying about this outcome may be beyond your tolerance level. However, no matter how hard it is to accept, it can't be more outrageous than the existence of the system, right? Chen Fan comforted himself. That being said, a heartbeat showed no sign of slowing down. Why are you so nervous? You've been sleeping in the same bed with her for so many years. She's your wife. How can she harm you? If she wants to harm you, wouldn't she have every opportunity? Chen Fan looked at himself in the mirror and kept talking to himself. Half an hour later. Finally calmed down. Ha! He let out a long breath as if relieved from a heavy burden. By the way, system, when Shua comes back, system, if I ask her to point out the private money, will it trigger the rebate mechanism? Chen Fan suddenly realized this problem. Curious, very curious. Can be triggered. Chen Fan was very happy to hear the system's affirmative answer. It seemed that he could harvest another wave of mall coins crazily. Enough mall coins for you to live a carefree life, do whatever you want and buy whatever you want. No matter how big the gap is between me and Guan Shua, it can be solved with mall coins. If one isn't enough, then 2, 10, 1,000. 10,000. As long as the problem can be solved with mall coins and money, it is not a problem for Chen Fan now. Take a look at the time. It's almost time for lunch. Chen Fan stood up and thought that instead of sitting here in a daze, he might as well prepare lunch. Cook a table full of dishes that Guan Shua likes. Ha! Call it a day. These, are they too much for 2 people? Reluctantly placing the last stack of braised lion's head on the table, Chen Fan looked at the table full of dishes with his lips twitching and his smile forced. Looking at the wall clock again, there were less than 10 minutes left until the time Guan Shua had agreed on. Chen Fan's heart, which had originally been at peace, suddenly became anxious again. Ding dong. Especially when I heard the doorbell ring, my heart was in my throat. Gulp. He swallowed his saliva. Is this day finally here? Immediately, he set off. Go to the door and take the door handle. Ha! After taking a deep breath, Chen Fan pressed the door handle. Wife, come back. Halfway through his words, Chen Fan's smile froze and disappeared in an instant. Wife? I'm not your wife, disgusting. Zhou Tianxi held his face with his hands, looked shy on purpose, and waved. Chen Fan. I don't know why, but when Chen Fan saw Zhou Tianxi like this, even though he knew he was the god of war, he still wanted to beat him up. So cheap. Haha, brother Chen, no more jokes, I'm here to eat for free again. Old man Zhou Tianxi smiled and put away his frivolous expression. Chen Fan really wanted to know what the people of Dixia would think if they knew that Zhou Tianxi, the god of war, came to their house for meals every day. Well, brother Zhou, today. I'm afraid it's a bit inconvenient. Chen Fan declined politely. After that, it was a rare moment of privacy for him and Guan Shua. Chen Fan is still waiting for Guan Shua to reveal his cards to him. Zhou Tianxi was an outsider present, how could she ask for the answer? What if I scare her? Inconvenient? Zhou Tianxi was about to ask the reason in detail. A voice came from behind that was so familiar that it gave Zhou Tianxi goosebumps all over his body, as if an electric current was flowing through his body. A psychological shadow engraved into the bone marrow. Honey, who is he? Wife, you're back. Chen Fan walked forward. He is the neighbor who lives across the street. Chen Fan was worried that Zhou Tianxi's identity as the god of war would scare Guan Shua, so he decided to keep it secret. Really? It turns out you're a new neighbor. Guan Shua looked at Zhou Tianxi with cold eyes. Gulp. Zhou Tianxi swallowed. He raised his hand and greeted stiffly, hello. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do, so I won't disturb you two anymore. Zhou Tianxi slipped away in a flash. The speed is so fast. For some reason, Chen Fan always felt that Zhou Tianxi looked frightened. Visible fear. What is he afraid of? Can't understand. Wife, how is it? Is this archaeological work going smoothly? Chen Fan decided to continue the conversation at the original pace of life before Guan Shua decided to tell the truth. It went quite smoothly. Guan Shua looked guilty. I see. Come inside first. I've prepared lunch. Okay. Guan Shua agreed, followed Chen Fan shyly, and entered the villa together. The next second, the delicious food, which was comparable to a Manchu Han banquet, caught my attention. Color, aroma, and taste, everything is available. Wife, let's eat. Chen Fanqing finished his meal, sat across the table and gestured. Okay. Guan Shua's every word and action seemed extremely stiff. Sitting opposite Chen Fan, he picked up the bowl and chopsticks, picked up the fish-flavored pork shreds and put them into his mouth. Her beautiful eyes opened wide, filled with disbelief. This food is so delicious, isn't it? One bite after another, I can't stop. Now, Guan Shua finally understood why Zhou Tianxi said those words in the text message. This level is indeed better than all the chefs she had eaten before. Perfect. You can even call it fairy food. I feel like I can't live without it anymore, and everything else I eat tastes like chewing wax. This made Guan Shua even more worried. What if Chen Fan insisted on divorcing her? Guan Shua really doesn't want to give up such an excellent husband. Well, honey, I have something I want to confess to you. Okay, you talk and I'm listening. Chen Fan put down his bowl and chopsticks, took out a piece of paper, wiped his mouth, and acted serious. Well, I have always concealed my true identity from you. Guan Shua became more and more nervous as he spoke, burying his head deep in his chest, his 10 fingers tightly grasping his trouser legs. So, Shan Yu, what is your true identity? Chapter 91, Couple Time, I Want a Child. Ahem. Guan Shua sat up straight, cleared her throat, and asked seriously, Hubby, have you heard of the Red Jade God of War? Red Jade Goddess of War? Chen Fan thought about it carefully and nodded. If I remember correctly, she is the only female goddess of war in Daxia, right? I heard that whether it's airplanes, cannons, or tanks, she is good at them all. Halfway through his words, Chen Fan suddenly realized that something was wrong. His eyes were fixed on Guan Shua, and he gradually widened his eyes, unable to hide his surprise. Could it be you, my wife? Yes. Guan Shua nodded and said affirmatively, I am the Red Jade God of War. This is also the identity I am most proud of. The reason why I didn't tell you all this is not because I deliberately hid it from you. I just didn't want those enemies outside to know the relationship between you and me and implicate you. She hopes Chen Fan can understand this. Don't worry, I don't mean to blame you. Rather, it's something worth being happy about, showing off and flaunting that I have such a great wife. Chen Fan said from the bottom of his heart. After hearing his words, Guan Shua's heart, which had been hanging in her throat, finally settled down. As it turned out, her worries were completely unnecessary. Guan Shua quickly stood up, walked to Chen Fan, and sat on his lap. She raised her hands and hooked them around the back of his neck. A pair of bright eyes that seemed to be able to speak stared at Chen Fan and asked, You won't divorce me just because I lied to you, right? Divorce? How is that possible? I have a wife who is beautiful, has a good figure, has a high status, and has influence. Why should I divorce you? On the contrary, you can't abandon someone as ordinary as me. I can't live without you anymore. Chen Fan leaned his head against Guan Shua's chest. Don't give me that. When Guan Shua heard Chen Fan use the word ordinary to describe herself, her face changed and she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Which ordinary person can draw a real beautiful knife with his bare hands? A blueprint for a photolithography machine? He even controls the armed forces in northern Myanmar and sells an aircraft carrier that is more advanced than the Hawks. Guan Shua's words silenced Chen Fan. Of course he knew that he couldn't hide these things from Guan Shua, but he didn't expect that she would know so much. So, I have confessed everything I should confess. Husband, shouldn't you tell me your true identity? Guan Shua held Chen Fan's cheeks with both hands. She pursed her lips and spoke in a somewhat unclear manner. I really don't have a big name. I just have a little money, a small business, and a little scientific research acumen. A little money? A small industry? A little scientific research brain? Guan Shua didn't believe a word of what Chen Fan said because of her rationality. Take scientific research as an example. You have produced something that even national-level people can't produce, and you call it a little? By the way, husband, I heard from Kunlun before that you have also researched a mechanical exoskeleton. After putting it on, can you fight against Zhou Tianxi? Changing the subject. Guan Shua didn't ask any more questions. There would be plenty of time to figure it out later. It's not an enemy, it's a crushing victory. If you don't believe me, you can call brother Zhou over and I'll fight him again. Chen Fan is also a human being, so naturally he wants to show off in front of his wife to satisfy his inner desire. No need, I trust you, so can you let me see that mechanical exoskeleton? Guan Shua asked. Yes, but not now. 4. Before Guan Shua could finish her words, Chen Fan easily picked her up like a princess. You, what are you going to do? Guan Shua blushed and did not resist at all. You've been away for so many days, do you know how uncomfortable I, your husband, feel? You finally come back, of course I have to. Chen Fan chuckled. Hubby, your smile is so vulgar. Guan Shua complained. Chen Fan didn't care about all that. He took Guan Shua and went up to the second floor at a brisk pace. Wait. The bowls haven't been collected yet. We'll talk about it tomorrow. I haven't showered yet. Wash after you're done. It tastes good. I like. Bang. The door is closed. Covering themselves with the big quilt, it is a sweet time for the couple. In a blink of an eye. Bathroom. In the bathtub, Chen Fan held Guan Shua in his arms and asked, Is there hope today? No. Guan Shua knew what Chen Fan was talking about and shook her head. What a pity. I was thinking it was time to have a child. Chen Fan has been thinking about this for a long time. Let's wait a little longer. The border is not completely peaceful yet. Many forces are eyeing Daxia covetously. I'm afraid. Guan Shua hesitated to speak. In that case, why not just defeat them? Chen Fan said calmly. This confidence naturally comes from the system mall. It's not as simple as you say. He was only halfway through his sentence. Thinking back to Chen Fan's amazing achievements, Guan Shua was unable to complain. What he said is indeed possible. I heard from Mr. Tian that you have earned hundreds of billions from Daxia in just these few days? Guan Shua suddenly asked. For your sake, I can give them a 9.9% discount in the future. 9.9? Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. While chatting and laughing, Guan Shua was about to get up. I'm done. I'll go downstairs to clean up the dishes first. You take your time. She had only stood up halfway when Chen Fan hugged her waist with both hands. What's wrong with you? Guan Shua's cheeks flushed, and she could probably guess what happened. After all, the two of them were so close just now, completely stuck together. I thought about it again. You really are. Guan Shua smiled helplessly, but honestly. Sit down. Come out of the bathroom. Even though Guan Shua was a god of war, his physical strength was consumed. His legs trembled slightly and he fell on the bed. I can't do it anymore. I'm so tired. It's only been a few days since we last met, and you're so awesome. He glanced sideways at Chen Fan. After I calmed down and looked again, I suddenly realized that my husband's figure. The lines of the chest and abdominal muscles are so perfect that they look like they were carefully carved by the world's top sculptor, taking 10 years to carve them out one by one. It can be called a walking hormone. I heard from Zhou Tianxi that you are invincible in the world. Does this count as me winning you? Chen Fan said jokingly. Yes, I am your defeated opponent. You are so powerful. I can't compare to you. Guan Shua said lovingly. Feeling, not bad. The emptiness of these days was completely filled. Or rather, it's too full. I am even more fortunate that I have the opportunity to meet Chen Fan and build a family with him. Then, Chen Fan helped Guan Shua onto the bed and covered her with a blanket. After seeing her fall asleep. Open the system panel and mall page. Chapter 92 Understanding Guan Shua, a short separation is better than a new marriage. Are there weapons that can deter all countries? Whispered. Chen Fan slid the system panel with his mind and browsed the products. He started a shopping spree and bought everything he liked or thought was useful. There is no need to be stingy. It has been confirmed that if Guan Shua directly points out the private money, it can also trigger the 10,000 times rebate rule. There will be plenty of opportunities to spend mall coins in the future. By the way, system, can the mall coins only be returned by finding private money? Can't they be exchanged for an equal amount of money? Honestly, I have too much money. If it can be exchanged in equal amounts, it will be a great feature. 100% praise. Chen Fan kept the words in his heart and said, this system will seriously consider the host's opinions and try to reply as soon as possible. Chen Fan thinks that it is quite good and rare to have a system that is willing to listen to his opinions. Looking at the time, it's still early. Outside the window, the sun has just set. Night falls. Chen Fan turned on the bedside lamp on his side to prevent the bright light from disturbing Guan Shua's rest. Looking at her sleeping peacefully, Chen Fan smiled faintly. It seems that I am indeed a little too indulgent. However, in reality, Chen Fan has actually been very restrained. Because with his current endurance, let alone a few hours, even a few days and nights would be no problem. The enhancement brought by the system is quite terrifying. It has enabled him to reach a state where he can control himself freely and recover quickly. But fortunately, it is certain that Guan Shua is very satisfied, even exhausted. Red Jade God of War? Chen Fan recalled that his understanding of these 4 words was very superficial. I only saw it reported a few times on TV, on the 7 o'clock news. Looking back now, it's no wonder that when the host mentioned the words Red Jade God of War, Guan Shua, who was lying on his lap, always had a weird expression on his face. When I asked her what she thought of the Red Jade God of War, she would immediately change the subject. He took out his cell phone, found Zhou Tianxi, and sent him a message. Brother Zhou, my wife is in Kunlun. What kind of person is she? Zhou Tianxi was quite surprised when he received the news. You know everything? Chen Fan replied, yes, she told me everything. Zhou Tianxi, speaking of your wife, she is an extremely powerful and ruthless character in Kunlun. Tough guy? Chen Fan was very curious. How cruel is it? Zhou Tianxi replied, let me tell you this, those of us who were once confident and even claimed to be invincible because we became war gods, were all taught a lesson by her. It was a bloody abuse. Her methods were very cruel. Besides, your wife once defeated an army of 100,000 with only 1,000 men. She broke into the enemy's base camp under the cover of darkness and took the general's head. After seeing Zhou Tianxi's reply, he looked at Guan Shua, the harmless person lying beside him. Chen Fan really didn't expect that his wife had such a fierce and crazy side. 1,000 people against 100,000 people. Ordinary people simply wouldn't have the courage to do that, right? Chen Fan, so invincible? Zhou Tianxi's answer was firm, yes, she is invincible. At least for now, I have never seen anyone who can beat her. The most terrifying thing is that she is invincible in all aspects. She is good at every field and has perfect control over them all. Even I can't help but feel the disparity in the world. Oh, Sayamadakan. Zhou Tianxi, but then again, with your ability, you are a good match for her. Chen Fan replied with a thank you. Zhou Tianxi didn't know anything else. Chen Fan, however, looked as if he was still unsatisfied. Thinking, since Shan Yu came from Kunlun, then there should be information about her inside Kunlun. Chen Fan wanted to know more. But Guan Shua fell asleep again. I couldn't just wake her up and ask her questions, right? This is really inhuman. Chen Fan originally wanted to use the super hacker title to invade Kunlun. However, after thinking about it carefully, I gave up. No need. Please ask Zhou Tianxi to ask Tian Changzheng to retrieve the secret files belonging to Guan Shua. SSSSS plus level. Zhou Tianxi's file is only SSS level. If it were someone else, Tian Changzheng would never agree. However, considering Chen Fan's special identity and the fact that Kunlun would need to further cooperate with him in the future, Tian Changzheng set this precedent. Get the link, click on it, enter a series of verification methods, and then unlock it. All of Guan Shua's experiences from birth to the present are clearly recorded in it. The only one missing is myself. It's not surprising. After all, she has been hiding this identity and doesn't want to put her ordinary self in danger. With Guan Shua's ability, it would be easy for him to hide the truth. At such a young age, you've already killed so many people on the battlefield. Chen Fan said in surprise. Amazed at Guan Shua's talent and ability. You have to know that she is different from herself, just an ordinary person without a system. Isn't it amazing that a mortal can achieve this? After reading about Guan Shua's experience of life and death for Daxia, and his repeated brushes with death, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a little more respect for her. Exit the page. He leaned over, held Guan Shua's cheek, and kissed her gently on the forehead. Chen Fan turned off the bedside lamp and went to sleep. Decided to give her a surprise tomorrow morning. Those hundreds of mole coins were not wasted. Vertical day. It was just dawn. Chen Fan opened his eyes. Glancing sideways, I saw Guan Shua holding up her stockings with both hands, which perfectly outlined her waist and hip curves. Her white shirt was loose and unbuttoned. This scene is extremely charming. Did I wake you up? Guan Shua asked. Nothing, I woke up naturally. Chen Fan sat up. That's good. Guan Shua lifted her skirt again, reached her hands behind her shoulders, lifted up her long hair that was like a waterfall, and spread it out. The whole person is full of intellect and maturity. Go out for breakfast, or... Seeing Guan Shua's expectant look, Chen Fan smiled dotingly and said, I'll make it. What do you want to eat? As long as you do it, I'm fine with it. Guan Shua walked up, hugged Chen Fan, and took the initiative to kiss him on the cheek. Why do I feel that you are more attached to me than usual? Chen Fan asked. Guan Shua hooked her hands around Chen Fan's neck, thought for a moment, and replied, as the saying goes, a short absence is better than a new marriage. I see. Let's go downstairs, wash up and have breakfast. After breakfast, I have a big surprise for you. Chen Fan raised his hand and patted Guan Shua's waist and hips. Hateful Guan Shua gave a coquettish look. Although he said that, he felt happy in his heart. She hurriedly caught up, took Chen Fan's arm, and asked curiously, Honey, what surprise are you going to give me? Chapter 93. Zhou Tianxi was shocked. Is this a female devil? Don't be anxious, eat first and talk after you finish eating. Chen Fan asked Guan Shua to be patient and not be so anxious. I won't run away. Oh, okay. Guan Shua responded without asking any further questions. Then, he and Chen Fan went into the bathroom and the other went into the kitchen, and each started busying themselves. In the bathroom. Sit on the toilet. The cell phone just rang and Guan Shua hung up. Remarks, Dad. Buzz buzz buzz. Dad, why don't you answer the phone? Dad, when did you get married? Why didn't our family hear any news? Dad, what kind of person is he? Dad, I have just watched that show, don't lie to me. Dad, the person in the photo is you, right? Or did the production team steal the photo on purpose? Dad, my dear daughter, please answer the phone. Seeing the text message notifications that kept popping up, Guan Shua raised his hand to his forehead and felt a headache. I didn't expect my family to find out so quickly. I thought that since they have never been interested in live broadcasts, it would take a long time for them to learn about this news. Guan Shua is not yet mentally prepared to take Chen Fan to meet her parents. The reason is simple. Compared to that big family, Guan Shua would rather continue to be like this with Chen Fan, enjoying their small home and their own world of two. Guan Shua is really not interested in the disturbances and power struggles in the society. Guan Shua didn't know why those people thought that he was envious of their assets and were always wary of him. Having said that, I still responded, when the time comes, I will go back and explain everything. Dad, okay, I'll wait. Ha. Seeing that the other party had no intention of asking further questions, Guan Shua's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed. Over here in the kitchen. Chen Fan's cell phone rang at the same time. It was the program crew calling. I originally wanted to ask about today's live broadcast arrangement. After hearing this, Chen Fan declined politely. I'm sorry, the program may have to be postponed. Postponed? Can I ask the reason? Lu Xinrui asked tentatively. My wife is back, and I'm planning to go traveling with her to improve our relationship. Chen Fan said casually. Just after I said it, I felt that this seemed to be a good decision. It just so happened that I had drawn a tourist attraction called Paradise Island in my previous 10 consecutive draws. Is that so? Then I wish you a happy trip. Although Lu Xinrui knew that Guan Shua's return was a hot topic, she did not force it and did not bring it up deliberately. If you worry about being too utilitarian, it will only annoy the other person. That's just asking for trouble. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan continued to make breakfast. At the same time, opened the system panel and opened the Daily Lucky Mall. Satellite Starlink, flash sale price, 9.9. Floating aircraft carrier, price, 10,000. Imperial Capital Commercial Building, price, 100. Imperial Capital International Airport, price, 1,000. All the stuff added up cost less than 20,000 yuan. Things like the Starlink satellite can be bought for just $9.90. In contrast, even in a place like the Imperial Capital where every inch of land is valuable, a commercial building only costs 100 yuan. It doesn't seem that outrageous. Buy them all. Chen Fan really doesn't lack this amount of money. Is the price-performance ratio the best? No, it's off the charts. Floating aircraft carrier. Chen Fan didn't know what Guan Shua would think if he saw this thing. Before, Chen Fan didn't know Guan Shua's identity, so he was hesitant when he took out these black technologies. Now, knowing the background of Guan Shua, the Red Jade God of War, Chen Fan no longer has to worry about being captured and sliced for research. Are you kidding? My wife is at the peak of her powers. She is invincible. Not long. Chen Fan finished breakfast. Guan Shua also washed her face and put on makeup and came out of the bathroom. Even though she only wears light makeup, she is incredibly beautiful. A typical Oriental beauty, her skin, flesh and bones are all perfect to the point of being perfect. Hubby, your cooking skills are amazing. I feel like I can't live without you from now on, Guan Shua said while eating heartily. This is exactly what I want. Chen Fan showed a sinister smile, as if his evil plan had succeeded. Then I can only obey obediently. The two looked at each other and smiled. After breakfast, Guan Shua was responsible for cleaning up and washing the dishes. Chen Fan sat on the sofa and turned on the news channel. The news being broadcast inside was about the surrender of the Nepalese army and the return of the land to Daxia. And the aircraft carrier that he sold officially joined the fleet and became a report on National Defense Force. A little proud. 10 minutes later. Television entered advertising. Guan Shua had just finished washing the dishes and came to Chen Fan from the kitchen. She leaned over and smiled. Honey, I'm done. Now should I see the surprise you told me about earlier? Well, let's go. Chen Fan stood up. Go? Where to? Guan Shua asked curiously. Keep it secret for now. Chen Fan deliberately kept it a secret. Guan Shua let him pursue his interests with a doting look on his face. The two put on their shoes and went out together. Then Guan Shua saw Zhou Tianxi, who had parked his car at the door earlier and lowered the driver's window. What are you doing here? Guan Shua's smile disappeared and his face became cold. Hey! Don't get me wrong, it was Brother Chen who asked me to help. I don't have any bad intentions. Zhou Tianxi hurriedly explained. Afraid that Guan Shua would misunderstand. Guan Shua did not speak, but looked at Chen Fan beside him. Well, I asked Brother Zhou for help. I need an open, deserted place to present those surprises for you. Chen Fan explained. So that's how it is. Guan Shua stopped arguing with Zhou Tianxi for his sake. Zhou Tianxi felt extremely bitter. Who did I offend? As a god of war, not only did he become a full-time driver, but his help was in vain and he was also oppressed by Guan Shua's aura. The key is that I dare not be angry, dare not speak. After Chen Fan and Guan Shua got in the car, they started the car and drove towards the designated destination. Honey, I'm so excited. My heart is beating so fast. Guan Shua hugged Chen Fan's arm and snuggled up to him tightly. Don't worry, I will never let you down. Chen Fan raised his hand, touched Guan Shua's head, and smiled confidently. Looking at Guan Shua's face full of enjoyment. Puff. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Tianxi was so scared that the cigarette in his mouth fell out and he kept coughing because of choking. He couldn't believe that the woman in the back seat was the Kunlun female devil he knew. This female devil actually showed such a delicate side? Am I really not dreaming? Doubting life. Zhou Tianxi seriously doubts life. Am I still asleep? Am I daydreaming? This is too fake. Zhou Tianxi really couldn't believe that that was the kind of behavior Guan Shua would have. Looking into Zhou Tianxi's eyes in the rearview mirror, Guan Shua asked coldly, "Do you have any objection?" Chapter 94, Multiple Thunders, The Truth. No. Absolutely not. How dare I have any objection to you? Realizing that his gaze had been noticed, Zhou Tianxi quickly looked away. Avoid it as much as possible. Afraid of offending this female devil. Zhou Tianxi was not naive enough to think that Guan Shua had become docile and easy to deal with just because of her series of behaviors around Chen Fan. If he can do it, so can I? I dare not think about it. Zhou Tianxi really dare not think about it. If that's the case, Chen Fan can hand-draw US dollars, but Zhou Tianxi can't. Chen Fan can hand-draw a photolithography machine, but Zhou Tianxi can't. Chen Fan was able to trade an aircraft carrier with Daxia. Zhou Tianxi was extremely envious of his ability. For a moment, Zhou Tianxi, the Wolf-Fang god of war, even regarded Chen Fan as his life goal. This is how a real man should live. Drink the strongest liquor and conquer the most invincible woman. Unfortunately, Zhou Tianxi knew very well that he would have to wait until his next life to achieve this goal. There will definitely be no chance in this life. Otherwise, how can it be called a goal? Goals are meant to be set, not to be achieved. At least leave yourself some thoughts. The more Zhou Tianxi thought about it, the more he regretted why he had become a light bulb. There are so many people under my command, who can't I order over? Protect Chen Fan's safety? Just kidding, not to mention how terrifying his series of black technology inventions are. His wife, Guan Shua, is the pinnacle of Daxia's fighting power. Who dares to hurt him? Who dares to die? Thinking of this, Zhou Tianxi's admiration and yearning for Chen Fan was beyond words. Excellent scientific research ability, coupled with a mysterious identity background, and such an invincible wife. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is a winner in life, right? If this is not called a winner in life, Zhou Tianxi would like to ask, what is considered a winner in life? I'm so envious. I'm crazy envious. My mouth feels like I've eaten a lemon, and my teeth are so sour. Fortunately, we arrived at the destination smoothly. Nantian Training Base. Brother Chen, how about this place? Zhou Tianxi asked confidently when he saw Chen Fan getting out of the car after the car door opened. Looking at the vast space in front of me, which is larger than several basketball courts and surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Not bad. Thank you for your help, Brother Zhou. Chen Fan nodded, very satisfied. Zhou Tianxi chuckled and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Since Guan Shua is around, I won't go and cause trouble for myself. Zhou Tianxi is not a fool and can see how protective she is of her husband. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. Honey, you haven't researched some new high-tech weapons and want to show them to me in a place like this, have you? Guan Shua turned around, glanced at the surrounding environment and asked. As expected, I can't hide anything from you. Indeed, didn't you say that you are uneasy because the border of Daxia is not completely peaceful yet? In that case, let's go crazy with the technology tree and let them know that Daxia is not something they can afford to mess with. Seeing Chen Fan's confident performance, Zhou Tianxi and Guan Shua couldn't help but become confident. Immediately, Chen Fan took off his backpack. He unzipped the zipper and took out a can-shaped object that could be held in one fist and resembled a grenade. Grenade? Zhou Tianxi asked uncertainly. I feel that what Chen Fan took out shouldn't be that simple. To be precise, his name is Duo Zile, Chen Fan introduced. Multiple mines? Guan Shua, the first thing Zhou Tianxi thought of was cluster bombs. The mother missile is launched into the sky, and then the bullets scatter. It is a weapon of large-scale destruction and is very fierce. Rather than verbally explaining, Chen Fan would rather use actual actions to prove the power of these multiple drop mines. Let them both stand back. Then open the safety and remove the pull ring. The light started to flash red. The sound is very soft and only the user can hear it, and it will not expose the user during combat operations. The main purpose is to remind the user that the bomb has been activated and to throw it out as soon as possible to avoid suicidal behavior. Then, Chen Fan raised his hands backwards and threw it easily hundreds of meters away with his own strength. Looking at the parabola and the multiple mines that were as small as sesame seeds, Zhou Tianxi and Guan Shua almost dropped their jaws in shock. What kind of strength is this? Immediately, the mother bomb separated and countless bullets fell like rain. Bang, bang, bang. There were successive explosions, with smoke and dust rising everywhere. The coverage is extremely wide. This power really scared Guan Shua and the other two. Beforehand, they had never imagined that such a small volume could produce such terrifying power. One pill can kill thousands of people. The noise was so strong that you could feel it clearly under your feet, as if it was an earthquake. It's too exaggerated. It's really too exaggerated. Zhou Tianxi couldn't stop exclaiming. However, just as he finished speaking, a gust of wind came and blew away the smoke and dust. Zhou Tianxi was so frightened by the scene before him that his mouth opened so wide that a cooked egg could easily fit in it. The originally flat ground now had a sinkhole. More than 10 meters deep. Brother Chen, are you sure you call this thing a grenade? Even 100 rocket launchers can't achieve this effect. Zhou Tianxi was stunned. He even doubted whether the battlefield he had been on before was a real battlefield. If you have this thing, even if the god of war comes, it will be useless. It is indeed a grenade. Moreover, this grenade has a strong magnetic effect. It can automatically attract the enemy, making it impossible for them to escape. After hearing Chen Fan's words, Zhou Tianxi couldn't help but say, "Hell is empty, and the devil is on earth." Brother Chen, I would like to call you the living king of hell. After listening to this, Chen Fan was sure that he was praising himself, but he also felt an indescribable sense of disobedience. The purpose of developing this thing is simply to intimidate the enemy, not to kill them. As the saying goes, dignity lies only on the edge of the sword, and truth lies only within the range of the cannon. You can use it, but you can't live without it. Brother Chen, what you said makes sense. I am too narrow-minded. Chen Fan's words convinced Zhou Tianxi. In other words, he never doubted Chen Fan's intentions. Hubby, you are amazing. With such a small capacity, you can actually achieve such an exaggerated power. In addition, the strong magnetic effect is also the finishing touch. Guan Shua walked up, already acting like a little fangirl. This is because I used a special compression technology. If you want, honey, I can give you the structural principles and drawings later. Thank you, husband. Guan Shua believed that once the whole world knew that Daxia had such a terrifying trump card weapon, they would definitely think twice before taking action next time. If they are not careful, they may lose their lives or their country will be destroyed, but no one will sympathize with them. Okay, let's put the multi-sub mines aside for now and move on to the next step. Chen Fan walked to the backpack and opened it again. Ah! Guan Shua and Zhou Tianxi glared at each other. I never expected that. There is more? Chapter 95, Laser Weapons, One Shot Through the Tank. This multiple mines already surprised Guan Shua and Zhou Tianxi. I am extremely curious about how many shocking high-tech weapons are contained in Chen Fan's small school bag. Zhou Tianxi even had the guts that with this backpack, he could destroy a small country by himself. Be confident. Very confident. He is even more confident than Chen Fan himself on this matter. Suddenly I didn't regret it at all and followed him here. On the contrary, I am very fortunate to have the opportunity to be the first person in Daxia to see these cutting-edge technologies. It is worth commemorating. Then, Chen Fan took out a futuristic rifle from his school bag. It had smooth lines, was white in color, and was equipped with an optical sight. Guan Shua stared at the gun. If the space here was not large enough, she would really think that she was taken by Chen Fan to the filming site of a science fiction movie. The multiple bombs just now on the rifle that Chen Fan is holding now are both movie and TV props. Otherwise, it's really hard to explain. Even if he used words like the most genius among all geniuses to describe Chen Fan, Guan Shua still felt that it was totally not enough, far from enough. Brother Zhou, do you have something like steel plates? The thicker the better, the kind that you won't feel bad about destroying. Chen Fan asked Zhou Tianxi. Yes, I'll have someone prepare it for you right away. Zhou Tianxi took out his cell phone and contacted his subordinates. Soon, the rumbling sound of a truck engine reached my ears. The three turned their heads and saw an abandoned, rusty tank being towed behind the car. Tank? Chen Fan didn't expect that Zhou Tianxi would directly ask someone to pull such a big guy for him. However, he was quite satisfied. As a test product, it is very suitable. Yes, it has been abandoned for a long time. It was originally intended to be used for armor-piercing projectile testing, but since you want to use it, Brother Chen, I'll give it to you first. Even if he doesn't give Chen Fan this face, Zhou Tianxi must give Guan Shua's face. The main thing is, I dare not give it. Okay, thank you. Chen Fan responded politely. Afterwards, Zhou Tianxi asked the Special Forces soldiers to place the tanks in position according to Chen Fan's request. Several people got out of the car and asked curiously, Wolf King, can we stay and take a look together? When they saw the sinkhole that didn't exist, they became extremely curious. No matter how you look at it, Chen Fan, Zhou Tianxi, Guan Shua and the others don't look like they are carrying such weapons of mass destruction. To have this level of power, first of all, the size cannot be very small. The more I thought about it, the less I could come up with an answer. The more I can't figure out the answer, the more I want to figure it out. Brother Chen, what do you think? Although this is Zhou Tianxi's territory, Zhou Tianxi dare not make decisions on his own. He turned his gaze to Chen Fan, asking what he thought. What? The Wolf Fang God of War, the Wolf King of the Sirius Group, actually wants to ask for the opinion of a person he has never met? Several people focused their attention on Chen Fan, extremely curious about who this person was. At such a young age, he is able to surpass the God of War. That is too exaggerated. Okay, no problem. Since they were Zhou Tianxi's subordinates, Chen Fan had no reason to doubt them. Chen Fan believed in his judgment of people. Thank you. Several people said in unison. Then, Chen Fan asked Guan Shua, Zhou Tianxi and others to step back. Withdrew to a safe distance to avoid accidental injury. Although these are products purchased from the system mall, the saying still applies, it is better to be safe than sorry. It's always better to be cautious. Chen Fan raised the heavy, firm-feeling rifle with both hands, aimed with one eye, and locked onto the tank 100 meters away with the optical sight. Immediately, pull the trigger. Chirp. The voice was not as loud as Guan Shua and Zhou Tianxi had imagined. Instead, it was very silent. It's similar to putting a silencer on a pistol. This kind of sound is more than enough to carry out assassination missions. However, what attracted their attention the most was the red beam of light shot out from the muzzle. They are not naive enough to think that it is a fluorescent effect. Laser. Even though Guan Shua had a talent for scientific research, he was still a little confused and could not draw a conclusion easily. He was very conservative. Then, they saw in amazement. It was clear to see that the steel plate, which was as thick as a fist, was easily melted by the laser and the molten iron flowed down. Moreover, it was not just one steel plate, but the entire tank that was pierced through in an instant. Brother Chen, please tell me, is this a laser weapon? Even if you haven't eaten pork, have you seen a pig run? When Zhou Tianxi has nothing to do, he will watch some science fiction movies. Settings like laser weapons are very common and overused elements. Based on what he saw and heard, Zhou Tianxi believed that it was most likely a laser weapon. I just didn't expect that the special effects that originally only existed in movies are now being created right before our eyes by Chen Fan. This guy is indeed not an ordinary person. Yes, that's right. This is indeed a laser weapon. Its range can reach several thousand meters, but it consumes a lot of energy. Based on my understanding of currently available materials, there should be no materials on Blue Star that can withstand it at the moment. We can only rely on continuously stacking materials to consume energy. Every word and every sentence of Chen Fan deeply shocked Guan Shua, Zhou Tianxi, and the young soldiers. I always feel that it hasn't been long since mankind entered the era of hot weapons, and now we are about to enter a new era. Led by Chen Fan, the era of black technology has begun. Guan Shua no longer wanted to ask more about how Chen Fan used such a small gun to contain such a huge amount of energy. Instead, he asked, "Husband, how do I charge this gun?" Husband? The three little soldiers' eyes suddenly turned to Guan Shua, and their eyes widened as big as copper bells. At one point I wondered if there was something wrong with my ears. Guan Shua, the legendary, red jade god of war, called this man, husband? You look at me, I look at you, and it is not difficult to guess each other's thoughts from their expressions. It's normal for one person to hear it wrong, but if 3 people all heard it wrong, it's abnormal no matter how you think about it, right? Chen Fan thought for a moment and explained, with the power output of the electric vehicle charging pile, fast charging can be completed. Electric vehicle charging station. There were so many almosts that Guan Shua and Zhou Tianxi didn't know where to start. The only adjective they could think of to describe this weapon was incredible. Against the will of heaven. If it is mass-produced, it will be equipped to the troops. They really couldn't imagine how powerful the enemy had to be and what kind of combat power they had to have in order to be able to fight them. It can be said to be a dimensionality reduction attack. They are not on the same level at all. Not to mention the Hawks, even around the world, those weapons that were originally called black technology have now been completely reduced to their original form. Compared with the weapon in Chen Fan's hand, it's just crappy black technology. A total beating. Chapter 96 The Godfather of Black Technology, Admiration from his wife. Then, based on the power you mentioned just now, how many times can you shoot after fully charging? Guan Shua asked curiously. About 10 times. Chen Fan answered seriously. 10 times? After hearing this, Guan Shua's heart was filled with turbulent waves. It was really difficult to calm down these emotions. Notice the variety of her facial expressions. Zhou Tianxi, who was standing by, punched his chest a few times, saying, I understand. I understand. Can you use the remaining energy to deliver the strongest attack? Guan Shua asked. At this moment, in her eyes, Chen Fan has transformed from a husband to a research and development godfather in the black technology world. Every word and action was filled with awe. Absolute admiration. Of course. Chen Fan twisted his thumb and index finger and turned the knob on the side of the gun to switch to the maximum output power. Immediately, he raised the gun again, raised his hands, and aimed at the tank in which a big hole had been pierced. Pull the trigger. Boom. This time the sound was obviously much louder. This time the beam of light, no, with this thickness, it should be called a light column. The speed is so fast that only the afterimage can be seen. If you are not careful, your eyes may lose track. This is still the God of War level dynamic vision. When the eyes followed, they came to the tank. In the blink of an eye, his eyes widened and his pupils shrank slightly. Because I saw that the tank was completely melted through from the middle. It was broken. Only a little bit of the front of the car was left, and a piece of the rear that was so thin that it could no longer support itself. Bang! In response, it hit the ground with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. Guan Shua. Zhou Tianxi. Little warriors. Even though it was just an abandoned tank that was about to be scrapped. But its quality has not been lost much. Can it be completely destroyed with one shot? This can't be considered as disintegration, but rather it was directly evaporated by the laser. The legend of the tank on land battlefield was instantly destroyed by such a laser weapon. They knew very well that once this laser weapon was exposed, it would easily shock the whole world without even having to go into mass production. All kidding aside, they are very confident. There's no energy left, not a drop. Chen Fan turned around and walked back, folded the gun and put it back into his school bag. Just when Guan Shua and Zhou Tianxi thought that Chen Fan would continue to take out other more perverted weapons. But Chen Fan stopped and zipped up his pants. Zhou Tianxi and Guan Shua looked at each other, both of them feeling like they hadn't gotten enough. But for them, being able to see and witness the birth of such high-tech weapons is also an honor and worth remembering deeply. Ding-a-ling. Immediately afterwards, Chen Fan's cell phone rang. Hey, what's up? Okay, I understand. Chen Fan did not hang up the phone, kept it connected, and came to Zhou Tianxi. Brother Zhou, the people I arranged were stopped at the door and can't come in. Please ask them to put down the line. Let it go? Zhou Tianxi took the phone, his face full of confusion. Yes, a truck. It's too big and I can't move it by myself, so I found a driver, Chen Fan explained. Okay, I understand. Zhou Tianxi picked up the phone and said to the young soldier on the phone, I'm Zhou Tianxi, let them in. Hang up the phone. He still has confidence in his own people. After following me for so many years, how could he not even recognize his own voice? A few minutes later. The sound of a large truck engine reached my ears. It was moving very slowly, but the noise was quite loud. Putting aside the constant vibrations underfoot and the pebbles shaking and shifting at the feet, it is not difficult to judge what kind of huge object is inside that huge carriage. Gulp! Guan Shua, Zhou Tianxi and others swallowed their saliva at the same time. Even if you use all your imagination, you still can't imagine the scene. Not enough imagination, absolutely not enough. They didn't think it was their own problem, but that Chen Fan was too talented. The most extraordinary genius among all the extraordinary geniuses. How many people in the world can compare to him? Even if we drag out those great historical figures and compare them with him, it's still a dimensionality reduction attack. They are not on the same level at all, there is no comparison. So powerful that it seems unreal and unreal. But it was happening clearly before my eyes. That's why people have a feeling of ecstasy. It's indescribable. The journey of hundreds of meters took several minutes to arrive. The car stopped, the truck driver opened the door and jumped out. Who is Mr. Chen? Asked the truck driver. Me. Chen Fan raised his hand. The truck driver came up with a notebook and said, "Well, please sign this. I have delivered the goods to you." He didn't ask much about what was in the car. Because he is not blind, he knows where this place is. The driver received the task posted by Chen Fan on the internet, went to the designated location, saw a large truck, found the key on the tire, opened the door, and drove here. After completing the task, leave quickly. He asked a colleague to follow him all the way to the gate on a motorcycle, and now the person is still waiting for him outside. Okay, no problem. The driver took the notebook back. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Please excuse me and give me a good review. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Chen Fan watched the driver leave. Brother Chen, what on earth is in here? Zhou Tianxi walked to the front of the truck and looked up. This is already the largest cargo box known to be built. Compared to an elephant, they are dwarfed by the giant. Could it be a missile? Guan Shua expressed his guess. Looking at the surrounding environment, it was recalled that a few palm-sized bombs could create a cesspool. Take another look at the big cargo box next to you. It is hard to imagine, if it is really such a large missile, how terrifying its power would be. Not to mention this place, the entire base would probably be razed to the ground. Not a blade of grass would grow. After hearing what Guan Shua said, Zhou Tianxi also panicked and hurriedly confirmed, Brother Chen, could there really be missiles in here? Tell me clearly first, what is the scope of the casualties? Then I can arrange for evacuation. Also, the explosion of this missile will not release any substances that are harmful to the human body, right? Zhou Tianxi is the boss of this place. He must be responsible for everyone's lives and cannot be careless at all. After taking a quick glance and seeing the anxious expressions of the few people, Chen Fan said with a faint smile, "Don't worry, what's inside is not some missile. It's much more advanced than that." Much more advanced than missiles? You know, the reason why peace can be maintained in most parts of the world today is that there are enough and advanced missile storages. What could be more advanced than a missile? Curiosity is completely piqued. Hubby, please stop keeping us in suspense and reveal the answer quickly, please. Guan Shua came to Chen Fan, grabbed his fingers with both hands, shook them gently, and said in a tender voice. Crisp. Crisp to the bone. Chapter 97 Mecha, Rabbit. Although Zhou Tianxi had seen Guan Shua's delicate and feminine side more than once in the car, it was still difficult for him to get used to her. Cough, cough, cough. He turned his back, clenched his fist in front of his lips, and coughed twice to ease the embarrassment. Worried about losing control of expression. If he is like this, let alone his subordinates. They were all dumbfounded on the spot. Looking at their eyeballs, one could not help but worry that they would pop out of their sockets. The dumbfounded expression seemed as if they were carved from the same mold, completely frozen. I can't believe that this is the legendary #1 female war god of Daxia. Invincible god of war. As a killing machine, feared by countless powerful countries, she would actually act coquettishly and cutely in front of a man. Incredible. It's unbelievable. Are you kidding me? I turned around and looked around, but I didn't see any cameras set up anywhere. It can only be said that all this really happened. In their eyes, Chen Fan instantly became tall, mysterious, majestic, and legendary. I am very curious about who is this powerful man and how he could have won the heart of Guan Shua, the well-known flower on the mountain. He is truly invincible. Okay, it will be revealed soon. Chen Fan opened the car door, climbed into the car and sat in the driving seat. The moment he touched this thing, he understood how to operate it in seconds. Move aside. Before pressing the button, he did not forget to remind Guan Shua, Zhou Tianxi and others. Wait until they are at a safe distance. Chen Fan pressed the button to open the container with one click. Boom! Accompanied by loud noises. The containers are facing in all directions, blooming like flowers. Inside, lying flat on the ground, was a mecha? As a science fiction fan, Zhou Tianxi recognized it at first sight. Although he knew Chen Fan's abilities were extraordinary, he still couldn't help but doubt, "Brother Chen, you didn't borrow this mecha from some film and television crew to fool us, did you? As a film and television prop, isn't the workmanship a bit too exquisite?" Cognition can no longer be refreshed forcibly, but there is a sense that it is about to collapse. The young soldiers were obviously more willing to believe Zhou Tianxi's statement. No matter what, mechas are too exaggerated. Unreasonable. Guan Shua said nothing, staring at the mecha that was more than 10 meters tall as 3 or 4 floors. It's like admiring a piece of art. Excitement is all in their eyes. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. I consider myself so lucky to be able to see such works. Even if she doesn't move, it doesn't affect her inner joy. And the admiration for Chen Fan. How is it? This surprise is great, right? Chen Fan jumped down from the driver's seat and asked. After taking a look, this mecha is much more handsome than the 3D virtual image seen on the system panel. In the past, I heard people say that mecha is every man's dream. Chen Fan always has a feeling that it's unreal and difficult to empathize with others. Now, with such a big machine right in front of him, Chen Fan understood instantly. Really handsome. So domineering. I love you so much, husband. Guan Shua doesn't care how others see her. She threw herself into Chen Fan's arms, held his head with both hands, and slapped him hard on the cheek. It was not difficult for Chen Fan to see that she was indeed very excited. By the way, this mecha should still be in the research and development stage, right? Can it move? Zhou Tianxi asked tentatively. I thought, most likely it was just the shell. The internal structure still needs time to be developed and improved. RD? Chen Fan shook his head. This is already a finished product, of course it can be moved. However, driving a mecha is quite difficult for ordinary people and requires professional training, so let me do it. In fact, when purchasing this mecha, Chen Fan received a free mecha user manual. It is called a manual, but in fact, all the knowledge recorded in it is turned into memory and is deeply engraved in his mind. Even though it was Chen Fan's first time using this mecha, his proficiency in driving it had already reached 100%, max, the full level. Brother Chen, do you really want to drive that mecha? Zhou Tianxi swallowed and asked in disbelief. When I reacted, I found that Chen Fan had already climbed up and reached the chest of the mecha. The next second, the chest hatch of the mecha opened and Chen Fan sat in. Of course, isn't a mecha meant to be driven? As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, the hatch closed. Chen Fan fastened his seatbelt, put on his equipment, and then clicked and adjusted it. Confirm that all data is correct and start the mecha. On. The mecha's eyes glowed red, and there were quite a few light strip effects on its legs and hands. Like a poisonous snake, it uses bright colors to prove to the enemy how dangerous it is. The classic combination of pure white and black makes this mecha's beauty multiplied. Raise your right arm. Support the upper body of the mecha and stand up. Jump off the train in one step. Bang! The vibration was so strong that Guan Shua, Zhou Tianxi, and others could feel it very clearly. His body was out of control for a short while, flew into the air, and quickly landed on the ground. Looking up, I could not hide my fear at the mecha whose head was designed to resemble a rabbit. Faced with such black technology, it is really hard for them to calm down. Really, it's moving. Oh my god. If this big guy were thrown into the battlefield, I can't imagine what a cruel scene it would be. War machine. A real war machine. Don't you think too highly of those foreign countries? If they knew that we have mastered mecha technology, would they still dare to start a war? That's right, all of you should behave yourself. If you don't obey, I will beat you into submission. The little soldiers became more and more excited as they talked. How is it, wife? My rabbit mech, is it okay? Chen Fan chose to name it after the 12 Chinese zodiac signs. looking at Chen Fan bending down, stretching his hand downward with his palm facing up. Guan Shua stepped forward without hesitation. "Hubby, you're so handsome. I'm proud of you." Guan Shua pressed herself against the mecha's chest and confided her true feelings. The hatch opens. Guan Shua failed to react in time and fell down. Chen Fan was quick to catch her and hold her in his arms, teasing, "If others see us, they will definitely wonder, am I your husband, or is this mecha your husband? I will tell him that the person driving the mecha is my husband." Guan Shua wrapped her hands around Chen Fan's neck, hooked him, and looked at him affectionately. Looking around again, Guan Shua was stunned by the degree of surprise. This is totally different from the technological level that should be in this era. Too exaggerated. Too outrageous. Too amazing. "Honey, can you teach me how to drive this mecha?" Guan Shua asked. "Husband?" Chen Fan put on a stern look. "Teacher, good teacher, teach me." Guan Shua's eyes were as charming as silk. "Shua will definitely study hard." "No problem." Chen Fan smiled. Chapter 98, Mecha. Daxia has mecha? Chen Fan began to teach Guan Shua how to drive a mecha. It turns out that she has a very good learning ability. In less than 10 minutes, I had fully understood all the operation methods. Next, just practice. Chen Fan stepped aside and let Guan Shua put on his driving equipment. It moved. It really moved. Watching Guan Shua operating the mecha, as innocent as a little child, Chen Fan smiled faintly. A perfect life, nothing more than this. Zhou Tianxi and several young soldiers watched the mecha go away and were extremely envious. Zhou Tianxi only hated himself. Why wasn't he a woman? How great it would be if I were a woman. However, think about the relationship between Chen Fan and Guan Shua. They have long been a true husband and wife. After all, forget it. Because, even if he could really become a woman, Zhou Tianxi didn't think he could defeat Guan Shua and take down Chen Fan. I'd better continue to envy you honestly. In the cockpit. Well done. You have already mastered the operation methods completely. I declare that you will graduate successfully from now on. Chen Fan spoke highly of Guan Shua's operation level. Guan Shua smiled brightly. "No, it's all because of your good teaching, teacher." That's right. She suddenly recalled what Chen Fan had said before. What? Chen Fan asked back. "Honey, you just said that this mecha can switch to flight mode?" Guan Shua asked again and again to confirm. Yes, just press that button to switch the flight mode. The operation method is similar to that of a fighter jet. It should not be difficult for you. Chen Fan explained. Then, can I give it a try? Guan Shua said pleadingly. Okay. Chen Fan nodded affirmatively, unable to bear to refuse. Thank you, husband. Guan Shua pressed the button without hesitation. Outside, Zhou Tianxi and his companions saw clearly that the mecha was transforming. The most obvious thing is a pair of wings spread out behind the back. Boom! 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 Immediately, blue fireworks shot out from the soles of his feet and behind his back, shooting straight into the sky. Oh my god! This thing can fly? I feel like even the 10th generation fighter jets can't be compared to it. A peerless talent. A true peerless talent. Zhou Tianxi swallowed his saliva, feeling almost sour. I even thought about whether I should imitate the plot of Guan Shua and Chen Fan's meeting. Maybe I can meet a powerful wife? After all, he met the basic requirements and was a god of war. Of course, this kind of thing can be done with just thought. Zhou Tianxi knows very well that it is not much easier to achieve than to find a needle in a haystack. The other side. Guan Shua controlled the mecha and flew at high speed several hundred meters in the air. The driving experience is simply amazing. Guan Shua loves this feeling. Boom! 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 Mechas flew by, with frequent sonic booms. It is hard for passers-by in the city not to notice it. Look up and look upward. Oh my god! What is that? Okay, it looks like a mecha. Holy crap! Mecha? Are you kidding? Could it be a balloon? Can your balloon fly that fast? Fuck, the rabbit really has a big hidden trick. They were shocked and took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Soon, it was on the hot search list and caused a huge sensation. Nationwide? No, the whole world is shocked. The words Daxia and Mecha are strongly bound together. At this moment, Daxia became the hottest topic among billions of people. Mecha. They actually have Mecha. Sure enough, Daxia is a powerful enemy that cannot be provoked. Strong enemy? You are wrong. We are not qualified to be their enemy. Faced with such a mecha, anyone can only be slaughtered. Are you sure it's not an animation effect? As someone who has been engaged in special effects production for 30 years, I can tell you clearly that it is definitely not a special effect. Outrageous. This is too outrageous. Shouldn't this kind of thing only appear after hundreds of years? Who opened Pandora's box? There is constant discussion at international forums. Those people, forces, and strong attitudes that had originally been eyeing Daxia suddenly weakened and retreated. This is exactly what Chen Fan and Guan Shua want to achieve. I think this should be enough to scare them, right? Chen Fan asked with a smile. Of course. They will think that since Daxia dared to expose itself, it must have mass-produced a mecha army. Now, it is probably hiding in a corner, trembling in fear. Guan Shua responded with his thoughts based on his understanding of those people who bully the weak and fear the strong. Hubby, you're so great. I'm so lucky to meet you, marry you, and become a family. Guan Shua said affectionately. Isn't it the same for me? Chen Fan said with a smile. Guan family in the imperial capital. What do you think? Old Guan Shua still doesn't want to come back? Someone asked Guan Changxing. She can't possibly come back. Guan Shua grew up under his care. As a father, how could Guan Changxing not understand her temper? Sigh. I just regret that I am not strong enough to control these people at home. Day by day, a little trivial matter for the family property can cause chaos in life and death struggle. If possible, doesn't Guan Changxing want to leave this home? But he couldn't do that, because Guan Changxing knew better than anyone that if he left, this family would really be torn apart and shattered. It's better not to come back, so I don't have to get a bigger share of the family property. At this moment, a shrill voice came into Guan Changxing's ears. The person's name was Guan Tong, and she was Guan Changxing's second sister. Following her was her son, Guan Changren. Because her husband was a housekeeper who married into the family, her son took her surname. Guan Tong, don't think too highly of yourself. Even though Shanyue is not at home, she is still a member of the Guan family. What belongs to her will not be lost at all. Guan Changxing shouted. Brother, I was just saying it casually. Why are you so fierce? Could it be that you are just like them, hoping that the old man will die quickly so that you can divide the family business? Guan Tong teased. You. Guan Changxing swung his arms heavily. He was too lazy to waste his time and energy arguing with someone like Guan Tong. Mom, look, it's all going viral on the internet. We in Daxia have mechas. Daxia is now truly the world's leading technological power. Let's not immigrate. Guan Changrun held up his cell phone. Guan Tong opened his hand and said indifferently, don't watch those meaningless videos. Your father and I are already hawkish nationalities. If you don't immigrate, do you want to stay alone in such a barren place? I think Daxia is pretty good. I don't like foreign countries. Guan Changrun curled his lips. You have no right to choose, and you are not qualified to make the decision. Guan Tong said in a strong attitude. Guan Changrun looked gloomy, but he didn't dare to refute. Guan Changxing couldn't bear it any longer, so he opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Boom! There were frequent explosions coming from overhead. Chapter 99, Unprecedented. Driving a mecha to meet my father-in-law. Fighter? Hearing the sound, Guan Changxing couldn't help but think in that direction. But soon, he shook his head and denied the idea. This is the center of the imperial capital, how could there be fighter jets here? It's probably a clear sky thunder. Just as I was thinking this, I heard Guan Chengren's extremely excited voice, Mecha, it's actually a mecha. Oh my god. Am I seeing things? It turns out that the videos on the internet are all real. If Guan Tong had not been present, looking at his performance, Guan Changxing felt that he might even be so excited that he jumped up from the ground. It is believed that Guan Tong's discipline of Guan Changren was indeed too harsh. Such a high-pressure educational method will only backfire in the end. It's a pity that it's a family matter and Guan Changxing can't say anything about it. Even if I say it, I will only be met with the other party's contempt. How can I take it to heart? It's better not to say it. I looked up to see if there really was such a thing as a mecha. If Guan Shangxing remembered correctly, Guan Shua once talked about the feasibility of weapons such as combat mechas. Guan Shangxing can no longer remember the specific details. It has been so long that his memory has become blurred. However, seeing such a huge steel giant appear in the field of vision, getting closer and closer, and falling towards him, Guan Shangxing was deeply shocked. Then, what is that thing? Is it here to kill us? Guan Tong's legs went weak and she fell to the ground, terrified. Mom, you see, I told you that our daxia has strong scientific and technological capabilities. We don't need to immigrate and live our lives to the satisfaction of foreigners. With this, our great Xia is invincible in the world. Even thousands of troops and horses are unstoppable. Guan Chengren's performance is completely opposite to Guan Tong's. The more he talked, the more excited he became, and he couldn't stop. He is a typical person who is willing to believe that daxia has hidden weapons. Too backward to be displayed. But no one expected that what would be displayed this time would be a mecha. Real mecha. It really opened Guan Chengren's eyes, and he couldn't help but take out his mobile phone to take various photos. He likes every photo so much that he wants to use them as wallpaper or profile picture. In the past, Guan Tong would have jumped up and down after hearing Guan Chengren say that. But now, she was so frightened that she had no time or energy to teach Guan Chengren a lesson. I just want to get out of this damn place as soon as possible. But I just couldn't muster any strength in my body. A strong feeling of powerlessness swept over my whole body. Bang! When the mecha landed, the vibration was so strong that the three of them could feel it clearly. Immediately, the hatch opened. Chen Fan used his mind, actually through the system as a medium, to control the mecha and raised his arms to make it easier for himself and Guan Shua to land. Then put your hands down and keep them close to the ground. Chen Fan jumped down from the top, turned around, raised his hand, and said to Guan Shua with a smile, "Wife, be careful, don't fall." "Come, I'll help you." "Thank you, husband." Guan Shua put her hand on Chen Fan's hand and took a step down. "Old, wife?" Guan Shangxing, Guan Tong, and Guan Chengren were all shocked. No one would have thought beforehand that the person sitting in and driving the mecha would be Guan Shua. What was even more unexpected was that she actually brought back the rumored husband. It doesn't look like. Halfway through her thoughts, when she saw Chen Fan's face clearly, Guan Tong's cheeks actually had a faint pink blush. What a handsome guy. It actually made Guan Tong's long frozen heart begin to beat again. Damn it. How come all the benefits are taken by this family? Guan Tong gnashed her teeth, her mouth felt as if she had bitten a lemon, it was so sour. If Chen Fan was willing to marry her, Guan Tong thought, she would probably divorce him right away. Just thinking about having such a handsome husband to take out makes me feel proud. Those upper-class women would surely envy me to death. This is also a kind of capital. But, although she didn't want to admit it, Guan Tong knew that she didn't have the confidence to compete with Guan Shua. Appearance, figure, every aspect. The more I think about it, the angrier and more unwilling I become. Why? But due to Guan Shua's status in daxia, Guan Tong didn't dare to speak too directly, but said sarcastically, "Hey. Isn't this Shua? You've been away for so long, why do you suddenly want to go home and make such a big fuss? I thought you had forgotten this home." "Dad, let me introduce you, this is my husband, Chen Fan." Guan Shua's attitude towards people like Guan Tong is simple, violent, and direct ignoring. He took Chen Fan's hand, brought him to Guan Shangxing and introduced him to him. Extremely proud. I'm proud to have such a husband. Hearing this, Guan Shangxing looked Chen Fan up and down. He has an upright posture, standing like a straight pine tree, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a face as sharp as a knife, and a literary air, a look of talent. Such a beauty is truly stunning. Guan Shangxing would like to use the word beautiful to describe Chen Fan. When I watched the live broadcast before, I didn't pay much attention to him. After seeing it with my own eyes, I was pleasantly surprised. It was because Guan Shangxing knew better than anyone that his daughter was definitely not the superficial person who only looked at appearance. This shows that behind Chen Fan's pretty face, there are other even more amazing talents hidden. In short, Guan Shangxing had a very good first impression of his son-in-law. Guan Tong. His brows furrowed. Ignore me? Hello, uncle. Chen Fan greeted politely. Hello, you've come a long way. You must be tired. Come, sit inside. Guan Shangxing raised his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Okay. Chen Fan asked the system to close the hatch to prevent Guan Tong, that woman, from causing trouble. The system does so. The hatch closed and the mecha stood upright, standing there like a door god. So handsome. So handsome. Guan Changren was surprised. Hey! Changren, where are you going? Guan Tong saw Guan Changren catching up with Chen Fan and Guan Shanyua's footsteps, walking away, and hurriedly spoke out to stop him. I'm going to the bathroom and will be back soon. Guan Changren's eyes were evasive, and he was obviously lying. The next second, his feet were as smooth as oil, not giving Guan Tong any chance to speak. Guan Tong hesitated and wanted to stand up to stop Guan Changren and save some face. He had just stood up when he fell back to the ground. His legs were as soft as cotton and he had no strength at all. Hateful. She clenched her fists and hit the ground as if to vent her anger, but in the end, she was the only one who got hurt. She got scratched and the pain made her tears roll down. Come to the reception hall. From the reception hall, which is over 100 square meters and the luxurious decoration. It is not difficult for Chen Fan to see how terrifying his wife's background is in the imperial capital. A truly wealthy family. It is more likely to be a wealthy family among wealthy families. By the way, Shanyue, is that mecha the result of your research? Guan Shangxing asked curiously. Chapter 100 Top Scientific Research Genius, Wedding. Hearing this, a hint of secret joy flashed across Guan Shanyue's face without leaving a trace. What she was waiting for was Guan Shangxing's words. Then he took a step closer to Chen Fan, took his arm, leaned forward slightly, and said with a smile, "It's not me, it's him." Is it Xiao Chen? Guan Shangxing looked surprised. This answer was obviously something he did not expect. Guan Shangxing had to admit that he judged people by their appearance. I originally thought that Guan Shanyue was too good in every aspect and couldn't find the right person for him. So she simply found a handsome pretty boy, not expecting him to be too outstanding. After all, no matter how outstanding he was, could he be better than Guan Shanyue? At least, it looks pleasing. However, the fact is that this man really surpasses his extremely talented daughter in some areas. Guan Shangxing was deeply shocked. It is hard to imagine that Chen Fan, at such a young age, has been able to develop a product that should have only existed in fantasy. How terrifying will his future be? Guan Shangxing was very satisfied with this son-in-law, this rich son-in-law. Little did I know that I was still too conservative. As for Guan Changren, who was following beside him without saying a word, he stared at his brother-in-law with admiration on his face. I wanted to say something several times but stopped myself because I always felt like I couldn't get a word in. Come to the hall. Then I saw a man dressed as a butler, hurried upstairs with a bowl of medicine in both hands. Turning his head and looking back at Guan Shangxing, Guan Shanyue asked, "Is Grandpa's illness getting worse again?" Yes. Guan Shangxing nodded and said affirmatively, "I went to various hospitals and the results were all. It will probably be difficult to survive this summer." A long sigh. Guan Shanyue also looked gloomy after learning about this. In my mind, it was like a movie playing, with the happy memories between me and the old man from childhood to adulthood flashing through the screen. Seeing her performance, her husband Chen Fan was even more like a cheater with the inheritance of a miracle doctor. Of course, he couldn't just pretend he saw nothing and remain silent. So he said, "I know a little bit about medicine, can you let me take a look?" "Husband, you also know medicine?" Guan Shanyue was shocked. Of course it is possible, but Guan Shangxing wanted to say that this disease cannot be cured by medical skills. It's basically like a letter from the King of Hell. The King of Hell has sent the order personally. How can a mortal disobey? However, Guan Shanyue interrupted him halfway through his words, "Dad, just let him try. He's not the kind of person who would brag just to show off his abilities." She must be sure of this. I firmly believe that since Chen Fan dares to say that, he must have his own confidence, rather than being conceited. As a wife, Guan Shanyue is willing to give her 100% trust. Okay. Although he didn't have much hope for this, Guan Shangxing finally nodded in agreement due to Guan Shanyue's attitude. Afterwards, the group came to the old man's room. As soon as you enter the door, you will see a variety of precision instruments densely packed together, beeping steadily and orderly. Here, you can see the most sophisticated Western medical presentations and smell the rich aroma of ancient medical decoctions. From this, it is not difficult to see how much Guan Shangxing spent to extend the old man's life. I came to the bedside and looked at the old man, who was as skinny as a stick, with only skin and bones on his cheeks and no flesh at all. Guan Shua couldn't help but frown. She looked at Chen Fan and asked, "Honey, what's going on? Is there any solution?" Simple. Following the teachings of the miracle doctor, Chen Fan knew at a glance what the disease was and how to treat it. Simple? Guan Shua frowned when he heard this. Although he had a good first impression of his son-in-law, this statement was a bit too boastful. Immediately, Chen Fan reached into his arms and took out a needle bag. At the same time, he asked Guan Shua to untie the quilt to expose the old man's chest to facilitate acupuncture. Ancient doctor? Guan Shua didn't expect that Chen Fan's so-called medical skills turned out to be ancient medicine. I didn't say anything. In the current situation, instead of letting the old man wait to die quietly, it would be better to give him a try. What if there is a glimmer of hope? Guan Shua doesn't believe in miracles, but hopes that a miracle can happen. Chen Fan kept pulling out silver needles from the needle bag and inserting the needles quickly. The technique is precise and swift, without any delay or unnecessary movements. It was so fast that even afterimages appeared. If Guan Shua wasn't serious and focused, he might even lose track. Seeing this, Guan Shua was shocked again. This boy is quite capable. Guan Shua always has a sense of awe for ancient medicine. After all, it has been passed down for thousands of years, nearly 10,000 years. Although Western medicine is the mainstream nowadays, sometimes ancient medicine can indeed work miracles. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, the old man's cough was heard by several people. Guan Shua's eyes widened and his pupils trembled. I didn't expect that a miracle would actually happen. The old man, who was originally no different from a vegetative state, regained consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. The chaotic and lifeless eyes gradually became clear. "Hubby, you're so strong." Guan Shua really admires him. She has transformed into a little fangirl. Afterwards, Chen Fan wrote down another prescription and told Guan Shua, "Uncle, follow this prescription and take it twice a day, once in the morning and once in the evening, for half a year. I can guarantee that the old man will live another 10 years. 10 years. Guan Shua's jaw almost dropped to the ground. I am infinitely grateful to Chen Fan. Then, he showed a serious expression again. "You called me, what?" "Uncle." Chen Fan's mind turned quickly and he changed the subject to Dad. "Yeah." Guan Shua agreed excitedly. He considers himself so lucky to have such a smart and capable son-in-law. In a blink of an eye, 7 days later. After receiving medicinal diet treatment and Chen Fan's continuous acupuncture, the old man is now able to move around normally. Guan Tong's plan to divide the family property was forced to end. He was full of resentment towards Chen Fan's family, but he didn't dare to say much. Because, in just 7 days, Chen Fan had come up with all these inventions, such as floating aircraft carriers, mecha swarms, swarm drones, artificial internal organs, and virtual mobile phone panels. The world is almost numb from the shock. Become a world-recognized top scientific research genius. Daxia's technological power is also skyrocketing. Riding a rocket is not enough to describe it. It seems to have become the #1 overlord. Guan Tong was racking his brains to think about how to return to Daxia. However, going out was easy, but coming back was much more difficult than she had imagined. It's just because, in the current Daxia, there are too many people who want to join and return. She had already ranked after the billionth character. At the same time, Chen Fan and Guan Shua's wedding is also being held. 3 more days passed. There were huge crowds of people below the stage, including big shots from both the black and white worlds, the business community, all gathered together. Each of them is a ruthless person who can shake his own field 3 times with just a cough. On the stage, Chen Fan and Guan Shua looked at each other affectionately. When asked by the host, they said in unison, "I do." Put rings on each other, hug each other, kiss. Let's go. The highlight is coming. Chen Fan took Guan Shua's hand. Knowing that she wanted a Chinese-style wedding, I had someone prepare it in advance as a surprise. Wait. Guan Shua grabbed Chen Fan. What's wrong? Chen Fan turned around and asked in confusion. I have good news for you. What good news? Chen Fan swallowed. You're going to be a father. Guan Shua touched her belly and smiled charmingly. Over.